broke me down like I wasn't enough. We'd scream and fight till the end of the night. Did I deserve what you did to me? Am I living in a fantasy? Why can't you see I just want some peace? But I wanna keep taking it, taking it. My world is turning black and blue, but I'll take it all for you. I wanna keep taking it, oh, taking it. My world is turning black and blue, and I'll take it all for you. I'll be your hero, make you feel safe till the end. I'll be your hero, ignite your fire within. I'll be your hero, for you I'll make the sky bend. I'll be your hero, I'll be your, I'll be your. Here we are, I'm too scared to hold your hand. You're giving up, don't let this story end. I'll be your hero, make you feel safe till the end. I'll be your hero, ignite your fire with fire. I'll be your hero, for you I'll make the sky bend. I'll be your hero, I'll be your hero.
It's a system breakdown on the smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling in on me. It's a peaceful protest, televised at home. Time to take your seat, enjoy the show. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky.
standing at my grave to lower my coffin down under, to lower me back down under. Mainly the battle, collecting regrets like sport. There I was in the corner, looking for company. That's when she sat down at the table and said, my name is Misery. She introduced herself as Misery.
You broke me down like I wasn't enough. We'd scream and fight till the end of the night. Did I deserve what you did to me? Am I living in a fantasy? Why can't you see I just want some peace? But I wanna keep taking it, taking it. My world is turning black and blue, but I'll take it all for you. I wanna keep
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Good morning, Dallas. How are we all doing today? Getting ready for the last day here at Dallas. Of course, we are going through the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring 2024 finals. But before we move on with the semifinals and, of course, the grand finals later that we have planned, we do have to celebrate 3 players today as they have locked in their spots going to the Esports World Cup through the regional standings. So please give a big round of applause to our 3 players. Going from Korea, we have Gumiho. From Americas, Australia, and from the European regions, of course, it is going to be Rainer. Please give them a big round of applause. So we do have your tickets, of course, going to the Esports World Cup. If we could please have you sign it one by one. Rainer, will start with you from that side. If you could please sign your slot into the Esports World Cup. Right there, big in the center. Oh, don't get too nervous now. This is an important moment. Of course, these players performing all the way throughout their regions. Give it up for Rainer, securing enough points to lock himself in. Going to the Esports World Cup later this summer. Next up, celebrating the performance in the Americas region. It's going to be that hometown hero, Australia. Let's hear some noise for Australia. Please go ahead and sign your ticket, your card, going to the World Cup. Once again, a big round of applause to Australia, and of course, last but not don't want to give your spot away, Australia. Keep a tight grip on that. Let's bring over the very last card to celebrate his performance from the Korea region. It is Gumiho. If all 3 players could lift your cards high. And once again, a big round of applause to our 3 players who have secured their spots to the Esports World Cup through the regional point standings. Congratulations to you 3. Thank you so much for joining me on stage. We look forward to seeing your performances at the Esports World Cup. And of course, with that, we do have a big summary on all the players that have made it in so far. And we'll take a quick look at what that looks like. So far, we have now locked in 9 players going to the Esports World Cup. It all started last year with Serral picking up the Summer Season Championship. And from then on, we had Clem locking in his spot. And then, of course, 3 more through the top 4 of IEM Katowice. But that wasn't it. This weekend, we did see Oliveira securing his spot by entering the top 4. We will be seeing him performing later in the semifinals. He's locked in his spot at the Esports World Cup. And now the 3 players we just recently introduced, they will be moving on through the regional EPT standings. That means that there's still 9 more slots left. We do have 7 slots for the global point standings, and of course 2 more for the open qualifiers later this summer for the Esports World Cup. That's what all these players have been striving for, going through these standings, going to get those points. But now, we return here to Dallas. Yes, there's more to look forward to later in the summer, but what's important right now is that there are only 4 players left here for the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring 2024 Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the last day in Dallas. This is your semifinals.
That's right, an excellent set of games, a phenomenal show of mastery across all 3 races has led to this. It will only be 2 of the races representing in the semi-finals, but they look fantastic doing it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Grand Finals Day. We have 2 semi-finals on the way, 4 players remaining. Maru, Dark, Oliveira, and Serral will be fighting to figure out who is going to be our grand champion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kalaris. Joining me to my left-hand side to start things off, it's Wardy and ZG. Wardy, we have 2 banger matches on the way, guaranteed in our semi-finals, to find out who moves on to the grand final.
I think it's going to be a banger in the grand final as well, because everyone that is left is just a tip-top tier player. We've got the reigning world champion in Oliveira, we have got Serral, the GOAT, the other argued GOAT in Maru, Dark, who apparently isn't quite good enough for top 10 GOAT list,
apparently.
But he's one of my GOATs because he's also freaking good. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better set of semi-finals. An amazing set of players. You got to expect some great games today.
Yeah, real-world consequences. Not only looking amazing in the game, but our players are now having kids. They're now going to the military, but they're still playing amazingly. And all of these guys looking poised and set to get into the grand finals, EG.
It's going to be an exciting day. We got 2 amazing TVZs that could actually both have a lot of potential. I think a lot of people are looking at Maru Dark as perhaps the most contested, but with Oliveira actually calling out that he's been practicing with Serral and actually giving himself a 50-50 chance if he played at the same skill level as yesterday. That means that we have some hope that the second semifinal will also be a banger of a TVZ. And don't forget, if Oliveira does win this semifinal, he will complete his Infinity Stones of all the best players in the world by finally taking down Serral as well on the way to a championship. So a lot of people are very excited to see if that can happen.
No small feat. You can see him on screen right now. Every single time Oliveira has been able to win on big stages, the excitement, the overall feeling is infectious. This man wears his heart on his sleeve with every single victory, every single interview. He's our current reigning world champion, and if he somehow beats Serral later on, which sometimes looks nigh on impossible, that would be absolutely amazing.
If Oliveira takes down Serral, I mean, this crowd out there is going to be extremely loud because they were excited yesterday. I mean, Serral was so good, though, right? He's been so good all tournament. There's been no one to really challenge him yet. If Oliveira was the player to come in and challenge Serral, I'd be gobsmacked. But would also be loving it.
Yeah, it would be crazy, absolutely crazy. And again, on the other side, Maru and Dark, of course. I mean, the thing is, we're going to get a chance to talk about these games, so I don't want to kind of really dive into the weeds here and things like that. But for a lot of people, they're thinking to themselves, when is Maru finally going to get the proper offline tournament against a lineup quite like this? It could be now. He also looks brilliant.
He does look very good, but definitely shakier than Serral. Now, Serral had a perhaps less obtrusive road, but Maru still proved he was the best amongst all of the great players that he did play, so I'm definitely not going to count him out, but we do have the story of can Serral lose a map versus Maru, you know, having lost many maps, but just barely scraping it through. So they... We do look at them, you know, potentially leading to that finals, and I think everyone's hoping Game 7 between the 2. That would be the epic series, but history actually tells us a different story when it comes to those 2.
Yeah, the finals have been interesting, let's call it that.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the bracket then and see what has been going on so far. For our Protoss brethren, unfortunately, they fell with Hero in the round of 8. Now we find ourselves with 4 players moving into that semi-final. Very importantly, though, in terms of those team players qualifying into the Esports World Cup, 3 of these players had already qualified. So the consistency is unbelievable from our top players, Wardy.
I mean, to be fair, that's what you expect, right? Names like Serral, Maru, Dark, top 4, no one is shocked by that. So, yeah, consistency is there. Obviously, that does mean more seeds go out to players with the EPT standings and the points. So some people will be happy about that as well, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So that's obviously good news. But, yeah, great to see the top guys guaranteeing that they are going to be bringing the show to Riyadh later this year.
Yeah, they're gunning for the championship over there as well. These names, big names. So the consistency is amazing. The consistency is amazing in our partners as well. First and foremost, we have Blizzard to get things rolling for StarCraft II and all of these tournaments that are going down. So a big thank you to Blizzard for joining us. Of course, we also have Monster here with us, and you can unleash the beast here in the venue, unleash the beast at home as well if you grab yourself a cheeky monster to be able to have that accompanying you here for the tournament as a whole. Next up, we also have the US Air Force as well. You can head over to www.airforce.com to check out all of the things that are going on over there. And finally, ESL Shop joins us with some cool collaborations going on left, right, and center. The Unsung Heroes collaboration, the Basement Dweller collaboration over with Machine and CS2. So check that out at shop.esl.com. Whew, that was a lot. I did it, Wardy.
I'm really impressed, James. You know, having done some sponsor shout-outs of my own in the past, you just do it like nobody else.
I know.
If I was someone that had something to sponsor stuff with, I would hire you to say it.
Thank you. You know, ZG pointed at me and smiled, and I'm pretty sure I was thinking to myself, what are you about to say? I thought you were making fun of me. I'm not sure.
No, I was just going to say, if you did mess up, then you have Wardy and I in the wings ready for your job. So.
Ah, yes.
They trained us once upon a time when they
Yeah,
thought
they
you were
did.
too far gone with PUBG.
Oh.
But, you know, they just about managed to reel you in.
Yeah,
Find some extra budget to keep on paying you.
I know, I'm a busy man. I'm an expensive man. What can you say? All right, well, let's talk about what's going on today as well here, because I feel like, ZG, anybody taking this title would be totally fine in my mind. Sometimes, you know, you get to a round of 4, you're like, okay, well, that guy had a bit of an easier road. This was all. But all of these names kind of etched in StarCraft history. Every single one of them has claim to this title, no problem.
Everyone has a great story coming into it. As we said, Maru with the big international tournament win with everyone that is participating at this high level. You got Dark, whose military is already on the horizon, and he has a kid, so he's a family man, and he's still making things work. You have Oliveira, the reigning world champion, who might be actually able to do something here again. And then, well, Serral, obviously, don't need to speak too much about that, but basically can he continue his reign of dominance?
But let's get to it. Our first semi-final. Dark is in the crosshairs right now, representing Talon, going up against Maru. And for a lot of people, I'm speaking to a lot of the crowd outside here to get things going. A lot of names behind Maru out there, hoping that he can attain a title here in Dallas.
There's a lot of hype for Maru. I talked to a lot of people yesterday. A lot of people said, you know, I'm here for Maru. I want to see Maru take it all. He always gets far. Like, it used to be that he just kind of flopped in tournaments like this, right? And then he started doing a lot better and getting further, and he's been in multiple finals. He's in the finals against Dark in Valencia a couple years ago now. But he just doesn't quite finish off, right? He has issues kind of putting the finishing touches to these tournaments. So hopefully today that is not a thing. Hopefully he does come in full of performance and at the very least makes a grand final. And
it's quite the contrast for Dark compared to someone like, for example, Cure, that he played in the previous phases of this tournament, because Cure seemed like he was okay going into base trade scenarios, making things a little bit weird towards some of the later stages of the game. But Maru doesn't do that. Maru just keeps going as Maru in the later stages and is happy to sit back, defend, even behind ZG, and then still win the game versus someone like Dark.
Yeah, where Cure kind of shows a little bit of maybe a lack of confidence occasionally in some of the matchups. Maru just you never look at him and say that he's not confident. Even when he's like making faces, you're just like, he does that. And in that, he is confident in every single stage of the game, right? Where some other people would definitely say late game is very scary. But the thing about Dark is that he doesn't seem to care what he's up against. It actually seems like he just puts a blindfold on and plays StarCraft like whatever he wants to, right? Because it doesn't matter if his opponent's like greedy, cheesy, macro, micro, build order masters. It doesn't matter. Dark just punches them in the face. So that is what Maru had trouble with in that Valencia tournament. I'm glad that he brought that up. Game 7 all the way. Long games, arduous games, and it was Dark who took the favor. So seeing if Maru can get some revenge for that here today.
Well, I'm getting word that we're ready. But before we do that, I do actually want to do something that I don't normally do. I want to get predictions. So, Wardy.
You really sprung that on us, didn't you? Maru 3-2.
Huh?
Maru 3-2.
Maru 3-2.
Dark 3-2.
Ooh, I love it.
Don't let him just pick and choose. He's got to actually decide
Yeah, of
who.
course.
Wait, you want me to do it as
you're
well?
the tiebreaker.
Oh, bollocks. Maru 3-2. I want to see him in the grand final again, and I want to see him actually potentially have a good series versus Serral or Oliveira, because then it would be a rematch of the Katowice.
They're both great.
That is a great
So
story.
that would be kind of cool. All right, well, let's get it going then. We have got our first semi-final of the day. It is a good one, moving through into that grand final. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Maru or is it going to be Dark?
Before the Liberators were here, a big gateway spell could have changed things up. Now Liberators helping out, Vikings landing with the wall. Hero was so close to defeating Maru, but once again seems to be denied access to those semifinals thanks to the godly Terry.
But obviously there's so much more from Dark, and it's screaming over. It will get here. It's still mostly Hydras. We actually burrow there for a second. The scan comes down. The fight will parasite bomb, and GG has to be called as Dark moves through to the semi-final.
Seems like the desk a little bit torn on their predictions for this first semifinal, but who could blame him? Now, yesterday we spoke to both of these players. Maru, already a little bit worried about potentially meeting Serral in the tournament, but Dark told us Papa Dark is here to stop his dreams from moving on. Dallas, are you ready for your first semifinals today? Well, StarCraft fans all around the world, take a seat because this is your very first match of day 3. It is Dark versus Maru.
Of the highest achieving StarCraft II players in the world. 2 players who have over a decade of pro gaming experience in StarCraft II duke it out head-to-head in this first semifinals match. I'm Fear Dragon, joined here by Satan. We are ready for a Zerg versus Terran.
And this is got the potential to be one of the greatest matches of StarCraft II all year, Robbie. I am so excited to get into this one. It is the best Terran of all time against one of the smartest, most clever, most strategic, most late game oriented Zergs of all time as well in Dark, and you couldn't dream of a better matchup here at the semifinals.
Both of these players have their own magic that they bring to the table. The way that Maru was able to win those late game situations, to draw things out into these miraculous victories, and Dark almost kind of doing the same in his own way, where he can fall behind, but it doesn't seem to matter. He still manages to make these incredible comebacks in these games. How are they going to be able to face off against each other? They have such a close history against each other as well, where both of them have been trading back and forth, basically one series win apart from each other in terms of overall series history, in terms of their offline records against each other. This is an even match.
These are 2 players who, over the course of potentially over a decade, have been battling head-to-head in the GSL, constantly vying for that crown in Korea. It's a story that we have seen played over countless times. These guys, between the 2 of them, double-digit GSL Code S trophies. And of course, I mean, Maru doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that regard, but yeah, still, it is undeniably going to be a spectacular match with Dark in such strong form right here in the semifinals. Ravi, I think he might have a chance to make it all the way to the grand finals, as here we have spawning in the bottom left, one of the greatest Zergs of all time. Let him hear it. It is Dark.
And up here at the top right-hand side of the map, the blue Terran player with the most GSL trophies of anyone in the world. Give it up for Team Vitality's Maru. Both of these players have been duking it out against top-notch players. I know Dark had his road to this stage, defeating Trigger, defeating Cure, defeating Beyond, but this is going to be his toughest opponent yet. And I would actually say similar vibe for Maru as well, despite defeating Hero, defeating some of the other players that he faced off in the winner's stage, such as a Hero Marine or a Shin.
Yeah, Dark over the course of the last couple seasons of GSL and in online tournaments, and also here at DreamHack, it feels like his weakness overall has been his ZVP, and he's made a lot of strides in that regard. He's been able to adapt to the new strategies we're seeing emerge across the Korean scene of this slow defensive Protoss play, but in ZVT, he is still one of the best in the world. There is no question about that at all. He might not seem to be in the strongest form, but it's not because of his ZVT. He is still clever. He's got these insane tactics. He's already mining out the gold minerals here to expand towards that 9 o'clock position, and this guy has so many tricks up his sleeves. You think about Dark, and you think about a player who, mechanically, to be completely honest with you, he doesn't seem that gifted. He will get supply blocked. He will need macro hatcheries at times.
Yeah.
His build orders, they're not the best in the world, but he has such a unique perspective on the game. He is so clever, he is so brainy, he is so strategic, especially in these best of 5 series, these best of 7 series, these series against opponents that he knows so well and who know him so well. Dark always seems to be able to find some angle of attack, some unexpected strategy that he can use to leverage into a win.
Well, Dark has had a lot of time to prepare for Maru over the course of the last 12 or so hours, so he's going to have some idea of what he wants to bring to the table, because this, again, is going to be one of the most important matches for this tournament for him. 2 Reapers going to be coming out of that 2 Rex opening that Maru went for. Already finding little bits of chip damage on those drones, but not finding too much so far.
Yeah, control very good on both sides. Maru just barely keeping this front Reaper alive, and Dark with that drone I thought almost certainly was going to go down, but just barely able to escape. And of course, this 2 Rex Reaper opening, we see it quite often in the Korean scene, and lately 3CZ has been the trending follow-up. Dark is getting the scout on this instantly, and look at the Lynx already prepared with the Queen. They got that Reaper down to basically 1 HP, so a very nice attempted catch there by Dark, and Maru only going for the 3 Reapers, playing this very safe, even getting the Creep Tumor. That is a big win right now, because these early tumors are the ones that pay dividends over the course of the game as you try to spread your creep across a map that can be as hard for Zerg as basically any of the maps in the map pool here on Crimson Court.
Absolutely. I mean, even just 2 Reapers also whittling down that hatchery's hit points to 66%. That will regenerate over time, but as later on you start to see some of those Terran pushes coming on forward, it's going to be annoying. Another Creep Tumor snipe off by Maru. Wow. This man is absolutely killing it with these Reapers.
Yeah, and this early in the game, I mean, that Queen energy is so important. You, of course, need it for injects, but the fact that we have no active Creep Tumors expanding from the natural expansion, the fact that it's so slow at the 3rd base here for Dark means that for Maru, coming down the road, if he decides that he wants to sit on this 3CC and not take a rapid 4th, if he wants to go into potentially 2 factory siege tank with Widow Mines, and go for a push, it could be devastating. And by the way, talking about mechanics, Dark right there, building 7 Overlords at a time.
Yeah,
you love to see it. I mean, it's such a trademark move from Dark, and it's a little bit scary with these Marines moving out, but this is a guy that, again, his skill, it isn't in his mechanical play, it is in how brainy he is. As Maru now trading out these Reapers, actually able to get a couple of drones, more drones getting pulled, go for the surround. Will Maru be able to find that 30? He's trying to click it as they stack up, finally does get that kill. And look at this move out from Maru. So smart, just 4 Marines and a Reaper able to get an Overlord kill. How often do we see this in TVZ?
Maru is finding so much unprecedented damage that you don't normally find with these early game units. The 2 Reapers able to find so much damage with the form of those Creep Tumors, in form of those extra drone kills. Those were drone kills a little bit later into the stage of the game. So, I mean, killing off 3 drones when your opponent's at 50 workers versus when they're at 25 workers, there's a big difference in terms of how much damage that is. But Maru just is finding these little edges in the early stages.
And the really incredible part of this for Maru is that he's finding this damage in terms of killing Creep Tumors, in terms of trading out a couple of Reapers for 3+ drones, moving out with Marines, getting an Overlord, and behind it, he's basically doing the greediest build possible. So the fact that he's getting this damage done, he's about to start 2-2 on his engineering base at nearly the same time Dark is starting 1-1. Oftentimes in ZBT, when we look at the upgrade differential, that kind of tells the tale of when Terran is going to be aggressive on the map. And usually it's only a 20, maybe 30-second window where Terran will have that advantage over Zerg. For Maru, it's almost an entire upgrade advantage, a full upgrade in 1-1. Dark's still so far away from matching him. And oh my goodness, Robert, we got a Spire coming down.
Wow, Spire going to be coming down here for Dark. And this is going to be a tricky situation because he's going to have to deal with the medevac drops. He wants to make sure that Spire doesn't get scouted immediately or anything. So cancel on this hatchery is already a nice pickup there for Maru. He's going to spend a lot of time killing off these Creep Tumors. And no Baneling speed or anything available just yet. So Dark is relying purely on the Queens and a lot of Lings and slow Banelings.
Yeah, and without 1-1 and with just slow Banelings, Maru, if he's able to find the right angle of attack, even getting another tumor as Dark tries to spread it from the main into the 3rd base there. He has a lot of potential to get damage done. These are 1-1 Marines against unupgraded Zerg. If he sprints in right now, he might be able to get another cancel on this hatchery. He's going to go for it. Might even get the kill. He does.
Wow.
And a Queen is going to fall as well. More Queens getting chased down. The Banelings are trying to come in, but Maru with his micro, if he wanted to, could focus them down. That's why Dark is pulling back. Still a couple seconds away from Baneling speed.
This is going to be so frustrating for Dark not being able to get up that 4th base for such a long time now. Finally, 1-1 is about to finish up. We are going to have a short little pause here, but you can see in that production tab, 1-1 centrifugal hooks for those Banelings to get their speed upgrade, the Spire. All of the things are about to get in position there for Dark. moving into the next couple of seconds, but he needs to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, and this is a very critical moment because Dark, although it looks like he's quite on the back foot, and frankly he is in terms of defending this, in terms of getting his hat-trick canceled over and over and over again there at the triangle third. Look at the bank, 1,300 minerals, almost 1,200 gas. As soon as that Spire is done, we're going to see a lot of mutas pop out. In this situation here for Dark, I wouldn't even mind him delaying 2-2 by just a tad. Maybe delay it 30 seconds or so. You already know Maru has this huge upgrade advantage. Spend that resources instead on getting the banelings, getting the mutas you need to stop Maru from building this kind of momentum, because a lot of players, a lot of fans, we think of Maru as this player who is incredible in the late game, almost unbeatable in the late game in TVZ, except for unless you're maybe Serral, right? Yeah. But he's also strong in the mid game. If he gets an opportunity to kill you in the mid game, he will take it. He is not shy in that regard whatsoever. So for Dark right now, once we come back from this pause, these next couple of minutes are so critical in terms of defense, and it feels like he's almost teetering on an edge. The creep control has been spectacular for Maru. The catch cancels, spectacular. The damage already done by the Marines, spectacular. Everything is going his way. Dark needs to get this under control.
Yeah, nothing has been cemented in stone just yet. Dark is still absolutely in an okay position for the moment, but you're absolutely right. Maru is gaining a little bit of that momentum throughout all of these little victories he's been able to accumulate for himself throughout the past few minutes of the game. And it's going to be so important, so critical to see how can Dark micromanage his units to deal with this continued aggression from Maru, as all of his things are getting set up. Dealing with that upgrade deficit as well is going to be so important, because it's not just the 1-1 upgrade as you were talking about, it's just how fast 2-2 and everything else can start up as well.
Yeah, that 2-2 is such an important point, Fear Dragon, because all the damage coming in is just with 1-1. 2-2, I believe, is already more than halfway done, and that is when the real aggression starts. Right now, this is just Maru basically going in with these pokes that Terrans do, where there is very limited risk. You're just trying to find free damage because you've got 20 supply of 2 medevacs full of Marines. If the situation calls for it, if it's too dangerous, you pick up, you get away. You just try to get the damage done that you can. You try to keep the Zerg under control while you can, and then once 2-2 is done, with this greedy build that Maru is going for, then suddenly you have this opportunity to move out with siege tanks, with a full bio ball, with an army that is too large to lift up into medevacs, but has the potential to kill Zerg.
That really is going to be the key time, and the Terran players absolutely love to see. But we'll see how things are going to be able to pan out there, because Dark definitely has to deal with a short period of time of aggression before that as well. Seems like the pause is going on a little bit longer as Dark gets all of the things resolved. But really, I mean, I feel like it's kind of crazy seeing both of these players here, because I feel like a victory in this tournament will actually mean a lot for both of them. For Maru, I know that he recently won that Star Wars event, but being able to win a DreamHack, one of these international tournaments, I feel like in that ESL circuit is going to mean a lot for him, because that's been one of the big missing key components people have about, you know, where he is as a player in terms of all of his achievements. It's just the fact that Maru is one of those players where he's won so many GSLs, but he wants to win one of those GSLs. Wow, that is...
His dinosaurs battling it out here on the stage.
That's incredible,
I love to see it. Oh my goodness. When is this race getting added to StarCraft II, I wonder, Fear Dragon?
I mean, those are some incredible dinosaurs, I'm not gonna lie. Love to see the crowd. By the way, I've been loving all these cheerfuls out there. We've had some incredible ones.
Yeah.
Oh, we found Max
here in Dallas.
on the left-hand side. We found Max
Is that him?
Yeah.
It's like finding where's Waldo, man. It's like, where's Max Pax?
I like also the gentleman who has the upside-down side.
Yeah, there you go, normal man.
Too late, we're gone.
He's just a normal guy, Fear Dragon. You can't expect him to get the sign, right?
Yeah, you know.
Limit your expectations. But really coming into this, going back to what you were saying, Fear Dragon, for Maru, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, the ESL StarCraft II Masters circuit is so prestigious. GSL, of course, the longest running esports tournament in StarCraft II history, in esports history in its own right, a continuous Star League. It has its prestige, but over the past decade or so, of course, it's mostly Koreans. Occasionally we would have players like Huck come out, like Jinro come out. I think even in the early days, Artosis tried his hand at competing in the GSL. We had Rainer come, Sasha come, we had Estrella come. All these foreigners have competed, but it does still feel a lot like just the Korean scene. And so whenever we get into these arguments about who is the greatest player of all time, Serral, with his success on the international stage, of course, has that advantage. But for Maru to ride this momentum to a victory here against Dark and potentially go to the grand finals and win here in DreamHack Dallas would be such a feather in his cap in his StarCraft II career. As guys, we are back in the game. Dark parrying the drop going into the main base, and Maru trying to leverage some more aggression here on the front lines as the Mutalisks are getting ready to pop.
They are indeed 7 on the way there. And remember that 1-1 just finished up for Dark. So right now it is even upgrades for a very short period of time. This is the time where Dark should feel a little bit more comfortable trying to push back a lot of these Marines. Muta's going straight after the medevacs. Wow, finds one of them, but that is the empty medevac. Marines trying to unload, trying to target fire down whatever they can, but a beautiful cleanup there from Dark.
And 10 more Mutalisks in production. You see Maru instantly reacting. He is getting Widowmines, he's getting Thors, he is getting Tunneling Claws. He knows that he is going to need to try and pivot from this position because for all the momentum that he was building earlier on the game, now Dark with this almost surprise Muta transition, a style that we don't see too often in CBT anymore. It's usually much more Ling Ling focused going into Hive. Is about to get a lot of damage done. These Mutas raining hell in the main base of Maru, even getting these add-ons on the brand new barracks coming in will disrupt the Terran production. And Bailings entering the triangle third. Siege Tank luckily there to defend in time. Maru only gonna lose a couple of SCVs. No, it's 13!
Wow, beautiful Bailey connections there. The Siege Tank trying to cover for what it could, but the Mutas even finishing off a few more, going up to 16 workers killed there in an instant. Dark just really turned everything around in this game with the cleanup from the Mutas and the Lings and the Bailings, and then the counterattack with these Mutas continuing to find additional damage.
Yeah, this is the time in the game where these Mutas are going to be getting maximum value, where Maru isn't yet prepared on all these distant expansions in his main base with turrets, and even getting the high-yield Vespene Geyser in the stage of the game where Maru, he's trying to get 3-3 online, he's trying to get vehicle plating, he's trying to get Widowmines and Thors, all these units that are very gas-intensive. And Dark just stealing the momentum away from him in an instant. And I love that decision from our Korean Zerg player. This is why he is one of the best in the world. He is so smart. He is so clever. Another Zerg maybe trying to go up to 80 drones, 90 drones in a situation like that, going into a Hive. Maybe they feel a lot more pressure from that push coming in as a result. Dark instead was sitting in the 60s, banking for these Mutas, waiting for his time to strike. And he's getting so much done, Fear Dragon.
No, he is absolutely the one that wants to be in the driver's seat where he's able to put on some form of pressure. He's not just going to be droning up blindly. Hive Tech is on the way as well now. Finally, 2-2 is finished up there for Dark. So upgrades once again evened up for a short period of time before 3-3 finishes, and Dark is going to go for it. Lings, Bailings swarming on forward. The Bailings going after the mineral line. Marines doing their best to try and hold the line, but the Planetary Fortress gets demolished, and Dark has done the damage he was looking for. He retreats back happily.
7 more SCVs go down. The Planetary Fortress on the high-yield Vespene gas gets taken out, and that's a critical base for Maru. That's the one that you use as Maru as a staging ground to push onto the creep, to anchor your position on the map. And Stark is just playing such an aggressive game. Look at his bank. It's almost non-existent because he's investing everything in taking down the Terran.
Yeah, more Lings and Bailings are being pushed on out. Hive Tech is also getting closer to finishing up. That's going to allow him to get Adrenal Glands, allow him to get a lot of those other Hive Tech units once he finds the resources for it. But Maru is not going to sit idle. He is pushing on to creep. He's killing off some of these creep doomers. He's getting situated to try and do some counter damage of his own. But Dark is going to try charging on forward. Bailings and Lings trying to get the full surround on this army. The Mutas also diving all the way deep in.
Wow.
Going after the Thor and the medevac, but the Thor medevac micro is too good.
That Thor medevac micro was insane. Look at that Thor. It's basically on 1 HP. Maru using that 11 hit points, 17 kills with the splash damage on the Mutalisks, getting so much work done. If that Thor went down, maybe that game, or maybe that fight looks a little bit different in this game. Instead, it's Maru gaining a little bit more momentum here in the middle of the map. Keep in mind, Dark, he's not playing on a high worker count. It is hard for him to replenish these expensive armies. And once again, another fight coming in.
Yeah, we're going to start to see more of these Bailings swarming on forward, but they're actually going into the Marauders, able to take a lot of that damage. Lings swarming in one by one. The Queen's trying to add in extra DPS. Maru is finally going to retreat on back, but he is going for that stutter step micro. He's picking off Banelings. He turns back around and is going to start finding the Queens.
Yeah, as soon as the splash damage falls here for Dark, that's a lot of DPS lost. Even flying in the overs here, trying to drag a Widowmine shot in, but I think Maru might have just broken Dark. And what a comeback after losing the planetary. Maru does not blink. He says, okay, you took down this expansion. I'm hurting back at home, but that was expensive. You lost Mutas, you lost Banelings, you lost a ton of Lings to the splash damage I was setting up. Now is my time to strike before your economy can kick in, before the pain of losing that fourth base kicks in, and Maru in just a clutch moment is able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. What a game one to start this series off here, Dragon.
Truly, I mean, Maru had a great early game where he was finding all little bits and pieces of damage, but after this moment here where Dark was able to swat away the offensive there from Dark, he was able to go on a counter-offensive. It looked like he was getting into such a great spot, finding so many worker kills, the Banelings, finding kills with the Mutas, and even finding that planetary fortress like this. But like you were saying, look at how many Banelings are involved in taking down that planetary fortress, in just trying to push back the Bioforce. Maru was retaining a lot of the army, and this was the critical fight.
Yeah, in this fight, the Banelings and Lings, they just weren't quite able to get the engagement off of creep here. Look at the spread for Maru, and that 4 micro is the stuff of dreams. The Mutas even trying to snipe down the medevac weren't able to do it, and for Dark, the Muta Ball was really the ace up his sleeve this entire game. And once that finally got taken out in the middle of the map, and there was too bruised to come back in for that final engagement, Maru just riding that momentum to a victory. And we have our Korean Terran player, the greatest Terran player of all time, leading 1-0 in this series.
That he is in this best of 5. Needs 2 more victories to advance on to the grand finals, a place that he is no stranger to, even in these international tournaments. He's going to have to continue this kind of streak of momentum that he's been able to build up in that first game. Dark, I think, had a little bit of a, I won't even say shaky early game. It was just not as good as Maru's, but he still was able to find his stride in the middle of the game. I hope that he can find it again this game.
All right, well, let's see if Dark can fight back as he's going up against the best in the world. Here we have, spawning in the top left, give him your energy for Team Talon. It is Dark.
And down here in the bottom right-hand side of the map, the blue Terran player from Team Vitality. Put your hands together for Maru.
Before we came here to cast, I was meeting a lot of the fans out there in the audience, getting ready for this, and so many fans had picked either Maru or Dark is their favorite to advance from the semifinals into the finals to potentially become a champion, even over Serral, even over Oliveira, who's making this spectacular run, and I think for very good reason. These guys have so much momentum behind them. The Maru that we're seeing here at DreamHack Dallas, it looks like a GSL form Maru. He has been playing out of his mind, as we saw in that last game where Dark was throwing these punches Maru didn't quite expect. He was able to roll with them. He was able to bounce back, and he was able to seize the moment at times where, you know, sometimes Maru internationally, you see him in those situations, he might stumble a little bit. Here, just not missing a beat.
No, I think you're 100% on the money with that, where it is the thing that we've been missing, the thing that we've been wanting to see peak form kind of Maru, being able to compete here in that international stage. Now, this game, we are going to see yet again another one of these barracks low ground expands, but it's going to be the single barracks. It's going to be Marines going after that Overlord. It will make its way over to that Peeper Cliff, where it's be able to stay alive for a little bit longer, but not until the barracks lift up and provides that vision.
Yeah, one of the nice bonuses of going for this Beyond-esque opening with a wall and on the low ground expansion is on a map like Golden Ore, where you have that little Peeper Cliff for the Overlord. You're able to snatch it up with the barracks and lose like, what, 15 seconds of production time? It is absolutely worth it there for Maru.
Yeah, I mean, you can even see Dark is still sitting at 2820 supply. The Overlord's still a few seconds away from coming on up. So it is really annoying, but Dark is going to be saving those minerals for that third hatchery regardless. They're going to be firing up drones behind this as well. After that last game state, we did see the big Muta switch that you were talking about is not necessarily as common. Do you want to see something like that again?
Ooh. Ooh, these 4 links pretty ambitious, man.
Yeah.
I don't know about that here on Golden Ore. Oh my goodness, the link's coming in again. Look at how much idle time he's forcing on the factory and the barracks with those 4 links. Not even trading them out. He's getting the scouting information. He is delaying the build-up for Maru. I mean, look at Maru's money. It's a little bit higher than he would like it for it to be at this stage in the game. So
yeah,
really clever move there from Daru, or Daru.
Daru.
The fusion of Dark and Maru. No,
that would be
clever move.
Incredible.
Clever move from Dark. But going back to what you were saying here, Dragon, I'm not sure Golden Ore necessarily lends itself to the same kind of muta play, because although it does seem like a large map with a lot of expansions, the rush distance really not that great from Terran's third to Zerg's third, especially the 4th and the 5th base. They're very hard to defend. Yes, mutas do have that kind of mobility where they can bounce between these expansions, but I think you need something with a little bit more firepower in your army. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Dark play something more aggressive like Roach Ravager, where the Roach Warren are already going down, or should we go into the mid game, something a little bit more Hydra focused to try and snipe those medevacs and gain control?
No, that absolutely makes a ton of sense heading onto Golden Aura. Now we do have a couple of these Cyclones making their way across the map, looking to try and see what damage they can get done, most specifically probably versus a couple of these Queens. Hellion's also going to be joining the fray as well, and a few Roaches are getting fired on up. Overlord number 2 is going to get picked off. His first Overlord was that Marine pickoff from earlier. It's going to be very annoying. Maru is already also getting a Liberator set up, so he's really finding ways to find so much extra damage in the early game.
Another Overlord comes in, and Dark is making 5 Overlords right now, and I can't even make fun of him for it this time because it's just a good move. These Cyclones and Hellions causing a lot of trouble on the front line, and once they get paired up with that Liberator at the main base, Dark might sustain some damage here, Fear Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about the fact that so many Queens have to be at the front line to deal with the...
There's no Spore.
No Spore Caller, no Queens over here, and a very late reaction from Dark is going to end up losing at least 3 drones. Going to lose a lot of the larva potentially as well, but it looks like Liberator re-sieges is going to try and deny additional mining time. This is actually such a big delay to the economy.
Yeah, 4 drones going down, all this mining time lost. The Liberator even going to survive up here in the top left corner. Maru just keeps finding the chip damage wherever he needs it, both in game 1 with those small groups of Lings, the small groups of Reapers, and now here in game number 2 with this Liberator, which will get cleaned up in the natural expansion, but not before it gets a 5th drone.
Yeah, that was a focus fire, by the way, on the drones there. We have a lot of Lings and Roaches making their way forward, though. Dark did not decide to drone up heavily. He's sitting on 35 workers, and this Roach Ravager attack is very committed for Dark. He needs to get big damage done here.
He is basically all in, especially after losing those 5 drones, but look at how well prepared Maru is on the defense. I mean, he's even moving out with the Stim Marines. I don't know if Dark has enough. The Link's now flooding forward, but look at the wallet here for Maru with double bunker, with this siege tank. It's going to try to escape. It's going to try and retreat to the safety of the ramp. Repair coming in. Biles raining down on the bunker. Cannot take it out until the last possible second. I think Maru might have been able to hold this just by the skin of his teeth. He was so well prepared, Robbie.
He really was. I mean, you look at things, he only lost 5 workers throughout the entirety of that fight, even with the supply depot being down, the Lings being let in because Maru tried to do that move out right as the Lings are coming swarming on forward. Maru being able to hold there is absolutely massive. He has a 3rd command center finished up, turning into an orbital command. In the meanwhile, you look at Dark's situation, he doesn't have a lair yet, State. He's still just making Roaches. He's still barely sitting on 56 workers. This is not where Zerg wants to be 7 minutes into the game.
Well, 56 workers is a lot better than where he was at 1 minute ago.
That's true.
But you're absolutely right. He is stuck on Roach Tech, stuck on Hatch Tech because he was so committed to that attack. And so for Dark now coming in, I don't know exactly how he is going to be able to withstand the force of Maru because the mobility isn't there. He doesn't have Roach speed. The Link count has dissipated over the course of these attacks. It's probably a very low amount right now as Dark has been spending most of his larva on drones and on Roaches because that's the most efficient usage of larva on the 3 attributes he's got. And Maru now coming in, might be able to get 1 or 2 Ravagers before he lifts back up, but nice micro there from Dark, is able to save the low HP Ravager.
Queen's able to push back this medevac drop from the front lines. I want to also mention, you take a look at the creep spread on this map, it's not that good because remember, there was the early Cyclone Hellion pressure, but also just when Dark is committing that heavily to the early aggression, you simply don't have a super large Queen count constantly spraying that creep at the front lines. There are a lot of trade-offs that Dark made for that aggression. The Marines are going for a focus fire on a couple of these units, do manage to find a Ravager there.
Yeah, but not a bad trade there for Dark. Just 1 Ravager, again, microing back the low HP one, and he's able to whittle down the Marine ball quite well, which is good for him because at this stage in the game where Maru has these medevacs out, he has his 1-1 upgrades about to finish in. If you can dampen the harassment potential of Terran with these medevacs, it's going to help you so much more at surviving the mid game. Cancel coming in on this 4th hatchery. Maru is going to lift up with just a small number of Marines, but here for Dark, he's stabilizing. This is not as bad as it potentially should have been after that failed aggression.
And Dark's answer to where he's in this game is that he's just going to go straight up to a Hive. A Hive is already on the way, an extremely fast, pretty greedy Hive. Will he be able to get away with it? This is going to be that kind of timing where Maru's going to start getting more and more aggressive out on the map, and there's not a lot of creep spread to work with again.
And Marines and Marauders coming in right now. It's a lot of firepower here with 1-1, but he will retreat because the Roach Ravager count is so high. But again, just going back to what you said, Fear Dragon, the fact that the Hive is coming in, it does get scanned. We're about to have a Hive finish at essentially the same time as Roach speed. I don't know if I've ever seen this in a StarCraft II game. And these are the kind of insane tactics that I love from Dark. It's almost like you're watching somebody playing a 4th race, the way that he approaches Zerg. Infestor's now getting added into the mix. He is one of the best players in the world at also pairing Fungals with Ravager Biles, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to hold off against this army, Robbie. It is huge and a lot of upgrades for Terran about to finish up. Combat shields to start.
The Lings are going to come swarming on for the Roaches and Ravagers. Aren't able to pick off one of the Siege Tanks from the bottom side. Slow Banelings making their way forward. Baneling speed not finished up for another couple of seconds. Isn't going to be enough. The Roach Ravager count is pretty high. Another set of Crucible Biles takes out one of the Siege Tanks. The Fungal grows on top of a lot of the Bioforce, and it seems like Maru is so close to getting pushed back, but he managed to hold on and push on through.
Man, Dark was so close to holding that one. If he had just a couple more seconds, I think there is a potential hold there at the 3rd, but the fact that Maru hit just before Baneling speed was done, just before the Infestors were able to get there to pair the Fungal with the Biles, that was like a 5 to 10 second window where if Maru doesn't strike at that moment, Dark potentially holds on and survives to live another day, but instead, Fear Dragon, Maru with a crisp timing after defending that early aggression is now only 1 map win away.
I mean, you talk about how StarCraft is a game of seconds. It's all the little bits of damage that we saw from Maru, the Liberator harassment slowing down some of the economy, the Overlord sets, all those little things do slow down a Zerg player. And you think if he had just a little bit faster of a Baneling speed, if some of those upgrades have been able to come out a little bit faster because his overall build was just a little bit further along, not having taken that damage, he may have actually been able to hold on there. You can see the impact of all of those seconds adding up, all those little advantages Maru garners for himself, and the crisp timing you were talking about here. Look at how close all these upgrades were to finishing as Dark is forced to engage.
Yeah, 10 seconds on Roach speed, about 12 seconds on Baneling speed, and the Infestors literally just popped out. 15 seconds potentially spells the difference between Dark surviving this push and being able to execute his plans in Hive Tech, or Maru steamrolling him into a 2-0 lead.
Absolutely phenomenal play there from our Terran player, Maru. 2-0 lead. Absolutely love to see it. And Maru now sitting 1 game away from moving on to the grand final state.
He is looking so strong right now, and that fan in the crowd is going to be really happy because Maru might be saving us from a potential ZVZ. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It looks like he is on his way to the grand final unless this guy on screen right now is able to pull off the reverse sweep, and man, does he have his work cut out for him. Guys, give him your energy. It is Dark.
And down here on the bottom left-hand side of the map, the blue Terran player 1 game away from moving on to the grand finals. Put your hands together for Team Vitality's Maru!
He very well might.
He could very well kill 100 drones of Dark, but Dark is going to open up things a little differently this game.
Yeah, it's a pool first opening here for Dark, and even Maru with his building placement's a little bit funky. Look at this barracks, just almost a Mocker-Rax outside of the main base.
That's a throwback name.
It doesn't feel like a throwback to me, that's just how old I am.
You're so old at this point.
Yeah,
but yeah, that kind of like semi-proxied forward barracks, but it's not even necessarily as a part of the wall or anything, as you oftentimes see with those kind of one-racks expansions these days.
Yeah, just try to get that Reaper across the map as quickly as possible. And if Maru goes for a low ground command center, I'm wondering if he's going to be able to hold. So Dark now coming in with this Overlord is going to see this barracks. And this isn't the kind of barracks that you spot here as Dark and you're like, oh, you might potentially be hiding this as a third rack. So you probably have 2 other racks on the main or on the natural that are going to be coming up here in just a second. You see this, and I think for Dark, especially as you see in the first-person view, he's scouting the command center, and as soon as he sees that CC there on the low ground, I believe he's going to be feeling pretty happy because there is a chance, but wait, did he scout it? Yeah, he did scout it.
Yeah.
Sometimes hard to see in these FPVs, but yeah. This is going to be a very important early game in this match.
It most certainly is. We also see in that picture or first-person point of view that there is gas being mined there for Dark as well. He's getting up to about 80 right now. First Reaper making his way across the map, but so are these Lings. And is Maru going to be ready to defend that SCV, building the command center?
Maru's cutting units after the first Reaper. It's only the first Reaper, and he sees this. No cancel just said there isn't even a wall in here in the main base, so the barracks is going to land. SCV's now getting pulled. That Reaper is already halfway back to the main base. SCV's with some really nice micro. Mineral walking into the Lings. Only 1 or 2 of them going down. The Lings low on HP. And the command center, it will survive, but it's been delayed. And I think for Maru, all things considered, this is a really nice hold. It did slow him down a little bit, but this could have been so much worse.
And you have to remember that going for the pool first means that you are also investing into a lot of things. So yes, there's lost mining time there, but going for the pool first means that your hatchery isn't coming up as fast. You're investing in all those Lings that aren't going to be drones as opposed to just 2 or 4 Lings or something to deal with the early Reaper. So at the end of the day, Maru, yeah, you shouldn't feel too bad about that.
6 more Lings in production will be syncing up with speed, and I'm curious how many more Dark is going to make, because I feel like in this position here as Dark, you probably should just go back into droning, but there we go.
10 or Lings.
Yeah, 4 more in queue.
I mean, this is also a very Dark thing to do, I feel like, to just say, you know what, I'm down 0-2. Everything is on the line. Let's go for it anyways. And a Reaper makes it all the way back into the behind the mineral line of the main base.
Yeah, it does get cleaned up though. He did see a full mineral line and only the 1 gas in the main base, so no alarm bell is going to be ringing.
Yeah.
And here comes Dark with not that many Lings, but enough to potentially cause trouble and try and get us around here on these Hellions.
Yeah, is that going to be the main objective with these Lings? Because he did go back into droning after this.
Yeah.
It's basically 13 supply of Lings with, I think, a queen or 2 out.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an odd number, right? I wonder if maybe Dark was expecting Maru to lean a little bit more heavily into the Reapers and into the Hellions, and Dark was thinking, well, maybe I make a couple more Lings than usual. Maybe I'm able to catch a moment where Maru isn't watching the Hellions and I can pick 1 or 2 off, because that can be the kind of play that kills some of Tyran's momentum and allows Zerg to spread their creep much more fruitfully across the map. But instead, just a small decision there by Dark that didn't quite pay off, but these kind of things add up, just like the pool first, not getting quite as much damage as it potentially could have.
No, absolutely. I mean, we saw how those things can add up in the last game as well. Creep Tumor also gets sniped off there by those Hellions. Lings just kind of hanging out in the main base. Kind of strange place for them to be hanging out right now.
Yeah, it is a little bit peculiar because this is kind of early for the first medevac to be coming in, but you know, Dark is something of a mystery in terms of his decision making. His brain is a little too wrinkly for smooth brains like us to understand, to be honest with you.
I wonder if it's because it was like a gamble that he was going to go for, it didn't pay off, and now he doesn't want to show Maru that he's like already made a bunch of Lings and making Maru think that like, no, I still have all that economy and everything, just making him misread the game a little bit more. Because in theory, this shouldn't really be a whole lot he's worried about in the main base right now.
And also, really, it doesn't change the game too much. It's just a couple more Lings than you would otherwise make. You can still see Dark right now sitting on a very healthy drone count. 52 workers to the 42 of Maru, who is now adding in additional barracks, floating that command center over to the bottom left side, and +1 infantry weapons only just now starting. This game, not much of an upgrade advantage here for Maru. In fact, it's going to be Dark starting +1 Carapace pretty much right on time.
Yeah,
with the Terran. And look at this, double queen with his 4. Defense much more on point here. That Liberator is going to go down.
Yeah, that is a big pickoff. A much better defense against the early game harassment there for Dark. And now these Hellions also not able to clean up quite as many creep tumors, or I would say just overall the creep spread has gotten a lot further out than it has, and I would say the previous 2 games.
Yeah, but 4 more barracks in production for Maru. 2 of them just finished up, and no 4th command center yet to speak of. So we might be leaning a little bit more heavily into aggression here on the Terran side of things. It's gonna be 7 racks in 7 racks in total, I think, or no, potentially just the 5.
I think 5 for the moment. Yeah,
I got a little bit tripped up there. We'll have to see if that 4th command center actually does come down, or if it will be something like an 8 racks, because there is potential to make some crazy push happens here on Amphion.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a beautiful map to have that kind of one direct line toward your opponent. Try to go for a nice push out, but we do have Lair finally getting started almost 7 minutes into the game, as 1-1 is going to be finishing up soon as well for both of these players. And with the Bailey Nestles to coming on up, Maru getting his Medivacs out, this is kind of where the game's real aggression should begin.
Look at this. The Viking that cleaned up the Overload earlier is just, his job is to prevent the creep from going over those minerals. That is so funny.
I have one job and I do it well.
I love that move so much.
Yeah, it's a really cute maneuver, but it's very annoying to deal with for Maru.
Yeah, what do you do to stop that one Viking? It's a Viking. It's not going to do anything else. All right, drop coming down here in the top right. We'll be able to cancel this hatchery coming in from Dark, as he has been expanding quite rapidly across the top side of the map. And already, as soon as that layer is done, Infestation Pit going down, Hydralisk Den going down. I think we are going to be seeing some Ling Baneling Hydra and a relatively fast Hive here from the Zerg.
Yeah, Dark loves that fast Hive tech, it feels like a lot of the time. So not too surprised. A lot of Lings going to be making their way across the map.
He's going to get the Hellions. Lings coming in for the surround. Maru was not quite expecting this move, but them transforming into Hellbath right on the mineral line is going to make this at least not that bad a trade here for Maru. And even Baneling's morphing, while Dark getting a little bit ambitious. I'm not going to bite off more than I can chew.
It was a very ambitious kind of Baneling morph. It almost looked like he was gearing up for this big flood into the National. He's like, maybe I don't do that right now. I have my Hive tech coming up ready. I have my Hydra Den and everything finished up. I really can just back off for the moment. Be happy with the Hellion pickoffs.
Yeah, Maru back at home, adding in that additional command center now, going for a second factory while applying pressure here in the center of the map. And the creeps are for Dark, it really hasn't been that great. And even these pushes with just one Hellbat and all these Marines, Maru is getting so much done. I love the way that he is playing this game right now. It seems slow, it seems passive, but what he's doing is he's denying creep spread. He is denying these hatches from getting off in the corners, in the middle of the base, or in the middle of the map. And as a result, Dark, he's having a little bit of trouble dealing with this. And that Hive tech, it is coming in. We haven't seen any Hydras in production just yet to try and deal with the Medivac, so it's just purely Ling Baneling on the ground trying to clean this up. But Maru just is continuously causing problems for the Zerg. And this is the kind of playstyle coming in from Maru that could eventually come to a head once 2-2 is done, once he's able to assemble an army that is really scary to deal with, in a similar way to game number 1, where he just went for that one killing punch.
Yeah, everything that Maru is doing is setting up for the future. He is setting himself up to be in a better economic spot by denying all these hatcheries from Dark. He's finding the creep spreading, really keeping it heavily contained for the eventual push out that's going to be coming forward. Maru's doing a great job. This is going to find even more of these active creep tumors. There's barely any space in front of these hatcheries now that actually is covered by the creep. Baneling's find 1 or 2 connections over there. That's pretty good. But in the picture-in-picture, we do see Maru also finding some drone damage there. 11 drones going down.
Yeah, Maru is just everywhere right now. Even with these low HP Medivacs, he is denying bases. He is moving forward and getting creep tumors he honestly has no right of killing, because his harassment over every corner of this map has just been so effective. And even the Viking getting some assistance here with these drop coming in to pick off more creep tumors. Finally, that Medivac is going to go down in the top right, but look at the creep spread. This is like a Wings of Liberty or Heart of the Swarm creep spread from a Zerg player, where it's like you don't actually know how good it is. Dark obviously knows how good it is. It's just that Maru has done an unfathomably good job of keeping it in check. And once he reaches max supply, the push potential is so strong here. I don't even know if Dark can take another expansion.
No, usually you want to have those hatcheries that you're trying to take covered by some of the creeps so you can get your units there in time to help defend it. A big swarm of Lings and Banelings are finally going to be able to come forward and actually protect that hatchery, which is now sitting at a very low hit points. But Maru is still going to be fine with these trades because on the left-hand side, he found another one of the hatchery kills or cancels. He manages to push back a lot more of these units and take effective trades. Maru is continuing to just find effective trade after effective trade.
That hatch is 13 HP. This medevac is surely going to be able to kill it with these Marines as siege tanks double in production. Vehicle weapons +2 coming in here for Maru. And notably, no 3-3 started just yet. He is instead investing resources on absorbing the impact of Dark, who has taken too much fight on his side of the map, and now is going for this Viper timing. Maru, did he spread himself too thin?
Maru definitely has a lot of units that are not here right now. Blinding Cloud's completely disabling those siege tanks for a lot of this fight. It's not even so much of a fight as much as it is a massacre of the units rallying on forward. Maru finally coming back with some of the medevacs. These Marines and Marauders trying to help defend, and it looks like the play here for Dark is just to spread out units across every one of these bases, fighting 38,
wow.
39, continuing to climb with a worker kill count.
And Maru was maybe a little bit too ambitious with all these drops all over the map. Infantry, armor, and weapons level 3 get started, but then immediately denied. Dark is soon going to have a 3-3 to 2-2 upgrade advantage. And for a game that for so long was going in Maru's favor, he kept the expansions in check. He kept the creep in check. Dark is like, you know what? You can't be everywhere at once and still defend my full army on your front door. And coming in with a Viper timing like that one to defuse the siege tanks was so good. But now, Fear Dragon, he needs to defend the follow-up push because Maru, he's licking his wounds. He's revitalizing his economy back at home, but his army is still massive.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, Maru still has equal army supply to Dark. The upgrade advantage is about to kick in for Dark. It's so close to finishing up 3-3, but Maru still has a window of opportunity to continue to find additional damage, to go for a big push out. He's doing some harassment on the right-hand side, denying one of these bases, but is he actually going for a big push? I see some dots on the left, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, I was thinking he might actually go for it, but instead it seems Maru has decided he is going to be focusing his energy on splitting off groups of medevacs in 4s and 3s on the left side and on the right side to try and keep Dark economically under control. And as it is right now, Dark, he's only sitting at 75 workers, so he doesn't need all of these expansions.
This is a
really
bold
funny, by the
base
way.
for Maru. It's like, I'm going to take the low ground of your main base.
Yeah, but for Maru, I mean, he is able to stop these expansions except for on the top side. But the fact that Dark was able to get so much economic damage done with that last push, and he's recharging again, it's a little bit scary for the Terran player. I think Maru might just instead try to focus on the late game. Is he going to be able to survive to get to that late game, though, Fear Dragon?
Blinding Clouds will once again be thrown down on top of all of these siege tanks that the Lings and Banelings come swarming on in, but there's a lot more here for Maru than last time.
Yep.
Maru is prepared, and he swats back Dark's army.
And now looking at this game, I feel like the window where Maru really has a opportunity to kill Dark in a straight up push, it might be closing, partly because of the upgrade differential, but also because of how much of a beating he's taken back at home. So now for Maru, he might do what he does best. He might try and play the cost efficiency game, but with these Banelings and Lings running in with 3-3 upgrades, this planetary expansion is going to get taken out, and potentially this expansion over here at the third might also take a lot of damage.
Yeah, the worker count's gonna absolutely be stinking and hurting over here for Maru. This is down to just 40 workers, potentially gonna be falling a little bit further if any more of these SCVs get picked off. But love the little burrow placement here as well, because you remember that it's the economy that's hurting for Maru. Continuing to force out all these scans is gonna be so annoying.
I mean, Maru's trying his best to fight back into this one after taking a blow that severed his limbs. It's like Maru is trying to limp his way into the late game to a stage in TVZ that he can play better than absolutely anyone in the world. But I don't know if you can do it with the advantage Dark has right now. Some nice abducts coming in, getting both of those medevacs. And Dark, I think he's recharging for another fight soon.
He absolutely is. And remember that Maru really wants to be able to keep one of these more established bases alive. He replaced that planetary fortress with an orbital command on that left-hand side location. He's going to try and go for a push out on that left-hand side as well. Ghost coming in with the snipes on top of those queens. The Lings come swarming on forward. But just Lings without the Baneling support is going to be a tough fight. Now the Banelings come on in. The Hydralisks, the Vipers. This might be a little bit too much for Maru to deal with.
Yeah, but the fact that our Dark's army was so staggered coming in, first the Lings, then the Banelings and Hydra, means that he wasn't really able, Dark wasn't, I should say, to utilize the full DPS, the full attack power of his army, and as a result, Maru with a very cost-efficient trade over there on the left side. So Dark now, he's going to have to change his game plan a little bit. I love the burrow units coming in once again, just getting 2 more SCVs, forcing out a scan, causing more problems for Maru. But for Dark, I feel like even though you're in this incredibly advantageous position, you almost are on a timer against a player like Maru. You want to try and win these fights now while you can. You don't want Maru to kill this hatchery. You don't want him to entrench himself in the bottom left corner of the map because he is better than anyone in the world at playing the late game efficiency.
The Ling support just isn't there. There's a lot of banelings, there's a lot of Hydras, but not a whole lot to actually help them out. All these Lings are actually on the south side of the map, going for another one of these run-bys to one of the few remaining bases with a lot of these SCVs left over, as Maru has been able to replenish that work count quite a bit, making 4 workers at a time, but just losing a handful more is going to be so annoying. And this also allows Dark the window of opportunity to try and go for a push forward. Finds not a whole lot, doesn't actually even kill off many workers in the mineral line, so not the best trade there for Dark.
I mean, it's such a difficult angle to attack into, and it's why Maru is just focused so much on controlling the left side of the map, because these ramps play so well into Terran's favor with the Planetary Fortress, with the arc of range units you can set up surrounding it. Dark really doesn't have many attack angles except for the bases in the middle of the map, but you have to walk across so much terrain with the main army to actually get there.
It is so annoying and so difficult, but Maru is finally moving his army mostly along the right-hand side. This is going to be Dark's window to shine as he is able to find this opportunity where Maru is nowhere to be seen. Ling's also swarming inside the natural expansion as the left-hand side base is taken out, but Maru is also going to strike back. Who is going to be able to hit the other one harder?
Yeah, we are basically in base trade territory right now with another expansion coming down here for Maru, but I don't feel like Maru is going to be able to scale with the damage that Dark is dishing out. The natural expansion for Maru is falling. The cracklings are going to take down the orbital. All these expansions on the left side are also going down, and yes, these hatcheries, they might fall, but look at Dark. He's getting Lurker Tech out. He's going to try and play the defensive game with his key tech structures in the main base. Maru, can he hold on in the main? If he can stop this push from breaching the main base, he might have a chance.
Yeah, Vipers are getting focus fire down. All of the Vipers end up falling there. Beautiful play there from Maru. While his supply is heavily down, remember that army supply for Maru is still very scary. A lot of Lings, a lot of Banelings going down in these sprays. Does Dark actually have enough? 11 Lurkers morphing in right now, State.
11 Lurkers in production, and let's not forget, there's very little detection on the map right now for Maru because he's lost all these orbital commands.
That's going to be a huge problem. Actually, I'm wondering how many Overseers there are as we see in the picture-in-picture a single Ghost also chipping away at this army there for Dark. But another one of these bases getting knocked out for Dark. Dark is going to need to retreat back home sooner or later, but the Lurkers taking out this Planetary Fortress in a matter of seconds. Lots of Overseers to support them as well. This is going to come down to who can use their army the best.
This is an insane situation. The snipes coming in, the Lurkers is a nice beginning engagement, but that's not going to be enough here for Maru, as Dark is barely able to clutch it out here in the end. And we are getting closer and closer to a comeback. 2-1 now for Dark. Is this the beginning, Fear Dragon?
I mean, Dark able to just leverage chaos so well. He is the king of chaos, it feels like. Maru was in weird positions in that game. There were certainly moments that it felt like Dark had the lead, but Maru was able to start climbing back. He was able to find little bits and pieces of damage, but eventually, I just love the decision-making from Dark multiple times during that game where he said, I don't want to fight your army directly. I'm just going to turn this into a quasi or full-on base trade. And every single time that happened, it felt like Dark was able to find little leads.
And for me, it all comes back to that one timing attack Dark went for in the natural expansion to Maru, because he recognized the situation. Too much damage was being done on the top right. Expansions were getting canceled. And then he breaches this spot with the Vipers. This timing was so clutch. And Maru, even looking at the minimap, he's scattered all across the field. He's scrambling to try and defend. If Dark didn't make this play happen right here in game number 3, we might be looking at a Maru 3-0, but instead this one stole the momentum back for the Zerg, and Dark was able to ride it to a victory. And these are the kind of killer instincts that make a player championship caliber.
Yeah, if you want to go and teach a course and say, here's the slideshow of what it means to say, the best offense or best defense is a good offense, this is it. This is literally just what you show them. You just show them a slideshow of that kind of attack from Dark, and that's it. That's the example. You understand that the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, and the fact that he was later in the game able to catch Maru out of position here in this almost base trade race, he was just able to dish out so much more damage with the Hydras, with the Lings, and then Maru tries, he might, I mean, the supplies don't exactly tell the story because the army supplies are still relatively even, but at the end of the day, Dark just a little bit too strong there in the end, and he is able to bring it back to 2-1.
That he does indeed. It really does feel like Maru in all the small trades and all the little skirmishes, it's like Maru typically ends up winning out and all that stuff. But Dark just finds these big swings that are able to get him a lead or come back into the game and even things up every time.
And Maru actually looking a little bit concerned right there. I feel like game 3, he realized he had it almost in the bag. So many things were going his way from the early game into the mid game, and then in one fell swoop, Dark was able to get so much damage done. And whenever you feel as a pro gamer in the booth, or if you're playing an online cup or any kind of tournament situation, whether you're a pro or a casual, if you feel the momentum start to get stolen away, it is a scary moment. And Maru, of course, he is not shy on the big stage. This guy has won as many championships as anybody else in the world. But still, you have to recognize how dangerous this situation could potentially be. Maru now, going into map number 4, he has to go back to the drawing board. He can't get caught off guard again by Dark.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I would love to see a statistic of how many times if a player starts up 2-0 in a best of 5 or starts up 3-0 in a best of 7, if you have the series tied up and it goes to an ace match, how often the player that has that momentum from those last couple of wins ends up just winning that ace match, because it is so dangerous when you lose the momentum.
Momentum is so real, and this is one of the things that we were even noticing in the GSL, especially in Season 1 and Season 2 so far of this year, is that it feels like in that kind of format, the guy that goes to the winner's match and then loses and goes into the final match, they almost always get knocked out because it's the other guy that is battling to survive. In this Byun-esque moment, like from DreamHack in this weekend, there is so much momentum on his side. How do you stop it? If Dark is able to take another victory here or even just have a strong early game, that momentum can become something so real, and it is so hard to stop in this kind of semifinal match. And I think Dark knows it too. I think that's why he took this moment to collect himself, because yes, it is match point. Yes, Maru is only one map win away from ending your tournament run and booking his ticket to the grand finals. But Dark, you just need a little bit more of an edge, and you might be the one going to that grand final.
That's so true. State, I want to ask you now, Dark, not a player who is afraid to cheese. Is this the time that you busted out? We haven't really seen a ton of it. We saw the early pool in that last game, but we haven't seen a lot of super all-in cheese that Dark sometimes is not afraid to go for.
I'm not sure if we're going to see it here on game number 4, but if anyone in the world is going to do it, I feel like it's going to be Dark. This guy is so unpredictable. He is so aggressive. Let's get ready to get into it, guys. Game number 4 has loaded up. And this guy on screen right now has fought back in game number 3. Can he do the same in game number 4 and steal the momentum away from Maru? Give him your cheers. Let him hear it. It is Dark.
And up here at the top left-hand side of the map, the blue Terran player from Team Vitality. He needs one more win to go straight to the grand final. Send him that energy. He is Maru.
So much riding on this next map, Site Delta. Maru going to be going for the build that Byun pioneered recently, the 2 barracks on the low ground, which has become the standard here in TPZ. And I wonder how aggressive Maru is going to be with it, because so far in this series, it feels like his play hasn't been quite as explosive. It seems like he's mostly focused on the 2-2 timings, the later game or the mid game to go for those killing blows. But with his 2 racks opening, especially on a map like Site Delta, where it's hard for the queens to come down and defend something like the third base from sustaining a lot of damage, we could see Maru play with a little bit more aggression here in game number 4.
No, you're absolutely right. He's been a little bit more conservative with the Reapers. He's still finding impressive amounts of damage versus Dark, but he is very much focused, it seems like, when he did go for the 2 racks opening, on just trying to find bits and pieces of damage, as long as he's also able to keep those Reapers alive to leverage them for additional usage later, additional scouting, or even just continued a little bit of harassment with his army. But for now, we'll have to wait and see as those first 2 Reapers are going to be popping on out and making their way across the map. Dark not going for any kind of early pools or anything this game. He is going to go back to the standard tried and true.
Yeah, 3rd Reaper gets started here from Maru. That's typically the magic number of Reapers here in the early game. I would be surprised if Maru went for a 4th one. I think he is definitely one of these 3 Reaper guys, but let's see what kind of damage can get done as both these guys want to get the best possible start they possibly can. Nice grenade there, actually pulling that drone, but the Lings were so quick, they almost even got the surround right there in the natural. Man, Maru being very ambitious with his opening Reaper, and Dark queuing up 4 more Lings. I think he wants to try and catch one of these if he can.
Well, the high health Reaper is now there, but the Queen is going to make things a lot harder.
4th Reaper, by the way, in production, so Maru is going to try and potentially get some damage done on that 3rd. And Dark, by the way, of all the Zerg players in the world, I think is the sneakiest in terms of hiding drones. Maru knows it. Notice, he is not just checking the triangle 3rd. He's like, Dark, I know you, buddy. I know you have a drone somewhere. If it's not at that ramp, yeah, I guarantee you Maru is going to go down to the mineral line of the base next to it, because Dark, tried and true, he loves to go for that kind of play. And so Maru, with this Reaper opening, able to basically lock Dark onto bases until Zergling speed is done. But gotta be careful. Look at those Queens.
One of the Reapers going down there, that is not what Maru wants to see happen, as these 2 Reapers now going to have a much harder time actually preventing a lot of the Queens from spreading creep, from actually even denying this 3rd base location, as the hatchery is going to be able to come down safely a little bit sooner than Dark otherwise maybe would have been denied it.
Yeah, I mean, Dark would have loved to throw down that hatchery earlier, so that, I mean, even if it sustains some damage from the Reapers, it's going to come online. It's not going to throw your build to the wind and cause chaos. And as it is instead, Maru going back to kind of the same flavor of build he did in game number 1. He's levying some pressure this time with the Reapers. He's able to get a really fast 3rd base. Look at that production tab right now. His 3rd command center is done when Dark's 3rd hatchery is only halfway complete. And behind it, he has already started 1-1. And Dark now with this scout is going to know Maru is playing this really greedy build, and I don't know if he's going to be able to scout the double engineering bay in the main base with the Overlord. It's looking like it's pretty close. If he's able to spot this, he isn't.
Wow.
He's not going to know exactly how committed Maru is going to be, but because of natural expansion, it is quite small here on site Delta. He might just kind of assume, not seeing more infrastructure in the main base, that Maru is doing this greedy opening.
Yeah, and Maru's definitely been showing that he's not afraid to play some of these greedier openings and stuff throughout this best of 5 series. So it's going to be on Dark's mind. Dark going to continue to run around with these Lings, but it looks like Maru, he's been able to deny a little bit of the creep strat, I think, but it does seem like Dark is finally getting a chance to spread out a bit further into the center of the map. And this has been also another reoccurring thing throughout the series, is Maru's been able to keep that creep spread so under control in this best of 5.
I feel like that's just been a theme here for Maru recently in 2024, is that his map presence, it's not as if he's on the map more than he is typically, but he's somehow finding ways to get more done with the units that he's got.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. You can see Dark really respecting it. How many Queens is that on the front line trying to secure the creep spread? Maru's going to come in with these 4 Hellions and 2 Reapers and be like, wait, bro, you got 6 Queens protecting those 2 Tumors? But this is kind of what you have to do here as Dark on site Delta, because this is one of the hardest maps in the pool, if not the hardest, to get your creep spread going on all of the potential attack pathways.
Yeah. Those Queens really are just saying, like, you are legally not allowed to kill my creep tumors. You're in fact not allowed
banned.
to. It is banned. It is outlawed in at least 37 countries. But for now, it does seem like that creep spread is getting going, at least a little bit. Getting down from the low or the high ground over at that 3rd base is going to be a bit more of a task and a bit more annoying, especially now that the Medivacs are out and those Marines are going to be joining the fray with 1-1 complete.
Yeah, this 1-1 timing could be pretty dangerous here for Dark. He actually doesn't have that much on the ground, and Hellbats have more. Bear Dragon, I don't know if Dark is ready to absorb the impact of this attack. He only has 20 Lings. More in production surely in this moment, but this base might potentially go down. Look at the arc that Maru is getting. Instead, he's actually going to pivot over into the queens. He knows he has a killer instinct. He takes down one queen, another high energy queen falls. They're getting chased down. The link production is not there yet. This is so much momentum. Can Dark get this under control?
And the Hellbats continuing to just buffer that front line, making it so difficult for any of these lings to make their way to the front. The Banelings pretty much all getting canceled. Another queen ends up falling there, and GG gets called. Maru is going to the grand finals.
And Dark, you could see him shaking his head. He thought his scouting was on point. He thought Maru was going to be playing about as greedy as he possibly could. But instead of a 2-2 timing, Maru coming out with 1-1. And in one attack, Dark, unprepared, gets taken out. And the greatest Terran of all time is going to the grand finals here at DreamHack Dallas.
We had a lot in that series. We had the macro games, we had the mind games with how the different kind of build order openings happened. We had a little bit of aggression from both of these players, and we finally in that last game just had Maru going for the kill move, seizing that one little moment and opportunity and saying, Dark, you were not ready for me. I deserve this grand finals ticket.
All right, let's go to the interview with our winner, Maru, who just booked his ticket to the grand final.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're live here on the stage with Maru going to the grand finals here in Dallas. Let's give a big round of applause. Congratulations, Maru. Let's just hear your thoughts coming off of a huge win in that last map. 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리고요. 이제 결승 진출을 하시는데 지금 소감이 어떠신가요?
결승 갈 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 미국 드림백에서 또 결승 가고 저가 해외대에 약하다는 이미지가 있는데 이렇게 결승 오게 돼서 더 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't quite expect to make it to the grand finals, but most importantly, there seems to be this image of me that I just don't do well at international, so I'm very glad that I'm able to make it to the grand finals this weekend. Let's talk about that a little bit. I'm glad Maru brought it up because, like he said, the record says that when he comes overseas, it's not as strong as he is back in Korea. How is he feeling this time? 그럼 지금 말씀해주신 것처럼 사실 해외 대회에서는 뭔가 한국에서만큼 강한 모습이 아니다 이런 평이 많은데 지금 본인이 생각하실 때는 경기력이 어느 정도신가요?
솔직히 좋다고는 생각 안 해가지고 한 70%인 것 같습니다.
I can't honestly say that it's good, but I would give myself maybe like a 7 out of 10. Well, crowd, do you want to see a 10 out of 10 from Maru in the grand finals? All right, we'll have to wait and see as Maru gets ready for the grand finals later tonight. Back to the desk.
That's right, Maru does Maru things. Another final under his belt. How will it go later on? We will find out. But one thing's for sure, in this series, he looks fantastic. Even in the game that Dark won, he still continues to hold on. Dark has to put in a lot of effort to dislodge Maru, even the one he lost.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just Maru in a nutshell. It's never going to be easy. No one just kind of rolls over Maru, right? Like, that's, you know, kind of the nature. If you're going to beat him, it's going to take a lot of work. Maru looked very good in these games, though. He had some good timings. He had some really impeccable micro as well. Just a really solid series. Really hoping that's something he brings to the finals later on, because if he plays like that, we're going to be in for a scorcher.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so. CG, your thoughts on this series?
Yeah, Maru was just the better player today, that's for certain. Dark made a lot of, I'm not going to say uncharacteristic mistakes, because they really aren't, but they're mistakes that because Maru was playing so well that they really shown as mistakes. So, you know, some engagements where the Lings were way so far forward or the Banelings weren't there and, you know, didn't wait for a couple of upgrades, things like that. So, yeah, Dark was just a little off and Maru was really on. So when Dark has those little off moments, it can sometimes still clobber a less good player. So that's why I always say punch him in the face. Maru is a very difficult person to do that to when he's playing as fine as he did today.
Right, for sure, for sure. And now it sets up actually a great scenario, because regardless of who we get in the finals against Maru, it's either Serral, who we're always kind of anticipating a Serral versus Maru finals every single time. A lot of the times it doesn't quite go the way we want it to, but hey, that's the way it's going to go down. Or we get a rematch of our grand finals from the last World Championship.
What a dream, right? Like, you can't go wrong. You either get the rematch of the last two Katowices, you know, one way or the other. Obviously, if you go up against Oliveira, that's a big story. Maru versus Serral is always a big story. It's something that everybody wants to see more of. is an absolute treat of a situation because whatever happens in this next series, you just can't go wrong.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic here for Dallas. We have got ZG as well. Want to take a look at a few of those moments.
Yeah, we got some highlights from the first 3 games. The fourth kind of was a basic game, and then Dark died. So we got game number 1, which was, this is the deciding moment, really, which was the big battle of Ling Bang Muta versus the appropriate anti-Muta army. But you can actually kind of see, like, deep on a creep for Maru, right? This actually looks kind of dangerous for him. And Dark is going to take an okay-looking battle for the first, let's say, 25%, but it becomes very clear after that he just doesn't actually have enough. There's good micro shown. You see those Marauders on the front line here, and then you get those Marines being pulled back, and then you do have the Mutas trying their best to actually take out these tanks, but you see so many of those Banelings that were around. Where are they now? That's the big question, right? So the Banelings, they try and crash in, but off of creep slightly with a really nice arc. Really good pullback. Good save on the Thor, too, because then you can see all these Mutas right there. They're severely injured. They're basically useless at this point. And honestly, if there's like 20 healthy Mutas, they can actually do something in these very, very small battles. Unfortunately, they were injured, they were lessened, and that is game number 1's decisive battle. Let me erase that. There we go. Then we had game number 2. This was a game that Dark had already kind of lost. There we go. So here we go. So this is the attack that he did, and there was a really important moment that was missed, right? So what you do with this all in here, obviously you'd like it not to be scouted, first of all. So the fact that bunkers are already around is a bad sign, but you can still kind of make things work. And so that's what Dark was obviously planning on doing. He kind of gets him to chase out. Maru feels confident chasing after the Ravagers. Those are the big ticket items you want to kill, but Lings are down here in the mini-map right now.
I can see it.
Yeah, thank you. Just tiny right there. And they're waiting for this exact moment. And what happens is very unfortunate. The Lings, they get stuck up on these Ravagers. Yeah. So there is a half a second chance to get a surround on that army. With the surround, Corrosive Biles hit the center of the army. Bye-bye bio. Medivacs actually might have lived if that had happened. Funnily enough, they were the only ones that got killed. And then, you just have too much in the bunkers. And generally, this was a 3cc build. So Dark really had to do a lot more damage. But he is a master of comebacks. So I never count him out after a game like that. But then this was the most unfortunate timing and a bit of a YOLO move from the Terran, which seems to be getting more popular. I don't know. Rainer was with us and was like, this is what Oliveira did to me. He just ran into me.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, and it's very annoying, but they're more than welcome to. Even though it's on creep and this looks really dangerous for the bio, there aren't any Banelings. And so Maru sees this, maybe most of the army with a scan. He's never quite sure, but we know that the Banelings are forming elsewhere. So Maru really pushes the issue. This could have been extremely dangerous if 2 things were done. Centrifugal Hooks was on the way, and then we had Infestors on the way as well. And if both of those things actually had come out at the appropriate time, this particular bust might have been okay. So you see, maybe you could fungal this army. The Banelings actually have Baneling speed. They actually crash in. That would have been okay. Then you can take out the tank with the Ravager after that. But you can see the Banelings were slow. They were easily taken out. And then these Infestors come in very late to the party. Very slowpoke meme right there. And they get a really good fungal, actually. Exactly what would have happened if they were ready from the get-go. And if Banelings were done, that army would have been mostly killed. It was Marauders. So it was a healthy army nonetheless. And the last clip we do have here is just from the game that Dark won. The big old Ling Baneling attack into the natural. This really did set the win for him, but yes, Maru almost brought it back multiple times. But 2 big things that happen in this attack, besides all the chaos that this type of attack does cause, you got to rush home with your army, you got to collect all the army that's reinforcing, you're trying to F2 when you're not supposed to. The other thing that happened was that all the tanks died. That is the slowest building unit that you want to have a good number of. And then at the very end, I believe the engineering base died as well.
Lost 3-3, yeah.
There we go. And 3-3 died as well. So what Zerka really has to be scared of here is even if they kill all the tanks, but that 3-3 finishes somehow, the bio army can still kind of race across the map and start really doing a lot.
Yeah.
So, we're watching this and we're like, this is a good move from Dark, but again, Rainer was with us and was like, no, like Dark's not won yet. Like this can come back. And Maru almost did, but those are the really big items that you wanted to get with an attack like this, as well as all the disruption to what Maru was trying to do out on the map. There are some other interesting things about this game and this map in particular, but don't want to stay too long on here. We got more games to go, so that's all I wanted to show. And yeah, Maru with the 3-1 victory, looking very strong.
One thing that I like that is gaining more traction is that you were mentioning the Oliveira style, and Reino saying that, oh yeah, this is the thing that catches me off guard, is the pierce through into the creep, right? Compared to just the sit on creep slowly, wardy, and try and kind of keep it slow going. Because it kind of keeps the Zergs honest, and also keeps them in a position where it's a bit uncertain. How quick is this attack going to become? How much am I going to have to defend it? It's kind of scary.
It's really cool to be able to just manipulate the speed at which you're playing, right?
Yep.
So sometimes you make that dive onto creep, and you've got to make it correct. You can't just YOLO onto creep every time and think it's going to be okay.
Yes.
So it's kind of that guessing game, and if a lot of the time you play more slowly, but then suddenly you go pushing forwards, it can be a surprise factor. Sometimes it's just identifying what's there as well. You see, oh, you know, no Bane speed. I see no Infestors. I see no reason why I can't go onto creep.
For sure.
Then sometimes it's just good to take advantage of that. It's good to not be overly safe a lot of the time. So very cool to see the Terrans, yeah, picking up on that. It's definitely becoming a danger for these Zergs lately.
Definitely a danger. Definitely a danger. Of course, here is Maru just spending a moment with the crowd as he has just found himself in the grand finals. We can also take a look at the bracket now and confirm exactly what is going on so far, as well as who may be facing Maru in another grand final. Maru's already found himself a spot there. He's punched his ticket. Now, will it be a rematch of course, our previous World Championship in Oliveira versus Maru, or will it be a rematch of our previous Katowice in Maru versus Serral? If you had to pick one, ZG, I know it's a difficult task, which one would you go for?
I actually really want the TVT.
I want the TVT too, kind of.
I really do. Oliveira is a very easy person to cheer for. Obviously, the crowd's been behind him as well, but it, again, is also, like I said, like he would have now officially defeated every major opponent of every race if he takes down Serral, because Serral's the only guy missing from his run in Katowice.
Yeah. Despite it being an amazing run, of course, you know, Serral was not there to be present for it. All right, we are going to go to a break. When we return, we have another TVZ on the way, and it's a fantastic one. Oliveira versus Serral. Do not go anywhere.
Hey, I'm Clem, and I'm going to play a friendly game of Connect 4 with Maru. Let's start. You start? Yeah. Okay, we're good. I copy. Maybe this. GG. 4?
어 뭐야? 보소.
1-0. Play again. Rematch. Okay. Okay. Wow. Oh, oh. 1-1.
Oh.
Best of 3. Last game go.
Okay.
Gosu.
Lucky.
I start.
Yeah.
뭐야? GG 9개.
오케이.
If you've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel, if you've been paving your own way, are you trying to be the one who holds the gavel? If you've been sleeping your own bed, trying to get up.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
All right, one more exciting match to determine who is going to be in the grand finals, and who better to talk about it than good old Reina alongside us. I've got Pig as well as we get into Oliveira going up against Serral. Hello, Reina. How are you feeling? How's it going?
Hello. Not bad. Little bit sad that I'm here with you guys again. That usually means I'm knocked out, but there's some upsides for sure.
Yeah, for sure. For example, having you here to talk about this one. Pig, of course, I'm going to start with you here. When it comes to Oliveira versus Serral, I feel like we, as the fans, don't lose anyway, because one of these going on to face off against Maru is a fantastic rematch fixture for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends which Katowice do you want to rematch, right?
Yeah.
Both of those are fantastic matches, and I think it's just a cool match. I feel like Oliveira and Serral were one of the dream teams of the 2v2 tournaments we saw a while back. They're practice buddies, they play games together, but now they're enemies. Now they're going to have to fight against each other, and definitely you've got Serral coming in as just that big, scary force to be reckoned with. I mean, has he even dropped a map so far in this tournament?
No, he has not.
Not yet.
Terrifying stuff. Feels reminiscent of the previous Katowice, despite his attention being slightly divided with now being in the military. So here he is, the Finnish phenom, and he looks scary. One thing that's important to note, though, Reina, coming in, is the fact that these two do practice with one another. And of course, you've just come off the back of playing against Oliveira. What is it like going up against a guy that seems to be, once again, in form?
I don't know what's going on with him, but it seems like I'm the guy that makes him put on the turbo, you know. Yesterday he felt like he was playing with like 600 APM, and I practiced with him a fair bit.
Yeah.
And he's usually not like this. So yesterday I was like, if he plays like this today again, good chance he wins, honestly.
I mean, comparing him to like other Terrans and things like that, it feels like he's so willing to just step straight onto creep, not a care in the world, and hit you hard. Dealing with those kinds of things, do you think that can be successful against her? What are your thoughts regarding that?
It's either going to go two ways. It's either Yona is going to shut him down like really hard.
Yeah.
Yona is not the kind of guy that loses to that kind of stuff. But it could work for sure, because you don't play against this stuff very often. Like yesterday against me, he scanned, so I had no bailings, and he just completely aimed with me on creep. And I was like, what is going on? Am I just losing like this? And I did lose like that. So yeah, I mean, it can work for sure. Yeah.
Your thoughts coming in, Pig?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be really interesting because he also showed good range, right, Rainer? Like, his ability to turtle really hard in game one on Oceanborn against you.
Yeah.
That, for me, showed, like, okay, he can just play the late game. Tanks everywhere, Widowmine spread, defending 27 Nidus Worms from you. I thought he was going to crumble under your Nidus pressure in that game. I thought that was like a really impressive thing. But then he got so aggressive right away in game two, even though you turned that around. So it feels like, you know, is there one of those extremes you want to see him do? Or do you want to just see him play totally on the good turtle maps, aggressive maybe on some of the better aggressive maps?
It's very map dependent, I would say, yeah. Like on a map like Oceanborn, I would like him to play like he did yesterday against me. I don't think he should go for an Aatrax or something like that, because Serral is very good at shutting that stuff down. I would be surprised if Serral doesn't play roaches every game, honestly.
Yeah, just to be safe.
I think he's just going to play roaches almost every game. I would be surprised if he doesn't, yeah.
That's kind of been an interesting pattern with Serral over the last few years, is if he does get in trouble, like Clem's like a bit too fast beating his Ling Bane, he always goes back to the roaches, right?
He's roach. He loves them roaches, man, like no one else.
All right, well, I did it to the previous desk. I'm going to do it to this desk as well. Predictions time. I'm going to start with you, Pig.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's this aura around Oliveira, but I don't know why. I think I'm just a shameless fanboy. I think the push-ups in the military service is helping Serral. I feel
He's so strong now.
I think the games are going to be very competitive, but I feel like Serral will take it out pretty dominantly.
Okay, fair. Reina?
You know, I absolutely hate it when Serral plays someone that defeated me, because it's like a reminder of how much better he is than me. So I think Serral will take it 3-1. And yeah, I'm excited to be reminded yet again how good he is.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good at the video game. I feel like I have to go with it as well. As much as I would love to see Oliveira in the final against Maru, that would be fantastic. But anyway, I'm getting word that we are very much ready to go. Thank you, Reina, for joining us here to break down this one. It is time to get into our next semi-final. Find out who goes up against Maru in the grand final.
The piles, even getting a triple overlord snipe. Serral commits hard to the two-base push on the small map, and he does it in style.
I think Oliveira might have done it.
Here we go. Big Blinding Cloud does land, but there's no units doing damage for the Zerg. And the good game well played comes out. Oliveira.
One spot left in the grand finals this weekend here in Dallas. Now, the desk talked about it. Sure, they're practice partners. Oliveira's looking great, but the fact of the matter is in official records, we have yet to see this go the other way. So, can Oliveira bring back the fairy tale here to Dallas, or is Serral going to remind us of reality here in StarCraft II? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second semifinal. It is Serral versus Oliveira.
The last two champions of Katowice, one of the most prestigious StarCraft II tournaments out there, now face each other here in Dallas in the semi-finals, looking for a chance to play against the guy that they both beat in that final in Katowice. I'm Wardy, joined by Roddy, and we are in for an action-packed CBT.
It's almost like those three are very good and they tend to go very far in tournaments. I love it, man. I'm incredibly excited for the second semi here. Serral, of course, a bit of a mystery coming into this tournament. Some people even thought he was just going to be okay and he wasn't going to be great. All the pro gamers said, like, nah, Jona's still going to be great. He is without a doubt the top 4 favorite coming into this tournament. And here we are. But the funny thing is, I still feel like he hasn't even really been tested yet, Wardy. The man has played 3 series so far. He went 2-0 against Nice. I don't think that really surprised anybody. The 2-0 against Hero was very impressive. But then we are looking at Hero and it's like, why do you play so different against Serral than you play against every other player out there? And we ask Hero and he's like, oh, I don't know, I'm stupid. I was like, it's okay, Hero. And obviously yesterday we saw Shin try to do his thing against Serral, but Serral had a soul read on it and he was ready for all of it. But we're in the semi-finals and I feel like I haven't even seen him stress yet.
Which is just Serral things though, right? I mean, we've seen Serral do it before, just cruising on through. Sometimes no obstacle gets in his way. We'll see if Oliveira can be that obstacle today, as he has played a great series against Reno yesterday. You know, I think on any given day I'd say, you know what, Serral, Oliveira, I absolutely give it to Serral. Oliveira coming off yesterday's performance, kind of feeling it a little bit.
I almost feel I would have been feeling it more for Oliveira if we would have played this semi-final yesterday. Like 30 minutes after what he did against Reno, because Reno did not play bad. It's just Oliveira had that Oliveira Katowice magic again, and he truly is a magical. I'm incredibly excited for it, especially because our first map, Wardy, is Ghost River. We have loaded into it for our second semi-finals of the day. In the top left side, you're looking at the main base of the ESL Masters Katowice 2024 champion and the man who's gone 7-0 so far in maps. Give it up for Serral.
In the top right-hand side, our blue Terran player, who is our reigning world champion of StarCraft II. Dallas, let's make some noise for Oliveira!
When you introduce him as the reigning world champ, Wardy, I still get some goosebumps because that is just such an unforgettable day. And this tournament is just fantastic because Oliveira is A, such a great dude. He's so sweet, and B, he's so passionate. But we know that he really has been trying ever since IEM Katowice. He's had a couple of very heartfelt speeches as well, right? Think back of Poland, think back of Stars War recently as well, where he's like, I'm really trying, guys. Like, I'm doing my absolute best. Game as 8 last year, he really came in with the intentions of, hey, I might not be able to win it, but I want to go far. Didn't really go all that far, right? Won 1 series, lost 3, and that was the end of him. It is awesome to see him finally kind of put the pieces back together, taking out a couple of Protoss players. Those have really been hunting him lately. So that was awesome on the first day. And yesterday he's showing us that when the TVZ is on, I mean, he truly is on.
He really is. There is no stopping him once he starts playing his game. It'll be interesting to see what Serral does about that. See if he does anything out of the ordinary to try and slow him down, cause some hiccups in the early game, or if Serral is just ready to feel the full force of Oliveira in the later stages.
I like what Reina said, and I am expecting that as well. Like, yes, the Muda Link Bane stuff, or a lot of Links and Banes, maybe into some Ultras later on. Of course, it can still work, but then you're also maybe playing a little bit into the strength of your opponent. On top of that, I don't think that is going to be Serral's game plan. Raynor is expecting roaches every game, maybe like 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, depending how many maps we get to see. But yeah, I do think we are going to see stylistically here, Serral is going to be Serral. The helmet Zerg, as Lambo likes to call him. He's going to scout, he's going to react, he's going to make sure he's got enough units, and he's okay with the late game. You can have all the bases, all the sensor towers, all the ghosts. Yona doesn't really stress over those things. The longer it goes, the more likely it is, I think, in his mind, that things are going to go fine because he's Serral, and that's what he does in the late game. And obviously, Oliveira is going to try to find some of these devastating timings.
That first repick comes across as we begin the scout and we begin the dancing. We just look to see what's going on. 3 hatcheries, link speed on the way up. So far, there is no abnormalities to this game plan. Even just Hellions on the way up from Oliveira as well. So he just gets himself set to take map control here on Ghost River, which is the first time it's been played in this tournament in TVZ. It shows you that this is not usually the map you expect.
No, I was a little bit surprised to see that this is the map that we're starting on. Maybe it's just one of these, like, all right, Serral doesn't really mind it, but he probably doesn't love it either, so he would have maybe rather played it a little bit later or not at all even. If Oliveira just went for it immediately, which I assume is the case, I kind of like that, because you're also forcing him to play right now a map that got introduced a couple months ago, and of course Serral's good, and of course he's still been playing, but this is still not the same for Serral as Alcyone that he's been playing on for over a year at this point. Oceanborn, where you can literally dream every single ZVT scenario. A couple of the other Zergs have told me that this is actually their first or second veto because this map is actually unplayable. Serral is going to try to prove them wrong, as Reina just mentioned as well. That's kind of what he does to everyone.
It really is. He can take such a different approach to the game than a lot of other players, and that sometimes allows him. To be fair, his veto was Dynasty, which is also a very tough map for Zerg and ZVT, and this was the pick Oliveira had before second veto came in. So you have to pick one of the poisons here, and again, Serral chooses Ghost River as the Reaper and Hellions looking around. The Overlord just comes to double check on what's up, seems happy with the information. Two Marines will try and chase it down to this corner. Overlord's going to try and play getaway.
Feels very unlikely that Serral is going to find any sort of aggression right on this map. This is one of the best defensive maps ever for Terran. You can have a tank in your main base that can help you defend your natural and your third base at the same time. So you're basically forced to play at least some sort of late game. Well, I guess Serral is not afraid of it. I'm incredibly curious to see where he's going to go in the mid game. As we have a little Ling run by, it may not be many Zerglings, but hey, if there's barely anything shooting at those Lings, they're going to find some damage. And it's -4 Marines. Fantastic start here.
Yeah, huge scout on the top. That's an armory right there. So now he knows he wanted to come across the map with Stim and Hellbat. So now Serral knows to be maybe a little bit more cautious than he would have had to be otherwise. So now Serral has that information. Problem is he went Evo Chambers first, and he's still going to invest into that. Now his spine starts up.
Yeah, double Evo even for Serral. How cool is this? Like +1 melee, +1 carapace, all the queens, all the Lings. Wouldn't hate maybe a couple Banelings as well, right? There comes the Baneling nest immediately for Serral. Yeah, great scout. I don't think it would have been mega surprising if this happened, because we've seen this build being used quite a few times throughout this tournament, and I want to say with great success every single time. It seems like the Zerg is just not quite ready, but most of those Zergs ain't Serral.
That's very true. The Hellions actually split apart here. Oliveira realizes the scout, and so he says, I'm going to play this differently than I would usually. Try and split up a little bit instead of just going for one big frontal push, because I expect you to be ready. Honestly, I feel like if he went for one frontal push, he might still have some success as the Hellions drop in here, morphing a Hellbat. Things alone, going to struggle. And it's going to be a little bit troublesome as only one Queen's here.
Yep, absolutely fantastic spot to unload those Hellions, morphing them into Hellbats. Only a couple of Zerglings at a time. The Hellbats getting on top of the drones in our picture-in-picture in the bottom right side. One of the Queens is taking a lot of damage. I mean, Oliveira is finding some work here. As long as you don't lose the medevac, you got to be okay with this. He actually gets a few of these Hellbats out as well. So he gets a lot of lost mining time, gets a Queen, -3 drones, saves the medevac, saves 2 out of 4 Hellbats. I think that Oliveira is going to be okay with that, but that Ling run by earlier was still a bit annoying because he lost some of the Marines. Imagine if you can do this with 3 or 4 extra Marines. I mean, that DPS skills so nicely for a Terran.
The Ling's going to run in here. The Marine's going to pull back. The Ling's continue to run in. We got the rest of these Lings pulling up to the top, and that medevac is going to unload a couple of those Hellbats and chase those Lings down.
7 minutes into Ghost River though, Wadi. I feel like for the first time we're looking at a game that Serral's playing this tournament. I was like, I don't feel like he's in total control. I don't really see like, wow, there is no way this ever goes wrong. No, I think there's a lot of things that could go wrong. The work account, 61 against 61. It's obviously fun to compare some of the European Zergs that always believe in the very high drone counts. And then you look at a man like Dark, and you feel like he's all in for 50 minutes straight, but he really isn't because he's just Dark. And he has a great understanding of these like scrappy low eco scenarios. But I'm not used to Serral being down in workers in this phase in the game, as he's clearly trying to find damage, but it's so hard on Ghost River.
It's extremely difficult as we have the few Queens coming over, chasing down that little medevac there. But yeah, he's playing low eco. He is just trying to get the extra drones up now. I mean, I am scared of what the plan is, right? Because if you're just stuck on Ling Bane for a long time, and the Terran just sits there, maxes out, takes more and more bases, what's the long-term game plan for the Zerg in that scenario?
I believe the Infestation Pit is done. I do like Burrow, by the way. You know that I'm a big fan of Burrow. No, there's no Infestation Pit yet. I kind of thought I saw one. Serral's just going to try to go up to 5 bases. Maybe he's hoping that Oliveira falls into one of the Oliveira traps sometimes, where he gets a bit hyper-aggressive on moments where he doesn't have to. But I feel like Oliveira is having a perfect read on this game, and he's playing it well. Of course, needs to make sure that he keeps creep at bay and that he pushes it back a little bit. But as long as Oliveira doesn't grab all of his units and move out, it seems very unlikely that Serral is going to be able to find great economic damage. And if he can slow Oliveira down one way or the other, it's destroyed. We're going to go for the hidden base in the bottom right side. Oh my, oh my. What is Serral cooking over here? I mean, it's cute enough, but I don't really see that coming into play.
No, it's one of those. The reason why you might try and do it is this map generally is going to end up being your side of the map versus the other side. And if you don't have a base to mine from as a Zerg on your opponent's side, that's very tough for you. So he's going to try and get away with it and now play drop lords, keep attention to the top. Okay, Serral.
I love it. 4 Dropper Lords. So maybe we're going to drop a whole bunch of Zerglings in the natural, maybe a couple in the natural, couple in the main base. I mean, that would obviously be cool. But it feels that Oliveira has enough army supply at this point to deal with this stuff. And even if Oliveira doesn't see this coming, and he's going to lose a couple STVs, make it 10, 15, none of that is going to be the end of the world. Here we go. 32 Zerglings making their way over to the other side of the map.
Yeah, getting those up around the top side. Meanwhile, Serral is skirmishing in the center. Oliveira so far paying good attention, but starting to push, and obviously it's a short rush distance to the other side here. So when you get there, it's going to hit quickly. Now Serral is all over the place, dropping to the top, running back to the right side, but doesn't find anything bottom and still fighting in the middle.
This is where I think Oliveira needs to slow the game down a tiny bit for himself. These trades have been fine, but he needs to have an answer for all these lings that are going to be dropped in the natural main base. Widow Mines targeting the Dropper Lords. That's a lot of friendly fires, the -8 SCVs immediately, but all of that is acceptable as long as he doesn't lose all these tanks. But there isn't really a whole lot to buffer anymore for these tanks, Wardy.
These lings just getting in from the other side, getting on top, and that is huge now. Lings still in the bases, finding damage. We burrow there. That may have been a bit of a mistake, but we're getting so many more SCVs. 23 have died, and Serral even has units getting out. He's still in that picture-in-picture doing damage.
Yep, Serral obviously finds what he is looking for, but he's still a lair tech Zerg. This is important to keep in mind. This is a great spot for Yona to be in, because now he did slow Oliveira down. He was able to pick off a bunch of these tanks that normally would have been so hard, as he immediately fires off more Dropper Lords. Now the infestation pit gets dropped, and 32 Banelings, but the queens are off creep, so Oliveira is going to find a couple of these queens. I think it would really help Oliveira right now to put on this again in the main to see what the tech of Serral is looking like, because this may have felt really bad, but if you actually see that Serral's still on lair tech, you'd be like, okay, yeah, that was annoying, but this isn't as crucial yet as it could have been, as Serral sneaks a whole bunch of drones to the bottom right side just to indeed already start mining out some of these minerals. He's going to see it.
Yeah, he's going to see it. That's such a huge catch from Oliveira, because knowing this, he can deny those drones. That means that's going to backfire. This Widow Mine is not off cooldown. The missile turret finishes, though, to get one of the Overlords. And the other one will still get to unload, but that is a big help for Oliveira.
Yep, Oliveira still working with 100 army supplies, so it should be doable to clean up all these lings and banes. As Serral does fire up the hive, and it's going to make it hard for Oliveira to get his hands on a 5th base. Fighting near a planetary with pure Ling Bane Wardy. I mean, yes, he's got a lot of Banelings, but this is kind of risky. There's a tank in the mix. There's a couple Widow Mines in the mix as well, and it feels that Serral doesn't have too many units at home to deal with these rubs.
No, he doesn't at all. They're both going to get across to different bases, so he is going to have to pull back to deal with that.
Whoa.
And we are going to see this DC just dying, so a mistake made from Oliveira. Now this medevac is low, it goes down as well, and Oliveira's offense is falling apart.
Yep, that's not too hot, but he's still sitting on 1,000 minerals. He's going to find a little bit of damage in the bottom side of the map just to feel better, right? You need that momentum, especially in Game 1 of the semifinals. Gets 6 drones, gets out of there, and he's also seen that base in the bottom right, and that's obviously going to make life very awkward for Serral. If I was Serral, I think I would sacrifice his base and at least try to send the drones away, but he really wants to mine from this for as long as possible. He is so freaking heavy on the Ling Bane. I almost wish there maybe a couple of infestors or something, right? That'd be kind of nice for this composition.
Yeah, I think so as well. As you see, Widow Mine starting to go off here. Serral's going to go deep. A couple of mines hitting the base, but we are going to make our way through to the planetary, to the mineral line. Lings are still leaking through, taking down siege tanks to the remaining bio, and it's Serral with units left standing at the end of this fight.
Couple of lings and banelings left. Obviously, Serral gets what he's looking for there. The 12 SCVs, the planetary, takes care of those Widow Mines in the tank as well, but that was not cheap. That was a ridiculous amount of banelings, but I think he's okay with it, right? Especially with the economic damage. It's like, all right, if we can keep on doing this, eventually this is going to be a whole lot better for me than it is for you. As Serral's obviously comfortably mining of all the bases in the bottom left, and he still has his hands on the bottom right side as well.
Absolutely fantastic little situation here as Adrenal Glands coming up, +3 carapace, +3 melee. All on the way. We go scanning around. I mean, this is where Serral is still mining off the bottom right. It's so crazy. This is the issue with Ghost River, that you don't get one base over your opponent. And now he's just mining this for so long. The longer that goes, the more troubled Oliveira will be, the deeper the game goes.
I'm actually surprised there's no depots, by the way, on top of this ramp, right? I feel like that would make Oliveira's life a little bit easier, especially if Serral is so freaking heavy on the Ling Bane. Let's get a couple buildings there, force Serral to at least use a couple Banes to blow up depots or a bunker, an eBay, whatever. Would be nice. He is going to make a tiny bit of progress. There's one thorough Baneling there, but that's not enough at first. Widow Mine is only going to get a very tiny shot off. Good job there by Serral. Moving 2 links. I mean, it's going to be harder and harder to take out this base, but Serral's obviously aware of that. You know, at this point, he is playing the long haul, and he's like, all right, I am stealing resources from you in the bottom right side, and it's incredibly unlikely you will ever mine anything from my side of the map.
I think it's just going to split themselves forward, setting off a couple of those Widow mines, but not too much happening. Serral pulling back once again, not overcommitting into these fights too much, just getting to finish up his adrenal glands. Now we're going to come in for a little bit of a flank, so we'll see if it works from two angles, but he says no, backing up once again.
This is where the Terran army does become terrifying, right? We have a couple Liberators in the mix as well. They always do crazy damage. 119 army supply at the moment for Oliveira. As being down a few workers maybe isn't all that bad anymore. You're going to mine out your main and natural anyway, so you can transfer a couple of these STVs. Serral's got 143 links, but against 9 Widow Mines, those tanks, those Liberators in great spots. Is that going to be good enough, Waddy?
Not really too sure. Let's see the Ling Bane coming through. A couple more Widow Mines get burrowed. It's definitely seeming troublesome for Serral to be able to push through. Obviously, this is through a choke point. The tanks are well set up now in a more forward position. Serral has added on some Vipers, but only 2 of them, and that's the only real tech we've seen. This is otherwise still just Lings and Banelings and nothing more. Gonna start diving in here once again. This is Serral down on upgrades. Blinding Clouds, Parasitic Bombs coming through as he wants to break through this. The tank's starting to drop. There's one still alive, though, getting a lot of extra shots, though.
I think this is one of the best fights for Oliveira, right? Sure, he's losing a few Marines and Marauders, but Serral lost a lot there, has drained the vast majority of his piggy bank that he was working on. Can we take a look at the units lost resource tab real quick, just to figure out what we are looking at? 7,000 resources more have died on the side of Serral. And sure, if you play Ling Bane styles like this, that's often gonna happen. And as long as he's mining from the bottom right side, you are kind of able to justify that. Eventually, you're gonna need to find some slightly more efficient trades.
Kept on rolling in the Lings there, just believing he can keep going. We are going to see the Vipers nearby here. Should be an answer to those Liberators. The base goes down in the bottom right, so finally we get rid of this issue that has been looming over Oliveira's head for 5+ minutes at this stage of the game. And yeah, we really need to get rid of those Libs to get mining back to Serral in his forward base.
I mean, I'm sure Oliveira's a bit annoyed, right, that he knows a lot of resources are gone off the bottom right. They'll never really get his hands on anymore, but he still has one entire fresh base. Even the base at 3 o'clock has died once, so there are plenty of resources left there. And he is pretty well set up. He's got +3, he's got +2 on the tanks as well. It's not that bad, and as long as Serral doesn't get anything more terrifying than Lings, Banes, and Vipers, you would think there is a world where Oliveira can stabilize, but Serral's gonna try to strike while the iron is still hot. There is no planetary here. Widow Mines have potential. We get a couple of decent shots. Not really any devastating shots so far, though, so Serral's doing about as good as he could and should be able to deny his command center from becoming a planetary once more.
Stops Oliveira from mining this location. I do not know how those mines did not get better connections.
Yeah.
They were targeted in the center and they ended up firing on like 2 or 3 Lings here and there. That was really something else as the Viper count grows once more from Serral. Even getting some missile upgrades for the future of this game as well, perhaps. Investing in his future, as right now it's no bank for either side. It's such a scary position. And that's the Widow Mine that finally gets a bigger grab.
Yep, those are the shots that Oliveira is looking for. If you're Oliveira right now, you take a look at your supply, like 145. I really need to get my hands on a base desperately. But on the other hand, you probably realize, like, hey, earlier you had insane amounts of Banelings, an absolutely overwhelming amount of units. Are you starting to run out of steam a little bit? And we can see that Serral is at 172 supply, does not have any money in the bank. He's firing up +1 pistol attacks now, by the way. Maybe to help the Queens deal with some Liberators. I don't really know what that's all about, Marty, because we don't have Roaches, we don't have Hydras, we don't have Lurkers. What we do have is a bunch of Queens with energy. This seems to be a very important moment, but Serral cannot get up this ramp anymore. I am starting to like this game more and more for Oliveira.
He's finally stabilizing, getting that forward base up, holding this position is such a big turnaround on what was happening before. Serral, again, not a huge bank, so every time he rolls in units, he's going to have to rebuild with just what he's mining right now. Planetary Fortress is here as well, so that's a big deal. And while there's a lot of explosions going on, it's hard to imagine Serral's going to find enough, but he is going to get the Planetary, he is going to get the STVs as well. A few units to continue forward, a few more STVs running in as well. The Lings are continuing to go, and these units have no healing left, so the Lings will continue to chase. The Widow Mine doesn't do too much, and Serral somehow is the one, once again, left with units. How?
That's like the only possible great fight that Serral could have ever taken, and I'm surprised that it went the way that it did. He's not there yet. He's going to be very happy that he has taken out that planetary once more, as now Oliveira is obviously starting to have a hard time properly mining. It seems like the drones have burrowed for a little while on the bottom left side. That's a very cute move. Oliveira was busy microing at home, so the Widow Mines kind of just shot at larvae, I guess, or a couple of Lings, whatever. Serral saves a couple of his drones. Nowhere near maxed out, doesn't have a crazy amount of money in the bank, does drop the Ultralisk cover now.
Well, something to kind of tech up the army a little bit. It's been a while since we saw Vipers first added. now to attempt to move to Ultras. It's going to be an orbital in the forward position, which makes it easier to bust than it has been in the past. That was a planetary last time around. And Serral comes in with the Overlord to try and spread creep, but the Marines are quick to clean it up, so nothing found there. And yeah, I guess at this point we kind of just wait for Ultras, right?
It does feel that Oliveira, and I can't really blame him because he probably looks at his setups and he's like, I'm fine here. But he could have made his life a bit easier with a few more wall-offs, right? Just random buildings. If it's pure Link Bane that you're battling against, why not get a random eBay or two here? Serral would have such a hard time ever getting up a ramp like this. Serral wants to fight before this base becomes planetary, but cannot because it's already in orbital. These Widowmine connections were pretty good, but it's still Serral who's running around with a few less links. A couple of Banelings connecting with the SCVs. Parasitic bombs are connecting on every single medevac. And Serral will temporarily disengage, but he's going to be happy with that as Oliveira is forced to tap out, dropping to 80-something supply. Serral will always find a way, even on Ghost River.
What an absolutely ridiculous game. Pure Ling Bane. Finally, a couple of Vipers came through. He took that bottom right base as well. He had a game plan, and boy, did he stick to it. I feel like there's so many moments where it's like, okay, I feel like I need something else because it's so tough to get more done with Ling Bane at this point. And he just kept on going with it, and it, again, made it work with some incredible fights at the end.
There were a couple of decent Widowmine connections, but I'm sure every Zerg out there is wondering how some of these fights meant Serral's race. Like, come on, you're running up a ramp into a planetary near Liberators. There are mines scattered. And Oliveira didn't make mistakes when it comes to putting 4 Widowmines right next to each other, right? Where Banelings roll in and they get all 4, and we're like, oh, that was a mistake by the Terran. No, some of these fights, it was a minor miracle that they went as good for Serral as they did, but heck. That's why there is only one. That's why we call him the Great Iona Sotala. This was also a big moment too, right? Where with the links, he was able to cause a tiny bit of chaos. And it's cool to see Serral play a style like this because we often talk about how strong he is defensively. And yeah, Serral is quick, but that's not really his strongest suit. He looked pretty damn quick here, man, with all these run-bys scattered across 3 different bases. You never see the links derp and attack a refinery or an eBay. Like, no, they were actually always fighting the units that they were supposed to be fighting.
I loved your point you made about like maybe just having some random buildings around, because if there's just some Sim City in some of these fights, surely there isn't then the extra 10 or 15 lings that are chasing down Bionians that are really making the final difference in those engagements. Crazy stuff. Maybe a couple of things Oliveira could have done differently, but still just refused to let him have any base past number 4.
Like, that probably has something to do with the fact that Oliveira feels he is playing against Serral. And we mentioned the aura that Serral has around him, where you don't want to be that guy that's like turtling up behind depots and eBays because you're like, no, then I'm going to give him too much time. I have an army that should be good against your army, so I am fine. And then the first time you're not quite fine, but the next time I'm going to be fine. And it just turned out he was never really fine. But yeah, a lot of other Zergs out there will be like, this doesn't make any sense. If I play like that, they've got 4 depots, an eBay, and a bunker behind it, and I'm losing half of my Banelings with massive tank shots firing into my army before I get anything done. Just several things, yeah, Waddy.
And that was meant to be the map for Oliveira. That was the map he got to pick before a second veto, so things looking tough for him. In the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, his map pick here as he's up 1-0 in this best of 5. Can he keep the momentum rolling? At Red Zerg from Basilisk, it's Serral.
In the bottom right side of Golden Aura, we are looking at the main base of the man. Has played a fantastic tournament so far. Finally overcame those TVP demons, beating 2 Koreans on the very first day. And yesterday we saw him play a fantastic series against Rainer. He is your reigning world champion of StarCraft II. Dallas, make some noise for DKZ Oliveira.
I thought pro was real PT, man. That dream lasted about a week.
I mean, I don't even want to get into it, Waddy. Don't bait me.
Do you think Oliveira has something in particular planned for Golden Aura? Because this is obviously the map that Serral goes to straight away. So you've got to think he's got something planned for what is a Zergy map.
I've seen Oliveira play a couple of TVCs recently on Golden Aura, and it's always hard to like look at those games and be like, oh, that's what he loves. Because an online tournament, a little bit of prize money here and there, that is not the same as a semifinals offline here in Dallas. So there's no guarantee that he's going to do the same. But he does seem to be pretty confident in just turtling here, like taking it very, very slow. Obviously, your regular triple CC opening, whether with Hellions or Cloak Banshees, maybe a Liberator, none of that truly matters. but he will actually drop an incredibly quick fourth command center as well, where obviously at that point as a Terran player, you say like, all right, I'm giving up map control. I am not planning on killing you. All I want to do is get my 4 base set up, get 3-3 bio, get a bunch of ghosts, and take it from there, and then one base at a time. And I mean, you've casted plenty of TVZs, Wadi. You know how it goes, right? In TVZ split step scenarios here, Zerg often gets their hands on the bottom left side very quickly. They'll most likely even pretty much mine out the gold, maybe not all the gas, but they'll definitely mine out those minerals. But if Oliveira is gonna play it very slow and he can get his hands on that base in the top right, it could go his way, because he's actually very good in late game TVZ as well, when it just comes to getting value out of these units like Liberators, tanks, Thors, and Ghosts, of course.
And gets set up very, very normally. Just the factory. Third CC coming down as well, which really should just go to expectation, unless there's going to be some real tricks up Oliveira's sleeve. So we just see very normal stuff here for Golden Aura in this game at number 2, first few moments. Obviously expecting something way more normal from Serral. There's no need to play kind of mass Ling Bane, almost all in on Ling Bane. It is what he was in that last game in a way. But no need for that here. There should just be a much more regular kind of style that he can play. And as the factory drops in, and we'll see our first couple of Hellions on the way. Link gets up and just gets to see that it's the factory on the reactor.
Yep. Oliveira and Serral played against each other as well in Atlanta not too long ago, where Oliveira had one of his Oliveira off days in the very beginning, lost to Spirit, lost to Solar as well on the first day in the winner stage. So he had to start in round 1 of the knockout bracket, continued to win a whole bunch of games in a row until he ran into Serral in the quarterfinals. It was a fun best of 5, it was 3-1, so Oliveira did manage to take a map, and taking a map of Serral in an offline event, that is very difficult already, but that was not really the best of 5 that went his way. But I feel like he's a bit better right now than he was in Atlanta back then.
Yeah, I feel like Oliveira kind of had that dip over the last year, and he's definitely kind of on the run back up right now, obviously. He's playing great at the moment, so yeah, I would kind of agree with that. Right now, I'm pretty excited about Oliveira. Back in Atlanta, I was kind of not expecting too much of him. It was kind of cool to see him make the round of 8 back then, because that was a bit of a surprise.
I mean, it was a surprise as well, especially after the first day, right? I mean, winner stage didn't go his way, but battled his way through that knockout bracket back then. Serral in game 2 has opened up with the roaches. He's going to fire up 5 of them. Just a couple safety roaches for now, as you guys can see. No Zergling speed. There was obviously a chance that Serral gets Zergling speed much later, because he's pretty fond of like roaches, ravages, and then Lings, Banes way down the line. We'll keep an eye on it as he fires up a 4-minute and 35-second Lair Wadi.
Very quick, obviously just opened with them roaches. So just going to get the lair rolling here. Banshee out for Oliveira, so if there was more commitment to roaches, the Banshees will naturally just help there. As the Hellions get zoned out, and that allows Serral to keep his creep moving forwards. Just get it out in front of some of these bases and give him a good kind of, well, canvas to work upon.
Oliveira got a little adventurous yesterday with his Banshees against Rainer on El Sayani. This guy really wanted to get a cancel on that 4th base. Didn't quite work out. Lost one of the Banshees. The other one lost all of its HP. But then it's just Oliveira to realize that he can still have a timing afterwards, with or without Banshee damage. And what I love about Oliveira is if he feels it's time to go, he just never looks bad, right? He stims in, tanks on siege, it doesn't matter. None of this like, oh, that was a good fight, let's slow down a little bit, let's see. Like, no, he just goes, keeps on stimming forward, right-clicks his Marines next to tanks, or next to Queens rather. And I love that, right? If you see these opportunities to start creating that snowball effect for yourself, you just gotta send it, especially when you're playing against the very best Zergs in the world. Don't give them time to recollect and regroup their forces and get a couple of reinforcements out. No, you just gotta go for it. Oliveira needs to be sharp here. It's a little misclick, Wadi. Doesn't lose the Banshee, but we already lose 60% of its health. It's very unlikely they're gonna be able to do a whole lot. Now, he didn't invest in Cloak, so he's not banking on them to do crazy damage, but it's still a bit of a shame.
Would have been nice just to have them healthier and at least a threat on the map, something you still have to consider a little bit more as Serral. Now it's one more thing you can ease his mind on as he's continued through the melee upgrades. That infestation pit is coming in way quicker this game as we continue our tech forwards. And the Marines can look to deny the oversteer, which they will grab, so good pick off there from Oliveira. And Serral just keeps on setting up. Obviously these few roaches are getting through the early stages and now very happy to play into Lings, Banes, the infestation pit tech as well.
It's of course an incredibly different game than that very first game, but it is fun to look at the work accounts and see that Serral is enjoying a 23 drone lead at this point. In goes River, yeah, we had a lot of Lings, well upgraded Lings and Banes early on, but the work accounts were dead even. At one point Oliveira even took the worker lead when they were like in the early mid-60s or so. So it's crazy to see how much Serral is able to get away with here as he fires up that hive as well. All right, Oliveira. He is adding 3 more barracks, Wadi, and he has not dropped that 4th command center that I was alluding to earlier, where he's like, okay, giving up all map control, and he's not going to try to be aggressive at all. But I am starting to get a tiny bit worried for Oliveira if the first move out, whatever move out he exactly has in mind, if that doesn't go his way, I mean, he is in a world of trouble here.
Yeah, if nothing happens initially and Serral just gets away with all of this, then that would be absolutely huge as Arling Roach continues to move about. These few Marines are coming back over around the top side. Just going to have our Veiling speed coming up. Obviously, if we get to that, it's going to be way more comfortable for Serral. Hive is about to finish.
So Oliveira's just 8-rexing here with a single factory, single starport. Is that exactly what we are looking at as we have been unloading a couple of these Marines here, putting on some pressure? I mean, Serral has been mega greedy, but Oliveira is not moving out yet. Armory is done. I don't see 2 upgrades, by the way, being fired up. Kind of thought that that's something he would do. He's sending out a few more units. Gets a good trade here in the main base. Serral is going to be forced to send over a few more units. That should be enough Zerg. His first wipe is on the way at Adrenal Glands. I mean, Oliveira really needs to start making magic happen. Willstone fires up the 2 upgrades now, but he's actually a little bit later than the +2 melee of Serral. But Adrenal Glands, the Hive already done. It's kind of go time, right, Wardy?
If he doesn't go now, I mean, he can't wait for 2-2. I almost thought 2-2 was just something he decided not to go for because he felt like he'd just send it, but yeah, I feel like cancel 2-2, spend as much as he can on just bio units right now, but he's also supply blocked heavily, 173.
This is cool though, the multi-prong. Makes it very hard, finds a couple of the queens as well in the center of the map. I mean, Serral sitting on a few too many resources, wanted to wait till Ultras. As Serral actually gets in range of all of these Marines, loses a lot of units, decides to turn around again. The Banelings get absolutely obliterated. Is this 8-rex magic from Oliveira?
It really, really is, because Serral was just not prepared at all. One of the rare occasions you'll see Serral kind of panicking because he did not know what he wanted to do here. Pulling units back when they maybe should have just committed in. He just wasn't ready for this in the slightest.
Nope, he thought he was going to be able to get away with everything. We have that Ultralisk Cavern finishing up, but it's just a little bit too late. And I think the idea of a couple of Marines and the Hellbats on the right side, that's so cool, because Serral can just send a few Zerglings over there quickly, force Oliveira to pick up and disengage. No, you're going to have to send over Roaches. And then you have to worry about the terrifying army as well. I don't really know why Oliveira is turning around, though. Yeah, this is a couple of links and all, but that's not the play, Waddy. This is still Hive-Tech Zerg Serral. Ultras are on the way. Guidance Splitting is on the way. He needs to continue to go.
Yeah, you just don't want to give Serral any opportunity to get those tech units out in any sort of good numbers, so just go, send it. You've done great damage so far. Serral's clearly not ready for you. Go and make the most of that situation as we start to push forward and we look to start moving up these ramps.
Marine's going to stay in forward. A few Ravagers are going to try to buy a bit of time. It is hard to get up these ramps when the Arcados Above is reigning supreme. 4 Ultras with Guidance Planning, +2 Carapace as well on its way as well. I love the Serral's even moving the Sport Crawler forward. Oliveira now sees the first Ultra pop, but that Ultra didn't have Guidance Plating yet, so it's going to take a lot of damage. And don't forget that a bunch of Queens got picked up earlier as well. So we shouldn't see one of these scenarios where these Ultras are going to live forever.
Well, here we go. Serral comes forward. A couple of abducts on the siege tanks. Throws with Bowser to get that second one. Like that little move. That is cute. Oliveira's supply is dropping already, and Serral is back in a supply lead. With these Ultras about to have kindness, he's going to be in his strongest position yet. The Vipers have the energy to Blinding Cloud too, and Oliveira is soon going to be regretting that pullback, I think, because Serral is chasing down this ramp and chasing Oliveira down a little, although maybe Serral's a little bit too far. He's losing a lot now.
Yeah, those Ravagers are pretty clunky boys, and they made it very difficult for all of these Ultras to make it down this ramp to where it started to look good for Serral in the end. It is not enough. It is Oliveira who's still able to tie things up. But I could not have agreed more than Wadi. I started to think, oh my goodness, don't tell me that you just gave him enough time to get all these Ultras out, because that really would have been a bit of a throw. He did so much damage with that first move out. Serral just a tiny bit too greedy, trying to get all the upgrades straight up to Hive, straight up to Ultras. And he was not ready for the 8-rex move out of Oliveira. Got close there. Maybe Serral should have just tried to focus on holding the ramp there, right? At that final fight. Because the beginning there went really good. It's just he felt the Ravagers were blocking the additional Ultras, and then was like one Ultra at a time trying to make its way down this ramp. And this was that moment of panic that you mentioned. I mean, you kind of missed the beginning of it, but Serral in the end turns around, tries to connect with the Banelings, but those Banelings found absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen Serral falter, obviously, in this entire tournament, really, because it's been so smooth sailing so far. I think this was a great highlight because it really was that moment of, oh my goodness, like, I was dealing with this thing on the right, and suddenly you've got loads of units here, and he did back and forth, the Vipers flying, they didn't actually have energy to do anything, and yet he was taking a fight as though he was going to Blinding Cloud, so it just all fell apart in one moment there. And then yet again, Serral, it did feel as though there was a little bit of opportunity, and I think you're right, those Rav just blocking that ramp, stopping him from getting down, and the Ultra's able to chase. That's what hurt him. If he splits some of this around that right side and comes down from over there, this maybe actually could have been Serral clearing up, and maybe we still are playing on Golden Aura.
Absolutely, because don't forget, Serral's getting the bottom left. Serral has his triangle as well. I don't think this base even has to necessarily die. This is where it went wrong. At this point, I think it actually looks good for Serral. It's the roaches as well. Like the roaches, the ravages. Look at these ultras derping on that ramp, and the tanks getting absolutely fantastic shots up in the back. Yeah, I think if you resume this from replay, indeed send a couple of units down that ramp over on the top right side of our screen. That could have gone way, way better for Serral. And don't forget that, like, getting a single base and getting a couple of banelings and drones, that was never enough for Oliveira. He's a 2-2 Terran with 8 Rexes, no 4th base, no Ghost Academy, no Liberators. No, he needed to do a whole lot more than an initial great fight. And Serral realizing as well that not one, but 2 things went wrong there. As even gods can bleed, and Serral loses his first map of the tournament as we get ready to hop into Oceanborn.
Well, in the bottom right-hand side, the man who has just faltered a little bit for the first time, can he get his mental back on track? Let's find out. In the bottom right, our red Zerg from Basilisk is Serral.
Oceanborn was their final map back then in Atlanta, which feels like a long time ago, but it's only 6 or 7 months ago. That's where Serral was able to close out the series and get a 3-1 victory over this man. He just showed that it is possible. Yesterday he said if he will play as well as he did against Raynor, he gives himself a 50-50 shot. That got Kalaris excited, that got a lot of us excited, and we are starting to see why. This is the man that's representing Dragon Kaiser Gaming, Oliveira. His crowd has been rowdy over the weekend, but I don't think I've heard him that loud after Oliveira just took that second game over Serral.
Oliveira love is wild, man. Like the cheers for Oliveira are so loud. When he was playing against Reno yesterday, they were loving it when he was winning those games. Loving it right there as he picks up this game 2, and this series is guaranteed to go on for a little while longer for sure now as we head into Oceanborn game 3.
I think it doesn't matter where we go, right? Obviously in China, Oliveira is incredibly beloved. We saw that at the Stars War event. It was fantastic to see them, all the fans showing so much appreciation for him. But we can go to Europe, we can go to America, it doesn't matter. Everyone that was watching Katowice 2023 fell in love with Oli that day. It was like, oh my goodness, that was so freaking cool. And how do you not cheer for him?
One of the most legendary runs in StarCraft II history.
Yep.
And I did it all as well. I mean,
and the speech, don't make me cry.
Yeah, I know, man. Like you can pinpoint so many parts of it. As we do have our aim high section here, looking at the players' point of views and looking to see just how it looks in the early game on these guys' screens. Looking out.
I'm expecting a similar build order from Serral. Just because you won that first game with Lings and Banes and he lost with the Roach opening, that doesn't mean that, oh, now it's time to go back to the Lings and Banes. I think Serral was actually looking perfectly fine on Golden Arrow there for the longest time. He just wasn't really ready. And I do really love the way that Oliveira split up his forces the first time he moved out. I mean, in the end of the day, that wasn't a game that we've never seen before. It wasn't rocket science. Oliveira barely did any damage with the Hellions, but he kept them alive. And morphing those Hellions into Hellbats and then complementing them with a bunch of Marines and Medevac makes it just a whole lot more difficult for Serral to fight. And Serral looked at it as like, oh, that's an awkward army for that phase of the game. And he sends over a few more units right on that moment. He obviously took that bad engagement with the Lings and Banes, turned around again, and didn't really get anything. And the fact that it still got so close after that does scare me a little for Oliveira, because I don't think we're going to see Serral make those mistakes a whole lot throughout this best of 5.
No, those opportunities to take advantage of a Serral mistake are going to be few and far between as the Reaper continues to dance about. Obviously, Starboard coming up here from Oliveira as well. 3cc just happy to play fairly normal builds, and Serral going to get that Roach Roam going early again.
Yep, I think it makes sense, right? If that's obviously what he's been practicing for a long time, that's what he finds a lot of success with. Serral did not lose Golden Aura because of his build order. He lost because he made a mistake, and then actually still got Omega close. I mean, we went over that ramp a couple of times. Serral will just go with what he has practiced, what he believes in. There's, of course, a chance that he switches it up as well, and that he throws out one really aggressive build. It's so risky this deep into the tournament. When you've played such a strong tournament so far, do you really want to put it all on the line with a Queen Roach Knights attack on Oceanborn? That just doesn't really scream Serral to me.
No, it really doesn't, especially because I think he knows he can play very solid longer games. Yes, it went wrong that last one, I don't think, like you say, he's going to make similar mistakes a second time over. This time, Oliveira does get that cloak started up for the Banshees, so a bit more invested there. Maybe we'll try and be a bit more active with them. As this overlord comes in, Serral just looking for the scout, and he's going to find 3 CC. He sees the reactor, the tech lab building on the barracks, and he sees the tech lab on the starport.
Yep, and now we're going to keep a close eye on Cloak, right? Because will Oliveira actually let it finish up? Or they did just want Serral to scout it. Serral with a 4-minute and 30-second there. That's even a little bit quicker than the previous game. He's loving it. That's his build, his go-to. Don't really expect anything different from Serral, just maybe a tiny bit less greedy, a few more units, and have a better idea of when Oliveira is moving out and with what, and obviously where the forces are on the map.
Well, Laird's halfway done. The Hellions just sitting out. A couple of back at home just in case Serral has something running around the other side. Oliveira says he only needs 4 out here with this Reaper to keep map control. And Serral, talking about 4, takes his 4th base. So just drops that straight down to the 6 o'clock. His engineering base will start and just set to sit it out for a few more moments here in this semi-final.
It's already been a very fun one. You always hope that the semifinals deliver. Picked right the cursors yesterday, right? We're saying like, oh, we had so many epic series yesterday. That probably means we're gonna get a bunch of trios. And I was like, no, Figgy, like, no, don't do that. First of all, nobody wants to see that. This time around, Oliveira is gonna go for that 4th command center, by the way. 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the game body. So what I was referring to on Golden Nara, he's actually bringing out here on Oceanborn. And that's kind of cool, especially after he was just mega aggressive. Might have put a tiny bit of fear into the back of mind of Serral, right? That something aggressive is coming once more. And perhaps Oliveira is going to be able to get away with his form of extreme greed. That does mean that he gives up a lot of momentum, and it does mean that Serral can get to play the Serral game. But yeah, if Oliveira believes in it, why not?
Banshees actually doing okay here, getting 3 drones and just sitting between the bases. Hellions going to try that look, but Roaches are immediately in position, so that's a no-go. 2 Hellions actually go down. We get a Queen, though, from the Banshees, so they find some further damage. Not bad at all, and now this main is less protected than it should be, and this is starting to become a real problem.
There's actually more damage than you normally see a couple of Cloak Banshees get against Serral, and we can't even say that Serral skipped out on the Spore Crawlers because there was no Cloak last game. No, he did get triple Spore, so there was definitely some detection. Just excellent Banshee movement by Oliveira, and Oliveira probably thinking like, man, damn it, if I knew I was going to do that well, maybe I should have done 3 phase 8 racks once more.
Yeah. That's the sort of damage, because you're right. If it was 8 racks, you'd just be able to like really hammer home. Woohoo.
You can kill that, by the way, with this many Hellions and a Reaper. Well, maybe if you get one more volley off, you could have gone in for it, but I guess with the Roaches already being on top of these Hellions, maybe I was worried that the Queen would then start blocking as well, and then you lose all your Hellions.
Kind of
makes sense.
Gamble, right?
Yeah, it would definitely be a gamble.
Well, drones transfer. Hive is on the way up once again. Serral taking no gaps there, but this time he'll be a bit safer to do it because Oliveira is moving his 4th base into position. So gets that drop down on the 12 o'clock now. And we just have continued to accelerate towards a later stage of this game. Obviously, tech is going to continue to flow through here from Serral. Again, some Baneling speed, even Ling speed now as he readies up that switch from the Roach-based army to Ling Bane focus. And yeah, just Hive obviously will be a big thing that he might actually get to see a little bit more of here on this Game 3 than he did in Game 2.
Burrow getting fired up as well. Some of the Zergs do sometimes fire up Burrow and then they cancel it, right? Because they're like, nah, I don't really need it. It was just trying to mistake. But it seems that this one is on purpose. Pretty strong army here, though. And obviously on the bottom left side, Oceanborn. Too many great tank spots to even mention them all. This is something where Serral's going to have to be very, very cautious because Link speed is nowhere near done. Roaches and Ravagers can obviously do fine as long as these tanks are not siege. But eventually the tanks will probably siege somewhere. Serral's going to push Oliveira back for now, but and this could actually get kind of scary, as Oliveira is obviously establishing his own 4th base.
Yeah, Serral just taking a very aggressive stance, says, hey, look, I just want to make sure you don't get in position, because if you do, there's a high possibility I am in trouble. Like you said, Ling speed wasn't done, Bane speed is still on the way. Now, and if an attack comes, he's going to feel a lot better about fighting it, because he's going to have all the other tools he's been building towards. Vipers are also now, what, a minute away from being out with energy available as well. A couple of Banshees do come back in. Nice to see them still active. The benefit of keeping them alive means they can come back for round 2 later in the game, and they're going to get a couple drones, a spore cancel, and that's going to be a nice little grab from Oliveira as the tech all hits in from Serral. I wonder if he's going to get kind of aggressive once those Vipers out, if he wants to try and make some pushes happen, or if he's happy to then tech further himself, as drones keep dropping. These Banshees have been amazing.
Yep, the Banshees have been good, but Serral's drone count was incredibly high. So -8 drones, obviously Oliveira is going to be happy with that, but Serral's still sitting on 90. He's making 7 more. Now you do have to, at one point, probably slow your roll down a little bit, because obviously as a Zerg, if you're maxing out at 102 army supply, it's going to be hard to take great fights, especially if you want to start taking out planetaries and whatnot. that will just be very difficult. Of course, Oliveira's STV count is proper high at the moment as well, but Oliveira is most likely aware of the fact he's gonna lose some of them to some Ling Bane run-bys eventually. A PF will die, and his army is gonna get absolutely terrifying. As these patches continue to find value, they're gonna get a cancel on the hatch, they're gonna get another cancel on the hatch, and they snipe the drone as well. Oh, these matches have been amazing.
They really have been. As the hatchery goes bottom left, a few Marines moving around. The medevac's overhead. Ling's going to run in. Hatchery gets cancelled. Banes continue to get over there. And that's a really good job from Oliveira, just finding ways to delay Serral in this later stage. Nice catch on the Banshee, though.
Yep, Oliveira is finally going to end up losing one of them, but I do kind of like what he's doing here, man. He's just getting cancel after cancel. I feel like he's done an alright job in keeping the creep at bay as well. Of course, Serral is going to continue spreading that creep, and it's important that Oliveira stays on top of that. But 2-2 upgrades done for Oliveira. First ghost on the way. We have drilling claws as he's getting a whole bunch of mines. Serral dropped the Hydralisk then too, I believe, so he can also go into Lurkers eventually. But Oliveira just says, alright, I was greedy, you were greedy, you've got your bases, but that is going to be it for now. I'm really not going to make it that easy on you. I'm getting another one. And Serral said, no, we're going to continue to try. That's a very easy cleanup there on those two medevacs, but that's alright. You know, Oliveira can replace those units in no time.
Yeah, very far from it being a super impactful cleanup. As the general close coming through, I mean, just honestly looking at upgrades finishing, this is what this game has been about alongside this little bit of harassment. Oliveira clearly very happy to sit into a later game. Great target by Oliveira, okay. Very pretty stuff. I was going to say, Serral's got the Lurker on the way out, so he's continuing to tech through himself into other things and giving himself other options.
Look at that fortress, a planetary fortress in the dead center, pretty much of Oceanborn. I mean, a little bit above the center, but the center of Oliveira's defenses, that is incredibly hard. If he would have ever done that, by the way, on Ghost River, good luck, have fun with Ling Bane, right? But we didn't really get to see it. Serral did get a little glimpse of it with his Zerglings there, and he's like, oh, okay, well, that's going to be hard. Would love to see a Nidus, and the Nidus goes down immediately. But it's also hard to get Nidus networks up. Because Oliveira has missile turrets for days, he's got Sensi towers, and I can give you the heads up that maybe Overseers, or Lord knows what else, is trying to sneak deep into the natural main base. It's going to be probably a long one, Wadi, as both players are getting their hands on pretty much all the bases. There will be one or two bases. They're like, all right, this is the one that I don't want you to mine from. Seems that Oliveira is at least going to get a very comfortable 5-base setup here. That 6 base in the top right should always be there, right? Like it's very unlikely that Serral's going to get his hands on. So then we have to fight over these 2 bases. Serral already mining up the base at the top right side at 2 o'clock. And he's also trying to get the one in the bottom left side as he feels this might be a moment to go for it. Planetary Fortress is not quite done yet.
So many siege tanks though, and they are continuing to get damage done. Finally, the Banes get on top of them. The Ghost will keep on running. Serral, he made good progress here, but he's not going to get through the Planetary Fortress. And I always feel as though trade-outs like this, you'd be loving to try and hit the Planetary, hit some SCVs. That doesn't really exist for Serral. Right now he's rich, but mostly mineral rich. I guess attacks like this do scale Oliveira backwards, which makes it a little bit easier for Serral to perhaps keep these bases, and now he's going to Knives just around the map, just as a reinforcement pattern.
Yep, that's very cool, and also a way to evacuate the drones. Like, Serral already knows that if Oliveira is going to play it this slow, those are the 2 bases that it will come down to. Serral has the bases on his side of the map, Oliveira is going to have the bases on his side of the map, but there will be 2 bases that eventually those resources are going to matter the most. And Serral started doing this a long time ago already against Cure. I've seen it a few times on maps like Dragon Skills, where he just gets the Nidus networks around his hatcheries. If Oliveira ever makes a proper push to one of those bases, sure, he might lose the hatchery, but he's going to save the drones, and he's just going to mine from the bottom left. It's a really cool play, and Serral's incredibly good in making sure he doesn't lose drones too early and way before he wants to lose them.
Ling Bane comes over, pushes back, a couple of Liberators get themselves sieged up as we have the continue to fight over there. Widowmine hits the Viper, doesn't quite go down. Serral actually attacked quite aggressively through this choke. There's only really the tanks and the Lib there, so with enough units, you do leak through onto those tech units, and this time we're going to get STVs. Not quite the Planetary Force yet, but maybe we can finish that off with some bars. There is some repair going down. The Planetary is going to live. That's a huge save from Oliveira.
Oh, yes. 10 SCVs do go down, but Oliveira keeps the Planetary alive. Meanwhile, he's going to take out this hatchery in the bottom left side. Serral shouldn't have lost too many drones there. I don't think he even had too many drones there to begin with. As a Liberator is battling a Queen in the bottom side. Yeah, I mean, these are the kind of fights where it's like, that wasn't great for Serral, but it's also a couple of the basic units that he needs to get rid of anyway. Roaches are not going to make the difference against a 200 supply 3-3 Terran with Liberators, so you kind of want to trade them out eventually, and you want to get more of these strong Hive-Tech Zerg units. And Serral's probably going to play a bit of everything, right? Where it's like first it's about Lings and Ultras maybe down the line. Then it's about Lurkers. Still a Brute Lord switch as well available. I think Serral is just going to analyze the army of Oliveira properly, try to trade out and see, all right, if you remax on that, then these are the Zerg units that I want to go for.
Spire on its way. Lingbane Hydra moving about. The creep, by the way, is all over the place as well. The only place that isn't is that bottom left where Serral's trying to re-expand to right now, which makes sense because that's the one base Oliveira has put some attention to denying. This is a very hopeful base. Serral should be pulling these drones away. That's what the Nidus is there for, and he gets one of them out. He doesn't even, he sends it back. He's like, you know what, I was so late. Have them all, but that drone will live.
The drone's going to become the new hatchery.
It is, isn't it? Wow.
Minus 15 drones, a little bit painful. Serral's going to reproduce 15 drones immediately. Still feels that he needs that many. Even though you think 15 minutes in, maybe a couple of the bases are dried up and you don't really have a spot to put all these drones, but Serral probably thinks that this is going to be an incredibly long one. Does manage to cancel the hatchery this time around. 2 more workers will fall though. Oliveira is able to do most of the things he's looking for. A couple of ducks landed in the top right side, so Serral gets, I think, 1 or 2 full medevacs. Oliveira is immediately rebuilding those units. He's lost more Liberators. Advanced Ballistics is done, more tanks as well. And we have a first nuke on the production tank.
Yeah, obviously nuke's very fun. Good way to kind of force the Zerg to look around the map every now and again. Another distraction to add into the Terran arsenal of harassment. Really, again, continue to deny this base, which he has to. He can't let Serral mine from this one at a time, right? As resources lost already, 7,000 in favor of Oliveira, 6,000.
Yeah, no, that's a lot. And of course, we started on Ghost River too, but Ghost River was a game where Oliveira was never quite able to get his hands on all the bases that he wanted to. This is an incredibly different game. Oliveira is maxed out. He's got all the upgrades he can dream of. He's got the production facilities he can dream of. Serral is going to have to find some better trades. Now, it's normal that the numbers don't really favor Serral with the way that this game has gone, especially getting rid of all those roaches and ravages. Yeah, he's going to be a little bit behind as he does not cancel the hatchery this time around, so that's 300 minerals more. Serral really wants to start making something happen, Waddy.
He really does. He wants. I thought this might have been the moment, but he's going to pull away. Too many libs cannot break through quickly enough. There's a nuke launching, and it's going to be coming down over here as Serral is going to be finding that ghost, and the nuke will land. A couple of drones dead, but he does get the ghost out of it. So still pretty well handled, all said and done. And as the SCVs keep transferring over, looks like it may be time to try and establish to the upper right side and actually get a base here as Oliveira. Looks as though he may focus on that very soon.
Yep, Serral was going to try to mine a little bit from that one more time. I mean, at this point, Serral is mining of the 2 bases that you could say should be evenly divided. It's that one in the bottom left, and it's the other one in the top right. Oliveira is not even close to doing something about it. This is one of Oliveira's bases. This isn't even one of these 50-50 bases. No, that base always belongs to Oliveira. But I don't think Oliveira truly cares if Serral tries to take it, as long as he's not able to come through and mine from it.
And Ling's going after a bunch of those SCVs. Hatch gets cancelled up again as they continue to try and, again, just find little skirmishes. It's hard to find a bigger fight.
Yep. What do you think Serral needs to do to really crack something open and start making this game hard on Oliveira? Because, yeah, he's mining a lot, and Serral's got a decent bank. I think we all know that, in general, the Terran army is going to scale a little bit better, especially once the SCV count goes down and the Ghost Liberator count is going to increase. Where would you like to see Serral go?
Probably need more spellcasters right at the end of the day. Like, that's usually the secret. More Vipers and Festers. Start taking better trades later into the game once you've established that eco, once you've established all that money that your opponent can't access. So something along those lines as we get an abduct on 1 and 2 Liberators just to finish those off. And again, just a nice little delay. We see the Ultra Cavern coming up from Serral, which gives you a little bit more kind of headbutting power. But yeah, I think overall, to kind of really win fights, spellcasters are probably the secret.
So tough as well, right? When Oliveira gets those planetaries. Look at the mini-map. Literally every single base at the moment is being revealed. It's almost like he's asserting his dominance, letting Serral know how rich he is, how many orbitals he's got to work with. Because he just wants to see what he has to... in case Serral was maybe banking up some of these high-tech units already somewhere. Oliveira just got a little sneak peek. He turned Fog of War off for a solid 10 seconds. He's like, oh, okay, like, it's kind of what I already thought was happening. Well, at that point, you start wondering, is this game looking like kind of good for me? But you never want to get too excited when you're playing against a man like Serral. As another nuke is landed. Where is he dropping it from the low ground? That's actually kind of cool. It's very hard for Serral to even get detection there.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to do too much about it as the Lingbane again running forward, but will not be able to do too much. Good dodge away from the nuke. Serral found it quickly and dealt with it properly. Yeah, he is rich, but you're right. That's pretty much the only thing he is in this game. He's rich, but how do you ever take a fight? Well, Ling Bane's going to try and leak through towards these ghosts. Got rid of the tanks. Actually going to get some Lings on top of the planetary fortress. Now the Banes will turn back around. It looks as though we're going to get a base. So out of nowhere, Serral finds himself a base, finds himself some SCVs, and finally, after a lot of kind of trying and attempting, he actually finds a moment to fully commit.
If I was Oliveira, I wouldn't really rebuild those SCVs anymore. Like, you still have 52, I think that's plenty. When you have all the production facilities, all the bases, all the orbital commands, well, I really don't think you need any more. And that obviously means that the Terran army supply is going to increase to 148 if he maxes out at this point. And that's where it's going to be harder and harder as a Zerg to find great fights. The combination of Ghosts, Liberators with advanced ballistics in the late game is so damn difficult as Snipes on Snipe goes off. A few Banelings scratch into the Ghosts, but these Ghosts are pretty tanky. The Medivacs here are healing it up. And Serral's also going to lose a base. There's Knight is here, but Serral's not actually evacuating his drones yet. He's going to do that towards the very end. I mean, that's the power of the Ghost on full display. That wasn't even a fight.
Another base loss then from Serral as Oliveira takes more and more control in the upper right. Now Serral, because he's losing control top right, he wants to take more control on the left side, which means that he's not just happy having that bottom left base, he wants this one at least not mining from the Terran as well. So that's the idea here as the map develops. You see these Ghosts so far, there's been nothing to touch them, and this is where obviously maybe something a little bit extra might have gone nice at some point.
You mentioned those spellcasters a while ago, Wardy. Serral obviously has Vipers. We've seen Vipers, Parabomb, a couple of Abducts, and has a few Links to get on top of a tank. That's cool and all, but I almost feel that we do really need to start praying for those holy fungals. Because if we don't land great fungals, how are we going to kill all these Ghosts? Sure, if the Lings and Base get us around and there's no Medivacs to save them, it's always possible. But it feels like that's only possible if Oliveira makes a mistake. And Serral normally doesn't really rely on his opponents making a mistake. He's the one who creates his own great plays.
There has to be a switch at one point, and Serral may only have like one major switch, right, towards some Broods and then adding on some Infestors or so. So it's about timing it correctly, but I mean, I guess it has to be sooner rather than later, because I don't feel like this game's going to start getting any better with what he already has.
No, he's going to get a second Spire as well. We already have a great Spire. As these Corruptors, by the way, found some nice value. So a Liberator here, a Medivac there. Not often you see just two Corruptors at a time. Having a good time, chipping away at units, and somehow that was the only battle. So Oliveira is sneaking in quite a few Vikings already. Current count 4, has 4 more on the way, makes it up to 8. Seems to already be anticipating a potential Broodlord switch.
Absolutely. We're not going to see that nuke launched on down. Ling Bane Hydra coming across actually does get rid of the Ghost. And it's just going to be another clear out there as Oliveira sits happy. Oceanborn again with the base on the upper right coming up. It really feels as though Oliveira should be feeling the best he's felt all game.
Yep, 17 Widow Mines currently out on the map. Serral is working with 128 Zerglings. It's going to be tough for Serral to find great fights. It's never impossible, but it seems it's so scary. Goes River, somehow Serral managed to find a couple of excellent fights that really weren't easy, and I think a lot of Zergs would have had a very difficult time finding those fights. And here on Oceanborn, where Oliveira has all that splash damage of the planetaries, of the tanks as well, I feel like it's borderline impossible. So it really comes down to the spellcasters, one Abduct at a time. Blinding Cloud. Wow, that base is pretty far away, isn't it?
Little out of position. I've tried that strategy before, Roddy.
Yeah.
Didn't go great.
I mean, if it's your 7 base, Roddy, I'll let it slip. If it's your natural, then it's a bit problematic.
Yeah, but you haven't seen me on 7 bases, Roddy. Once or twice.
Yeah, a long time ago.
It's been a while.
I know you had some macro, Roddy. I would never leave you as an all-in. You ain't loco.
I ain't loco. No, absolutely not.
I've seen your 7 bases more than a Sol Loco.
Nuke launches from that low ground again, mate. He is really utilizing that position. Again, it's just something you have to keep on thinking about as Serral going back to dealing with. And if you're not dealing with it, then potentially lands, but he actually pulls back to the perfect moment. Is going to get rid of this base here. There's not enough SCVs to obviously keep it alive, as the Lings will eventually take a shot off a Widow Mine as well. But yeah, nice to actually clean out this position, because that's one of the things that Serral or Oliveira done well, finally establishing that position. However, because we focus to the upper right and make something happen, Serral is now going to lose out in the bottom left, and this is the tug of war here on Oceanborn.
An eye for an eye. As Oliveira will be looking at this and be like, that's all right. The SCV count has now dropped to 39, and that obviously means potential army supply 161. And this is where it's going to be incredibly difficult for the army of Serral. Serral has done a very good job, by the way, when it comes to the units lost resource tab. He was down 6-7k very early. Now 24 minutes into this game, he's down 8k. Those are completely acceptable numbers, especially with how much Serral has been able to mine of those bases, as you really are just counting resources at this point. It's like, all right, you've got your bases, I've got mine. I know I've stole some. Oliveira really does not seem to be in any sort of a rush whatsoever. He probably be completely aware of the fact that his army is going to get better and better. Like their strength really goes up in numbers, especially if there's Liberators to protect them from every single angle. Oceanborn, for that reason alone, can be a very difficult ZVP map. There are some Terrans right now who feel like they don't really like it anymore. Spirit even vetoed it, I believe, in one of the series. I heard Lambo ask him about it, and Spirit said it's very difficult to get your hands on a 6th base here. Well, Oliveira has been able to do that, Waddy, and then some.
Bane, big numbers on the left-hand side as again we can see kind of the Terran army move right. The Zerg army's on the left, and it's about trying to pierce on through somewhere and somehow. Got a few more Corruptors on the way from the Serral as well, building up into that Air Force, getting the answer to some of these Liberators going. He has been losing some of these Corruptors because the Viking count is quite high from Oliveira as well. And the Grey Spire is right here, so if you lose this base, potentially lose some important tech along with it. And that's perhaps a problem that Serral has not really considered just yet.
11 more Corruptors, 8 more Overlords as well. Maybe Serral is going to make sure that whenever he engages, he has plenty of overseers, go forward, try to drag some of those Widowmine shots over the Terran army. And the last thing you obviously want to see is have only a few overseers, then be supply blocks, and you have a tough time remaxing in that big battle that we've been waiting for, what we've been kind of patiently waiting for a very long time, is eventually going to happen. I just hope it's not going to be one of these pew battles where we sit there for 26 minutes and then the fight is not really a fight and then even the remax, but I am sure that Serral will find somewhat of a decent fight, and then perhaps with that monstrous bank that he's sitting on, those 8,000 minerals, 7,000 gas at this point, the remax will be good enough.
Corruptors do pull back. A couple of Vikings, and the +3 vehicle weapons is on the way. Yeah, I'm with you, man. We want to see like a proper fight. We want to see a couple grueling fights, perhaps, rather than just like you say, pew, everything dies. It's like, okay, there you go, 30 minutes of StarCraft wrapped up. This base gets back up, but there's still a Liberator here. There's still going to be a nuke attempt in that location. And we're just going to see Oliveira still putting pressure on that position as he's still trying to reestablish top right side as well. Serral's going to actually dive down this round. A couple of Widowmine shots somehow still don't go off well. Serral's control against those mines is incredible.
Yeah. 17 mines on the map, and we're still waiting for those monstrous shots, but Oliveira says, alright, it is time to get a little bit more, as he's gonna move the Liberators forward. They are ready to spread justice from above. Banelings rolling in deep, actually blowing up a couple of the ghosts. I mean, that's about as good as you're ever going to see. There's a Greatest Fire here, a bit of an awkward spot for a Greatest Fire. And is also researching +3 armor for those Corruptors, for those Broodlords down the line, as a nuke is going to potentially land as well.
Oh dear, well we are going to see a huge fight start up because parasitic bombs and all sorts are happening. Ling Blade funds through, and at the moment Oliveira is just losing out big time. These Corruptors are playing cleanup, and if Oliveira wants to rebuild, it's going to take up a lot of his money. He's still building Vikings. I kind of feel like he wants to turn away from that right now because he's lost the Sky fight.
Oh, that's a good Widowmine shot there on the right side. I mean, Oliveira had a lot of his forces there, but not all of them. He left plenty of mines behind. He left a couple of Liberators and tanks behind too. Made a bit of a mistake, right? Sieging those libs kind of on top of each other, and all the Vikings were on top of the Liberators as well. Serral saw an opportunity there for a juicy parabomb or two. Landed it. Excellent fight for Serral. And Oliveira will realize that he's going to have to probably play it a tiny bit slower, and that doesn't necessarily mean not do anything. I mean, the unit resource tab even got close. It was 8k before, and now we've gone down to a 7k difference. And Vikings and libs are expensive. Serral got extreme value there of just 2 parabombs.
He really did. Widowmine shot goes out here as we are going to be seeing these links continue to move through. A couple of Widowmines still going off. Bayline's connecting in. A lot of ghosts getting cleaned out. We just continue to push through. That ghost count going down. And Oliveira with no money left in the bank. Mineral count is near to 0. These mules are important then because of that, but they are going to get busted down as well as Serral is commanding this game. He said 3 minutes ago he kind of wanted to see some big fights and not let this happen all at once, but it kind of was just one big fight from Serral, and Oliveira's just bled out heavily from that.
Yeah, but he's obviously not there yet, right? Even if Oliveira's bank is indeed very low right now, he can spam mules for days. 11 SUVs left, I mean, that's not a whole lot. The armies are still somewhat comparable, but Serral's done a really good job in taking out a lot of expensive units. Those Liberators, those Vikings, and quite a few ghosts continue to die as well. How many ghosts are remaining? Because as long as the ghost count is high, it's 8 at the moment. Yeah, that's not the number that Oliveira is looking for. If you're looking for like 17, 18 ghosts, and there is plenty of Liberators to protect those ghosts, you're like, all right, there's always a shot for the Terran. We have more Vikings now than we have libs, but I actually feel like libs are the units that will help keeping those ghosts alive.
Bane Ultra starts to fight through. A couple Corruptors in the sky going to be supported by parasitic bombs. It's the ground army that needs to hold on for Oliveira as he is finding some snipes, but it's not going to be good enough. And Serral will retake the lead of the series.
There was a whole lot of waiting for just a couple of fights, but Serral saw an opportunity to drop the biggest barrel bombs perhaps that we've seen throughout the entire tournament on top of all these Liberators, all these Vikings. And that was so expensive for Oliveira, so he's going to try to reduce it. And just couldn't really get it going. Oliveira's shaking his head there a little bit, wondering, how did that even go so wrong? I kind of thought I had a good Terran setup, I had money in the bank, my army is supposed to skill so well into the late game. And we've seen plenty of TVDs out there where it just almost seems impossible for the Zerg to take a great fight. And it's the Ghosts that look like they are the invincible units. Instead, this time around, it felt that Oliveira wasn't really able to find a great fight.
Yeah, it was a good setup, it was a great defense, right? It was very tough for Serral to find much, but then Oliveira also never found his moment, and Serral, I think, was very good about not running in overly necessarily, you know, like he didn't like dive in repeatedly and again and never stopped. And I think he was very smart about the fights he took there, which made it much tougher for Oliveira. As when he did commit, like moments like that, he always seemed to find damage. He found some unity, found some workers. So that was a big part of this game, that fight as well.
I actually felt like at this point the game really does not look bad for Oliveira. If you look at the numbers, of course Serral's got a big bang, but Oliveira's got a terrifying army. It's just here, these Vikings, these Liberators so on top of each other. Those barrel bombs were amazing, and Serral gets a great fight. There was not really a way to save those girls. I mean, look at these parasitic bombs, what? They're absolutely disgusting.
Splash was absolutely huge there. Everything melts. And that was such a big part of Oliveira's plan to kind of control those skies a little bit and to utilize that to support the ground, but then it never happens. This was obviously an explosive situation as well, but it was just not enough from Oliveira, whose bank was smaller, but it's okay because eventually you still have more money to get. But that means you can't ever just lose everything all at once, and that's what happened. Then the last base goes down and you're just broken.
Serral very good as well about repeatedly taking these fights. We had to wait a long time for it, 28 minutes, but then Serral just took 3 quick fights in a row, knowing that his bank was a bit bigger. He was able to mine of those 50-50 bases where one belongs to the Terran, one belongs to the Zerg. He was able to remax immediately, and before Oliveira was truly able to even regroup and get a proper staging ground going, Serral was there to destroy it again. As Iona takes a 2-1 lead here in the semifinals. Get ready for Game 4. Game 4 will be played on Alcyone.
Well, no break needed apparently. You know, usually after 3 games you're allowed to break 30 minutes. You think they'd take it? Nope, they don't want it. They just want to keep the StarCraft II coming here in the semifinals of the ESL SC2 Masters Spring Finals. In the bottom left-hand corner, a map away from a grand final meeting with Maru, a red Zerg from Basilisk is Serral.
And in the top right side of Alcyone, we are looking at the main base of the man who's played a very strong tournament here over in Dallas. But he's down 1-2. He's gonna need your love and support if you guys wanna see a Game 5. Make some noise for our reigning world champion of StarCraft II, Oliveira. Player card, 80, not 100. Oliveira really is. Did you already grab your player cards, by the way?
Yeah.
What did you get?
What do you think I got?
I mean, that's hard to guess. So to let everybody in here what we're talking about, we have a couple of the tiny player cards, the player cards that you guys get to see on stream. And then Alex lets us grab 3 cards face down from a deck. I picked mine earlier, buddy. I gotta say, I think I picked pretty good.
Who do you get?
Serral, Hero, Big Ape.
I got Classic,
yeah,
Spirit, and Nice.
I like my team better.
Yeah, I actually got double spirits. I traded one in, and then I got Nice. The only good part about this is that these are 2 of the stasis wardies, so can't go too far wrong.
Wow, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's the second time I picked Serral. Actually, no. Last Katowice, I traded my way into a Serral.
So what you're saying is you picked out all the good ones before I got to pick?
Yeah, but there are multiple ones out there. I was the first one, by the way. But there was no cheating.
Yeah, you're the first one. You found all the good ones. Surprising, huh?
No, there was multiple Serrals in there.
There was 6 left when I picked.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, then, yeah. That's unlucky, mate. I love as well that I got a Zerg, Terran, and a Protoss. That's cool.
You really got the full collection, right?
And I got Hero 2 years ago as well. Back then I got Hero and Bunny, 2 of my all-time favorite Koreans. I'm pretty lucky when it comes to selecting random player cards over here.
Lucky Roddy, man. Lucky Roddy. Drone opens up that wall elf as the Reaper shows up here in Alcyone. 2.5 minutes of normality so far. And as we see Oliveira, no second gas as well, so very likely to be dropping CC number 3 to once again set up with that. And of course the big question will be how he plays it, because last game We saw 4 CCs very quickly. The game before we saw the 8 rack. So he's really shown us the variety of things you can do on the back of 3 CC quick. So we'll see what the flavor of Alcyone will be.
Well, I feel like Oceanborn, really everything went his way. I mean, we didn't mention it anymore because the game went on for so long. The banks were so big that it doesn't really matter. But even the benches were successful, right? They found quite a few drones. They found a couple of queens. They gave him good information. Oliveira got a dream setup. He got everything he wanted, and he wasn't able to close it out. And to be honest, it wasn't closed, right? I actually thought, if anything, it was going to be Oliveira was going to snipe off the army, and Serral was going to have a very tough time figuring out what to remax on. Oh, it's Oliveira who just lost all of his units so freaking quick. I mean, yeah, it took a little while, and one big mistake, whether it's with the sky units or all your forces on the ground, can be the end immediately, even after 28 minutes of macroing. But yeah, Oliveira, the reason why I love him is not because of a game like that on Oceanborn. The stuff that we saw yesterday from Reina, the stuff that we saw when he won Katowice, where he's so decisive, he's so clutch. He's got really good micro as well in those key moments, right? And he will just go for it, deep on creep. Scan, no scan, it doesn't matter. If he feels that he's got the Zergs on the ropes, he'll never let them recover. He's not going to wait until the bell rings and like, all right, let's go ahead and regroup. No, he'll try to get you out of there. And I feel like that's in those kind of games, he shines. Oliveira, sure, can play macro, can play a slower game, and it's cool to see that he's willing to put that in his arsenal, but that's not why we love him.
That's not why we love him, as our Marines are going to go through, pick away at an Overlord, and just going to push that back, try and stop Serral from picking up further info. It will live for the moment. Once they're going to get a Banshee up from Oliveira, but no cloaking attached. And obviously that's just one of the things we've seen him mix up a little bit in amongst his builds the last couple of games. Straight into that stim pack as well, staying well and true to that bio.
Serral once more playing just a really strong series coming into this semi-final. As crazy as that sounds, we're so deep into the tournament. Like, we've only seen 7 games of Yona. We saw him play a couple of ZVPs, and yeah, it turns out that Serral's still incredibly good at ZVP. Turns out that ZVZ is as solid and great as ever because he is the helmet Zerg. He scouts for everything, and he's second to none in that regard. We didn't really get to see him tested yet in ZVT in particular. A lot of Zergs have said that this matchup is difficult, this map pool makes it difficult. I'm gonna say, what are they, 4 games in? Serral looks pretty damn good. It does seem that maybe if there is hope for all the players in this tournament to make him bleed, that this is the matchup, but he's definitely looking impressive.
He really is. If he closes this down, gets a go up against Maru, another potential huge run for him. It's been a fun tournament. Honestly, the greatest thing for me is that I just can't be upset with whoever makes the finals. Like, Maru Oliveira, Maru Serral, I mean, both amazing series, no matter who wins out here. It's going to be a good rest of the day still, that's for sure.
Yeah, the story will be great going into it. Let's see what happens in Game 4, as Oliveira had Interference Matrix on the way for a little bit, just in case Serral would scout it. And you're like, I'm going Cloak Banshees. In the end, we didn't go Cloak Banshees, of course, but hoping that Serral gets perhaps some Swarm Crawler more. They really need. Serral, his first 3 queens are in a perfect position over in the bottom side of the map. Let's get the 1-1 upgrades on the way for the Lings and Banelings as well. This Baneling nest is about to finish up. Interesting opening here by Serral. Different. It's a little bit like a Ghost River. Tiny bit surprised because I feel like that maybe Yona doesn't want to play another game like Oceanborn. That could be it as well, but tiny bit surprised, Wardy, that this is the style that Serral was going to go for.
Yeah, I kind of felt like that was one of the once in a series sort of things, a switch up. But here we are, big melee upgrades, Bane speed starting up, lots of hatcheries, just getting set up quickly. He's already on 76 drones, so it really is time to pump that army.
And now we can go back to that pre-game analysis of Reina on the desk as well, saying like, if Serral is going to play Ling Bane, he could really be in trouble, because Oliveira's 8 Rex is gnarly. His Marine Micro has been so good in some of those crisis moments. Even if he doesn't see the Banelings coming, he'll still spread the Marines immediately, but picks up a couple of them as well as the armory gets dropped too now. But, if Serral would just play his regular Roach style, and he should be fine in most scenarios, even if it didn't go his way on Golden Aura, that obviously got very close. Now Serral's going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way, with Ling Bane against a lot of Marines, a lot of tanks. One great Baneling connection is perhaps all it takes, but getting that Baneling connection against an Oliveira, that's feeling it, that's on point, that has activated the turbo, as some of the players would say, is very difficult.
It's not easy, as we are going to be seeing Queens here trading now. We actually do keep them alive with the transfusions. That got close. As the Burrow coming through. He's been a big fan of the Burrow this series. He's getting it a lot of the time.
Not even necessarily for those bird banelings that I'm very fond of, but it's very nice to scout, right? You just put a bird circling here, bird circling there, and you can keep on track. It's kind of like having an observer. Obviously a very tiny one, but it's still very useful.
Well, Banshee fires up a few shots. Zerglings will be taking some damage. We see 7 additional banelings morphing in, and Serral is going to have to be ready to deal with this attack right now. We are going to get the push going from Oliveira through the center of the map.
With everything.
Everything, yeah, absolutely. Hellbats are still here. The Queens are pulling away as Serral realizes what's up, and he gets his extra Banes ready to go. It's time to just go with the unit production.
I like the tank positioning, by the way. That's going to make it hard for Lynx to truly get on top of them. If they do ever manage to get there, it could be awesome, as Serral will send it down 2 ramps. A lot of the banelings explode immediately, though. This is normally where Oliveira shines, and I see Marines left for days. The Lynx and banelings get obliterated. Another great Atrax here by Oliveira, and Serral is in trouble. The Banshees are even still alive body, and this is where Oliveira does Oliveira things. He keeps on going, and he sends it to game 5.
Just like that. A long game on Ocean board, and he rebounds with the 8 racks here on our side, and he gets himself into a final game against Serral. And it was simple. He just pushes, he sets up, puts the tanks in a good spot. Serral felt like that was the moment he just had to go for it, and unfortunately, it was not good enough.
The tank positioning is really cool into those little notches there, because that means that a tank can never get fully surrounded. You can only attack it with an X amount of Zerglings, but then you have to go so deep into the Terran concave already as well. Like, Serral's engagement wasn't bad. It's not like he scrolled down one ramp with all of his units clumped up. It's just Oliveira squeezed it. Like, I sometimes get Bomber vibes when I see that stuff. That's how Bomber found so much success in the early days. He's incredibly good at that. He knows where he wants his Hellbats, he knows where he wants the tanks. And it's like, yes, the Zerg engagement is good, but the Terran setup is so powerful that even Serral's Lynx and Banes won't get it done.
Well, we get to go all the way to game 5 here in this semi-final. Serral and Oliveira going the full distance. And Oliveira, when he looks deadly, he looks very deadly. He does not mess around. Getting in there and finding himself that victory to take us to this game 5 here in the semis. Beautiful stuff.
What is game 5? I know we vetoed Dynasty, Post-Youth, Crimson Court. We are going to be playing on...
Tell you in a second. We're going to be playing on Site Delta.
Oh, okay. That's funny, actually.
One of the normal ones.
Yeah. But Site Delta is a map that, you know, a lot of Terrans and Zergs have very different opinions over. There are some Terrans who really die on the hill. It's a bad Terran map. And then in the previous map pool, there were actually a lot of Terrans who would pick it in competitions like WTL, where you can pick any given map. As we're going to take another look at the only true real fight here in game 4 in Oceania. And look at those tanks, buddy. Look at the Hellbats. Look at the Marine spread across the screen. The micro off trip. I mean, Oliveira is incredibly good in this stuff.
So many banelings just getting stopped by a Hellbat and then derping back for a single Marine. Just no real hope there for the banelings to truly connect. And again, Serral just caught being a little bit too on the greedy side of life. You know, he went into the double evos, he went into those upgrades. He did not go for the roaches, and Oliveira utilized that and abused that heavily.
In game 5, what a treat it's been so far. Will it be a rematch of the IEM Katowice 2023 final, or will it be a rematch of the IEM Katowice 2024 final, Wadi? We're about to find out. Will it be Oliveira once more, or is it going to be Serral who's going to give us a few more TVZs? What do you think the crowd wants?
I actually don't know. The cheers for Oliveira being pretty darn loud, but there's always cheers for Serral. I feel like it might be pretty 50-50, honestly.
And in the end, everybody will be happy because the final is going to be awesome regardless.
Yeah.
What a moment it could be for Maru as well, right? To finally lift a trophy on American soil.
Yeah. Could be great, man.
It's been a long time coming. I mean, nobody is doubting Maru's greatness, but for some reason, this continent hasn't been all that kind to him.
It's very, very true. As we have some beautiful signs in the crowd, by the way. I love how interactive everyone's been this weekend. It's been a lot of fun. It is time for one final map here in these semi-finals. We're going into Site Delta to determine who Maru's grand final opponent will be. In the top left-hand corner, representing Basilisk, let's make some noise for Serral.
All right, thank you for sharing that with us. In the bottom right side of Site Delta, we are looking at the main base of the normal man who just has these days where he's everything but a normal man. Representing DKZ, Dallas, give it up for Oliveira. 50-50,
I think 50-50, yeah. And that's the ladders that have cheered all weekend for both of them as well.
I mean, these two guys are just awesome. They have entertained us so much over the years. They've given us great memories in StarCraft II. Serral, of course, has done it a few more times than Oliveira, but Oliveira has absolutely left his mark on the scene. And it's just fun. It's so cool to see Oliveira play some good StarCraft. He really was struggling for a while. He gave us some emotional speeches. He's like, I don't know what it is. I promise you guys, I'm trying, I am playing. It's just not quite adding up. Whatever happens here, it's been an amazing tournament for him. And that's really going to give him a lot of momentum as well coming into the Esports World Cup. Because before this weekend, I don't think anybody really thought about Oliveira potentially defending his title. But hey, if he's already here, if he can bring this level of play here in Dallas, if he continues this, and he improves a little bit more in the upcoming 2-3 months, who's to say that we can see Katowice 2023 all over again?
I mean, if he takes down Serral here today, he can do anything, man. Honestly, I will believe it. You know, we just said the only thing missing from the 2023 run was that Serral got knocked out in CVZ before Oliveira could meet him at any point, right? So, yes, he made it through a lot of other great players on the way.
He had a tough
I mean, he went through Reynor, Hero, Maru. Like, it doesn't get harder than that apart from if you had Serral in there, so...
And of course, Big Gabriel as well, the very first run.
In round of 12, yeah.
Yeah, they had very different, obviously Serral won Katowice twice, but it's really funny as well if you compare their runs, where Oliveira back then went 2-3 in the group stage, went 6-6 in maps. Meanwhile, Serral won Katowice, going 5-0 in the group stage, going 20-1 in maps. Probably one of the best performances ever that we have seen in StarCraft II. Oliveira throughout that entire event, obviously that final day did make his numbers look a lot better, but 19-11 or 20-1, that is a difference. But Oliveira's victory was just as memorable, if not a whole lot more memorable than anything else we've seen in SC2.
Triple CC again from Oliveira, steering away from any double gas, kind of 2-base play. Still happy to go up to the 3 bases. And do you think, Roddy, that these 8 racks are just working well enough that he just wants to send it one more time with something like that? Or is that something you just can't do again against Serral, who might just play that a little bit safer?
It's tough, but even if you play a little bit safer, if you start playing too safe, then Oliveira can also slow the game down a little bit, right? And it's so hard to find that fine line. And yeah, this has a lot to do with the Baneling losing some of his HP as well, and it's just becoming a few things. Perhaps the maps as well. Side Delta is a map that we've played on for a while. I don't think a lot of Terrans look at this and be like, yeah, this is a great 8-Rex map. It's not impossible, but it's not the dream either. I don't really know what I'd like to see. And maybe Oliveira had a plan initially for Side Delta, but if you've had 2 games that played out the way they did on Ghost River, and especially Oceanborn, right, where he really was able to get away with everything he wanted to, and it didn't go your way, but then you do get 2 very quick wins on the board with the 8-Rex. At this point, I may throw my initial plan overboard and be like, F it, I'm doing it again. This is what we are going to do. And I'm curious if Serral is maybe going to build more roaches. If you're going to be a bit heavier on like 1-1 roach, for instance, fire off missile attacks. Don't make those safety roaches to then go into Link Bane or play Link Bane from the very get-go. What if Serral just shuts him down with a combination of roaches, ravages, and infestors?
That's a very different way of going about it, but it could be true if Serral has been so good at kind of diversifying his style over time. As Overlord wants to scout, we'll see CC number 3 is going to see a Starport and attack level. Are we? No, it's not that actually, sorry. It's on the natural. He was researching the interference matrix on the natural on that Starport just to put a bit of a fake out, pretend it's cloak when it isn't going to be. So once again, it's going to be them 2 cloakless Banshees from Oliveira.
Could lead into the 8-Rex. Because that's what he did as well in the previous game where he cancelled. Obviously he didn't go for plug, but he went interference matrix as well. Don't really want to spend your resources on that stuff because 8-Rexes, sure, the Banshees help and they can slow the Zerg down a little bit. But at the end of the day, it's about the guy with the gun and nothing else. Now the tanks.
Yeah, the tanks are a pretty big part of it. Double engineering base starting. Again, Larry's quicker here from Serral as he has opened with that Roach Roar. So a different way of opening this double Evo chamber style, which is definitely not done him many favors. When he's been opening with it, it feels like he ends up in some trouble. So this time around is going to be, like I say, back to those roaches, into that leg, get some of the tech up before really trying to just be as greedy.
Yep, Ling's already running around with speed, making sure that Oliveira can't do something too crazy with these Hellions. We haven't really seen that throughout the series. Huh? Often in the best of 5s, this is one of the games you'll see a Terran just grab their Hellions and get a little adventurous. Whether it's the first 2 or maybe the first 4 Hellions, Oliveira has been very, very good in keeping them alive, but it obviously means you're not going to get those crazy drone shots either.
Banshees are still up and around at the top here as we keep on moving on. just looking for their first kind of pincer into one of these bases, a chance to try and get a couple of drones perhaps, and just start perhaps the snowball rolling a little bit. But Queens are immediately here as the Banshees were seen. So yeah, goodbye Banshees for the moment. You guys have to back away and come back later as missile upgrades start.
Yeah, he changed his mind. He went +1 melee, +1 carapace, and then he decided to cancel them, and he actually went +1 missile attacks and +1 carapace. So I don't think Serral just changed his mind. Maybe that's like the, because he's been researching melee a lot. It's like, all right, let's just kind of build in. Like, no, that's not what I want to do. I do want to go for those missile attacks, and I like it, Wadi. A quick infestation pit as well. That doesn't necessarily have to be for a quick hive. That can obviously be for a couple of those infestors early on, as the Baning Nest has been dropped to. Different approach by Serral, as Serral feels there is such a good chance that you're going to go up to 8 Rexes, 1 Factory, 1 Starport once more and just try to win the game. We see everything. Serral has not seen everything, but has a pretty good idea, I think, that this is happening. Oliveira is doing it once more, Wadi. Can't blame him for it. There comes the armory. And as Serral, he does fire up the hive. This is where you start wondering, right? Like, is it going to be a little bit too greedy? From here on out, I do think Serral needs nothing but units, like 81 drones and a hive on the way. That's already it. It's going to take a little while before bailing speed even comes into play. There are those extra roaches. Here come the first ravages as well. Oh man, what a moment here in Game 5, Semifinals of Dallas. Who is going to advance and play Maru in the Grand Finals? Will it be Serral or will it be Oliveira, who's getting a couple of missile turrets, buddy? Worried either about Thundering Claws or somehow his fire, but not sure if those missile turrets are really needed.
Definitely not going to help him too much with his push, are they? So that's going to be a problem, no doubt, as a few Queens coming in. Whoa, the leg gets around on these Marines, and it just traps them for a moment. Some damage lost, and that means some medevac energy will be drained.
Yeah, and also just 3 Marines, right? Like, as silly as that sounds, that is going to have an impact on some of these fights. 11 Banelings on the way for Serral, as Baneling speed is now more than halfway done. +1 missile attacks has finished up. +1 carapace has finished up. Don't have any spellcasters yet. With that hive coming online right now, I think the Ultralisk Cavern would be maybe pushing it a little bit, because Serral's really not all that rich at the moment. He's got a great economy, but I wouldn't hate a Viper or two, right? And there come those first 2 Vipers immediately. Blinding Cloud, Abduct, it really doesn't matter. It's both fantastic, because once you take out the tanks, yeah, that's when the Marines are going to have a tough time getting the job done by themselves.
Yeah, Vipers are absolutely what we want to see here. A couple of Blind Clouds can change battles. As you do see those Marines push back once again. Oliveira still just darn about with these medevacs, trying to find openings and opportunities. Serral will also invest into Adrenal Glands, which if he gets that to finish, then brilliant. When is go time for Oliveira?
These moments are so tense. I think it's right now, Wadi. Yeah. Here come the boys, the Hellions as well. They can obviously morph into Hellbats. Serral does drop the Ultralisk Cavern into it. The entire best of 5 basically comes down to the next 2 fights, 1 fight, whatever it's going to be. Will the Banelings find what they are looking for? Or is Oliveira somehow able to get the job done with the exact same build 3 times in a single best of 5?
Here we go, some Roach Bane already beating this army before the tanks are siege. We dive in, we pull back a little bit. That's the choice of Serral. He does have Vipers on the way. They'll be gathering energy right now. They need to be here for this fight to jump on those tanks and the Blinding Cloud them. The issue for Serral right now is that's a big choke point that Oliveira is setting up, and he needs to find a way to fight from a couple of directions.
There is energy on that Viper, but now obviously Oliveira knows there is a Viper as well, so he can spread out the tanks. Serral's going to fully surround his army. He's got units in the bottom left. He's got units coming from the top right. This is it.
Here we go, as Serral comes in from, I was going to say all angles, but we're missing from any other angle at the moment. It's just the top left, which he actually gets pushed away from. He does have Lings in the center. They're stopping reinforcements. Now they're going to come in for the flank. No, they turn around again. Serral is still indecisive. He's not quite sure if or when he wants to fight this, as he's just going to be settling for reinforcement pickups with those Lings.
That is something though, right? And these Lings are about to get their hands on Adrenal Glands as well. +1 melee is close to finishing up. The Queens have done an amazing job in buying time. Losing this hatchery is not the end of the world for Serral, as long as he doesn't lose all these units. He is just waiting, getting a few more like parasitic bombs, abducts, whatever it's going to be. Banelings leading the charge. I think Oliveira is actually quite happy with how all of this is going so far. Serral needs to find bigger wins than he's been able to get so far.
The Banelings crash in, that's the Marines. Blinding Clouds on the tanks. The Roaches make it down through. The tanks are starting to drop, and Serral is getting into this army. Wow. The tanks keep on dropping. The bio is going to have to pick up and retreat, and Serral is going to push Oliveira back home.
Ooh, what an unbelievable display of patience there by Serral. Just letting that hatchery tank a lot of shots. The Queens, they were soaking up a lot of the tank shots as well. He picked up the reinforcements. He waited until he got his hands on a few more units, a few more, a little bit of extra energy as well on the Vipers. Lands a Blinding Cloud. And we have the first ultras on the way as Kindness plating is 85% done, and that's going to be incredibly difficult for Oliveira to deal with. He is going to complement his army with a couple Liberators. We see the first Liberators on the way, but the Liberators are not going to have advanced ballistics. They don't have any upgrades. Oliveira did fire up +3, by the way, for Bio. No +3 armors. He's really just not that rich. He's just a 3-based Terran player. Wow, what unbelievable display of patience there by Serral.
He had me baited. I thought he was going to fight at least twice, and he just didn't go for it again. Patience, waiting, and it really paid off for him. As now, the supplies are even, but this is such a different scenario with all of that tech up, the Ultras, Kindness playing. Starting when it started was ridiculous as well. Adrenal glands from the very beginning. These are all things that you're not meant to have to fight against when you're 8-raxing as Oliveira, so that is a huge deal right now.
Yep. Liberators could still be the main issue. Like, I think at this point, Serral should always be fine against Marines, Marauders, and tanks, as long as you don't take a really bad engagement, and this is Serral, you shouldn't do that. But Liberators could still complicate things a little bit, but Serral knows that, and some of the Ravages pick off one of the Libs immediately. Of course, we still have access to Vipers as well. You can abduct the Liberator, and that's when it's no longer in its shooting mode. You can also just drop a couple parasitic bombs to at least soften them up, as these Link counterattacks, by the way, are going to be incredibly difficult to deal with, because these Links are feisty. They've got good upgrades, +2 armor, +1 melee, adrenal glands. It's going to be very difficult. They're going to come in from the bottom as well, picking up some reinforcements at first, and it seems that this is going to go Serral's way.
Here we go once again. Serral coming in from the top left-hand side. He baited so many units down to the bottom right with those Lings as well. He decides not to go any further, however. He's happy with what he's done. So he pulls back, maybe just a few too many tank shots going off, would rather again play patiently. More units on the way out still, and this is becoming a fairly entrenched position. He wants to make sure that when he fights, it's with everything and from all angles.
Yep, and Oliveira does have +3 close to finishing up, so that might actually come into play. We have dropped a blinding cloud on one of the tanks in the bottom side. Ultras are leading the charge. Ravagers are going to try to take care of these Liberators once more, and that's another Liberator falling, as these Lings are still making it impossible for Oliveira to reinforce his position.
Ultras coming through, the Banes as well, trying to chase the Biochitin back as best as it can. The Liberators are huge, though. They're getting so many good shots off on the Liberators, and while Serral is kind of keeping Oliveira at bay, Oliveira is just about hanging on in there. Finishes off this hatchery. He'll take that for the moment, lift up and get out, and just reset back towards the Lib, and maybe some more of those reinforcing tech units.
Oliveira throws down a scan in the bottom left side, wondering if there's a hatchery there as well, and there is, and he obviously knows killing a hatchery is great, but the drones, they did not go down, so those two will just be transferred to the bottom left side. Hatchery is going to get killed, -300 minerals. Serral's nowhere near mixed out, so that is a bit problematic, as we drop a parasitic bomb on one of the medevacs, but the micro by Oliveira initially is good, then brings it back into the rest of the pack. Actually loses 2 of his medevacs. Every single unit is so important for a 3-base Oliveira.
Those Lings just keep on stopping reinforcements from trailing across the map. We are going to go for this hatchery. That's a dive in from Oliveira, with Ultras giving him a cuddle at the point of impact. So that hatchery goes down. Another one lost for Serral. Drones will have to go elsewhere, but Oliveira did lose a little bit more army supply, and he's definitely lost momentum and position finally.
Impressive, though, that he got 2 hatcheries there, and he even got the kill right on the new hatcheries, so technically he got 3 bases there. That's pretty sick by Oliveira, as he does have hands on +3. He snuck in a 4th command center during all of this. I'm sure that he is not loving life, but he might think, like, hey, if I can morph this 4th base into a planetary, and I do still have some Liberators out, I've got +3. Might actually be playable even against high-tech Zerg. And Serral did really take a pretty severe economic beating there towards the very tail end of it, when it started to look so good for Serral. As these Lings are going to find this command center, we'll see that tanks have sieged up as well. I'm really curious what Serral's going to do about it.
Yeah, I wonder if he is just going to set up to try and bust down one of those bases. Maybe he would have done if you were, hadn't taken that little bit of extra eco damage, because then you're comfortable kind of reinforcing behind a trade. If losing that, he might be a little bit more skeptical about, forcing a fight himself here. Ultra's numbers are still rising. We do also have our star. The Infestor was added on at some point as well, so 1 or 2 of those might start lurking around as full energy Vipers move down to the bottom side.
And Vipers are terrifying, right, for Oliveira, because obviously you don't have a Ghost Academy. When you've played this kind of a game, you don't really have an answer for them. And then dealing with 1 Viper that has a bit of energy, that might be possible, but dealing with multiple Vipers, and now Infest is in the mix as well, it is going to be very hard. Army supplies, though, we are damn competitive, 122 against 123, and that does mean that if Oliveira just takes 1 great fight, it could still go his way, but the floodgates are open on his side of the map. He's going to lose SCV, he's going to have a very difficult time ever securing that base again. And he says, all right, base for a base. And he is just praying that Serral gets impatient and takes 1 bad fight through a choke point where the Liberators can shine like they have never shined before.
Firefighting Hatchery taking damage. Some Banes on that planetary is going to jump on, and we are going to see a lot of STVs going down. So Oliveira is going to be losing this base he's just now established. A couple of Ravagers going to get blown up. This wasn't a free trade for Serral. He's obviously losing base to himself as Oliveira's across the other side, and this is where sometimes Oliveira is the most dangerous, where he's got one army that the Zerg still has to clean up at some point.
Yep, the Liberators may not have advanced ballistics, but there's many Liberators, especially on a map like Side Delta, will always have potential. What a best of 5 this has been, and it will all come down to this. Once more, round 2, the 3 Rex that just went on for a little bit longer. Medevacs have been working overtime though. There is not a whole lot of healing left on these units, so every single stim is going to hurt Oliveira. And Serral already displayed fantastic patience once, and I think he's doing it again, Waddy.
He is just waiting. He knows given time he will have more to deal with. He's doing more damage. There's no reinforcements ever going to make it across the map. And then Serral just needs to find the moment to take this army down with parasitic bombs chipping through the Liberator count. We are making this an easier scenario. We're actually going to go through here with the Ultras. Decides to pull back though, and that means some free damage gets done, and Oliveira gets a little bit more catches. Both of the Vipers as well to give him a bit more of a chance.
Oh my, -2 Vipers. Serral's lost the Roach Warren too. He's going to build 2 of them. He's turning around with these Ultras. That's a lot of circles. If there was ever a moment when the Liberators could make the difference, you would think that this is it. But Serral just has units for days. More links coming in, and it's just a couple Liberators left for Oliveira. It seems that Serral, the man who's been a bit of a mystery over the last few months, we know he's fulfilling the mandatory military service in Finland. Still got it, and he is going to advance into the grand finals. Waddy, that much is said. Oliveira with 1 STV remaining knows it. GG, well played. And Serral is going to meet Maru once more.
One absolutely incredible game 5. It was so close. Oliveira almost had that Oliveira magic where he's not meant to be winning. He's not meant to be having a chance anymore. And yet there's still a bit of hope. That one final army. And I think Serral was feeling a little bit too. He was not quite sure he was ever going to clean that up, but he was able to get there in the end. And Serral advances to play Maru in another grand final this year.
A best of 5 for the ages, a long time ago. Serral and Oliveira, back then time, had an epic series over in Finland where Serral won, but we all spoke about damn time played good. And for the longest time, that was always a series that people would refer to when they spoke about this man's skill. It did not go Oliveira's way today, but boy oh boy, what a performance it was, and what a great run by the 2023 champ. That was amazing. But let's hear from the Katowice 24 champ as he's in the grand finals once more. It's Serral on stage with Shobra.
What an insane match. Give it up, Dallas, for Serral as he moves on to the grand finals this weekend. Serral, just absolutely nutty game. You must be going through a lot of crazy thoughts and emotions right now because it couldn't have been easy. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I was he played in a way I expected, but it was way harder than I thought initially. And in a couple of moments I already thought I lost it, but luckily that wasn't the case for me.
Wow, I mean, yeah, you were able to hold on. You say that you thought you might have lost it. How are you able to still just stay in the zone, right? Just not give up? Because if you're feeling the pressure, I mean, imagine what we're feeling watching that game.
I don't know. I just did my thing, I guess. But I don't think I was actually losing. It's more of I was thinking I probably could have won it easier as well. But yeah, I just tried to do my own thing, not stress too much, and play it patiently.
Yeah, patience, absolutely the name of the game. We heard the casters calling it out several times as well, just waiting for that perfect moment. Well, now you're moving on to the grand finals, facing Maru once again. Now, we've heard Maru already talk about it yesterday, like, well, if I have to play Serral again, he's a little scary. I don't know how that's going to go. How have you felt about this potential matchup? Are you looking forward to it? Are you worried at all?
I'm excited. I'm always excited for these matches. I think it's going to be a fun one, but Maru's looking really strong, so I'm at least hoping it's not going to be as easy as last time.
Oh, okay. Serral wants a bit of a fight. Well, hopefully we get that in the grand finals. Once again, give it up for Serral as he moves on to the grand finals to face Maru this weekend.
Well, are them fighting words coming out of Serral as he now makes it into the grand final. But let's talk about this one. I have normally loads of ways to describe great matches, bangers, barn burners, all beginning with B. All I had for this one is bloody hell, this was ridiculous here. Oliveira pushing Serral to the limit. Joining me is Reina as well as Pig. Pig, what a series this was.
Spectacular. I mean, obviously there was people like me saying you know what? Oliveira's looking great. He's vibing. He's feeling good, but Serral's just too good. I very quickly had to eat my words and say, oh my gosh, because I thought Serral was going to go down in this game 5. That was nail-biting.
Yeah, it was. I told you guys Oliveira was playing good. I'm like, I'm worse than Serral, but, you know, I'm pretty decent in this matchup. And he kind of rocked me, so I was like, yeah, I think he has good chances. And, yeah, he absolutely proved his strength here.
I mean, he's the magic man. He pushes Serral to game 5. Serral looks nigh on invincible in a lot of these scenarios here, Rainer. And it also showed that Oliveira was able to hang into the very late game against Serral as well. So it really speaks to his skill.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very happy it wasn't a 3-0. This means Serral is still better than me. But maybe it wasn't as big as I generally thought. But yeah, very well done by Serral and very well done by Oliveira. Proper banger.
Absolutely.
It was impressive how well he kept up pace, right? Like, there was no point where it felt like Serral was too fast for him, especially with that game 1 was so back and forth on Ghost River. It felt like he was really just able to play at the same speed as Serral the whole time.
Yeah, pretty much.
Definitely so. Let's take a look at some of the final moments there, and that is how it all boils down. We have a Serral versus Maru finals again here, and it is the fixture that oftentimes we always get and we're always excited for. Sometimes, Rainer, it doesn't quite live up to what the expectations.
Most times.
I can't believe Serral came out with those fiery words.
Yeah, that's not like him at all. But he's getting feisty, man. Maybe the military changed him a little bit. He's ready. I loved it.
Yeah, ready for the fight. Pig, your thoughts?
That was awesome. Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of clips we can go over as well if we want to go straight into that. Really awesome series there. So we can go straight on in and take a look here. I really think this first game set the pace, and it was this early fight with this big Ling drop that was so decisive. You notice at this moment, it kind of looks a bit iffy for Serral because he had to pull back at the start. But what you got to realize is so many units in that top side in the minimap just ended up basically getting pulled out of position. And you're going to see over there, a lot of Oliveira's units get pulled in that direction. So basically, if we just go here and play, you're going to see Serral comes in, the Lings go around, get on top. All these tanks in the back don't have any Marine support. And this is a huge moment for Serral in game 1 because he clears out all of those long-range units. Meanwhile, he dropped in the natural, then he dropped in the main base. And you're thinking, well, where are Oliveira's units? They've just got back. Here, because he's been so busy dealing with those units up in the main, which you can see in the minimap. So this was a really nice moment where Serral got a little bit of momentum, and I feel like you could see that reflected in the rest of the game. If we go to one more fight a few minutes later, we can take a look at this. You can see that Serral's just always got just enough to kind of overwhelm the front line, and it felt like all these fights, if Oliveira has 10 more Marines, 2-3 more Widow Mines, 1 more tank in the back, it could have gone very differently, right?
Exactly, especially on a map like Ghost River, where I feel like you have to just straight up kill the Terran because you cannot really take one of their bases, but Serral kind of did this game, so.
It was pretty damn nice. Now, if we go into the next one as well, we had some really good pushing power out of Oliveira. Good multi-prong as well. The Roach Ravager came out as you predicted, Rainer. You thought it was going to kind of like help Serral hold things off. Were you shocked by this push? Because it felt like this ramp is just so scary for Zerg in that top left side.
Yeah, a little bit. Oliveira has this like real good strength where he's like, my army is better now, and you can do anything about it, and I'm just gonna steam on your face. A lot of Terrans would just take it slow, siege up, but he's like, no, I'll just steam in your face and yeah, take it, you know? There's not much you can do. And yeah, very good push here.
It's that mixture of calculated pushes, but also being incredibly decisive when it is time for you to actually get in there and finish the game off, isn't it? Speaking of which, the ARAX pat pushes were just absolutely so difficult to deal with, and this is a tough one. I do feel like it hits with such ferocity. Technically, you want to be flanking from the top right as well. You maybe want to have these rocks down behind the gold so you can have some Lingbane on that bottom right. Because I think if you come in from those two sides, Rainer, maybe you can deal with this. But it feels like Oliveira, he doesn't just get to the watchtower and take his time. He's like sieging and ranging your hatchery and kind of forcing Serral to fight.
We gotta mention the map as well, because the watchtower has a pretty big role in this map. And if you control the watchtower, you can see any sandwiches coming from behind. So yeah, that definitely helps a lot as well.
Awesome. I think this was just so decisive, and it's cool to see Serral tested and kind of pushed to the limit like that. But as you could see, just rock solid. And even though things were kind of getting out of control in a few of the games, that last hold in the final game, I mean, there was like 1 blinding cloud and like 3 Ravagers, 6 Roaches. barely hung on because that fight at the third base really decided things.
Yeah, especially like the Link counterattacks there. That last game, they did a lot. I think they won him the game, honestly. Without those Links scanning the reinforcements, I think Oliveira had that. And also, one Viper dropped a Blinding Cloud just before it died. And that, I think, was game-changing as well.
Yeah, the Link's constantly getting those reinforcements, and it's never ending as well. Every single time you're trying to reinforce those pushes, you couldn't get anything going. Let's check in with the bracket here and see who now is in our grand final. And as always, for all the eager StarCraft fans around the world, it's Maru versus Serral. Who would have thought here in Dallas, as they're going to go head-to-head in a best-of-7 once again. GOAT versus GOAT. They're in the finals. Reina, do you have any particular predictions on your side?
I would like to say I'm excited, James, but I'm not sure if I am, honestly. I keep getting excited over these finals like most people, but then they end up being a stomp. I do think Serral is going to take it.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's going to be more close than last time, like he said.
Yeah.
I want a show, honestly.
Honestly, I would like a pre-game interview with both of them, but side by side. I don't know if we're going to get as fiery words out of them as we just got from Serral. How about yourself, Pig? Any thoughts?
I mean, it's the fixture that everyone was dreaming of since 2018. It took 6 years to get them in big finals. We're getting another one now, and it's exciting. I think Maru has a big chance for redemption here. I think this day is a little bit more chill. I do feel like Maru sometimes struggles where he's going to play like 2, 3, 4 series in a day. Today it's like, okay, you got the first semi, you've got time to prepare. I saw him out there watching with Gumiho that whole series. They were kind of chatting the whole time.
Yeah.
I think this is a good chance for him to show that he can take the fight to Serral. So,
and to give credit to Maru as well, I just wanted to say that he's been looking really strong lately. Like he's been winning a lot. He won GSL, he won Stars Wars. He's been cooking. So yeah, hopefully it's gonna be close. I do hope my boy Serral takes it, though, I'll be honest.
That's fair, that's fair. Maybe today is the day that we get the absolute insane best-of-7 all the way to the end. So we're going to allow those two players to actually get fully ready and prepared to go for that grand final. And whilst we're doing that, you know what? We're going to take a brief interlude because we're going to have a bit of a show match here. And we're going to take a look at those teams that are going to be going head-to-head. Hey, that's you! We have got Team World going up against Team Texas that doesn't quite look like they're all from Texas, but you know, we'll give it a pass. And it is going to be the SC1 versus SC2 Evo mod to be able to get all of this going. So, Reina, are you happy with your team?
Considering Clem showed up 2 minutes before our match, and Creator, it's a little bit hard to speak English with him. Very happy with my team. We had a lot of communication going, team building,
Team building exercises, fantastic. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me here at the desk. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we are going to have that show match before the grand final. Plenty more of awesome action to come. Stay tuned.
Hello guys, this is me, Raynor, professional commentator. I'm joined by Serral, professional golf player today. We will be answering some questions.
Let's get this here. What's the funniest thing that has happened to you during a match?
Wait, so I have to answer it for you? How the fuck am I supposed to do that?
I think I'll have to answer it. I think the funniest thing that has happened to you during a match is probably someone wrote you something dumb. I don't know. There's not much funny stuff happening.
I remember one moment where we were playing against each other. It was like Widow Gaming. And they kept my mic on and I was singing. You remember this?
Yeah, I do remember.
You had to pause the game because I was singing in your ear.
But I don't think that was a funny moment for me. That was more funny for me.
It was kind of funny. I liked it. Do you like my singing?
I don't remember anymore.
Unbelievable. So it's my turn, I guess. Describe your perfect day as a player. So Jonas' perfect day, I know it very well. Wake up around 8 a.m., grab a coffee, walk the dog, just eat a little bit for lunch, stare outside for a bit, then play 2-3 hours of gaming. Off to bed we go.
Sounds about right. Just missed the breakfast.
Oh yeah, the breakfast. What do you eat for breakfast usually?
Well, porridge nowadays. Porridge.
Porridge?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Every day you learn something. Do you have any pre-game rituals or superstitions that authors might find quirky or unusual? I think you have some, probably. Some Italian rap right during a game. You're singing yourself, not necessarily listening.
Yeah.
And maybe some dance moves.
Yeah.
Would you imagine?
A little bit of dancing maybe, but mostly listening to music. And I'm obsessed with washing my hands before I play. So sometimes I wash my hands like 3 times. So that's maybe an issue, but other than that, I don't really have much.
Yeah, I can see that being an issue if the toilet's far away, but
yeah.
if not, then it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. All right. Let me check here. What was your favorite StarCraft tournament that you attended? I think Serral's favorite StarCraft tournament was the Assembly tournament in Helsinki.
No, not quite.
No?
I mean, it's up there for sure. It's up there for sure.
We had a blast there. I met your parents as well.
In the 2015 one?
Yeah, my mom was there as well.
Yeah, I remember. You were very tiny.
You too.
No,
you were not very big yet.
No. Well, yeah, anyways, not quite correct. I think BlizzCon has been my favorite events always.
No, that's a good pick. I like it.
Let's see what's here. Tell us more about the weirdest gift you have ever received from a fan.
But you cannot know this.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about the weirdest gift you have got, but I would imagine it's like a mini you, like a Rainer teddy bear. Then you had to sign it or something, I don't know.
I didn't get too many weird gifts. So one time though, one of my fans asked me for my hoodie. And I was like, I've been playing it the whole day and it's really hot here, so I was sweating a lot and I told him. It was like even better and I was like, nah, I'm good, I'll keep it, thank you. But yeah, no, not too many weird gifts. What about you? Do you get any weird gifts?
I don't think so. It's pretty standard stuff for the most part.
I think StarCraft fans are pretty chill.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions in there. Have you ever had any embarrassing moments during tournaments that you can laugh about now? I don't know, did you?
Well, is that your answer?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
It's disappointing. Just poor play, impressingly poor play.
Of course, it's poor play.
Yeah,
that's not considered embarrassing. It happens to all of us. Happens less to you than most people, but
I don't know, man.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
If you could play against any player from the Brood War era, who would it be and why? You'd probably want to play like against Jaedong. Oh no, you'd want to play against Flash for sure.
Yeah, that's spot on. Yeah, I would like to play against Flash for sure. I've never played him. Good answer.
Well, that's pretty easy.
Was it?
Yeah.
Come on, man. What has been the biggest challenge you faced in your career? How did you overcome it?
I don't know. I didn't have any biggest challenges, but I guess there's a lot of matches that I had to overcome.
How did you overcome them?
Just
sipping some coffee.
Don't have to do anything.
Going home.
Time fixes everything, doesn't it?
It does, I guess. Going home, walking the dogs.
Yeah, that's a good solution.
Oh, yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Me and Jona were almost best friends, so we know each other very well, I would say.
Yeah.
We enjoyed it. Thank you for watching, guys.
See you next time.
Welcome back, everybody. The StarCraft II vs StarCraft 1 show match is about to be here. We've got Team World on my right, Team Texas on my left, and State and me are going to be covering the absolute madness that is probably one of the more imbalanced, absolutely insane, and bonkers mods that has been just having so much fun lately. This has been awesome.
Yeah, and if you guys are unfamiliar with the SC Evo mod, it basically takes all of the races of StarCraft Brood War, all the units, the Reavers, the Psionic Storms, the Protoss High Templar, the Lurkers from StarCraft 1, the Defilers, all those things coming in to StarCraft 2, and we're going to see these two races clash together in a best of 3.
Yeah, you know, you've got cool things that you remember like Dragoons, except they don't get stuck anymore because they're in the StarCraft 2 engine.
Yeah.
It's actually a lot of fun to see how overpowered some things are. Reavers causing havoc, Storms and Spells going crazy. But can the StarCraft 1 factions actually keep up with StarCraft 2 in the early and mid game? That's the big question. Anyways, we have actually had a chance here with the players for them to pick their team. Should we get them over now and see kind of which races they're going to pick?
Yeah, let's get the captains of both teams. I think for Team Texas, Scarlett, I believe you're the captain for Team Texas. Would you mind coming on up here? And for Team World, Rainer, would you mind coming up here? Really quick. Shoes have to come on and everything. These gamers.
You can't play StarCraft with your shoes on.
All right, so Scarlett, you're the captain of Team Texas. Being the hometown team of Texas, you get to choose whether you're going to play StarCraft II or StarCraft 1 in this 3v3. What's your selection?
I think we're gonna have to choose StarCraft 2.
All right, so why are you gonna pick StarCraft 2? Because honestly, I've been playing the mod. I feel like the StarCraft 1 races, they're pretty good.
Well, the game is, Brood War is older than them, you know? So I don't think they know the units very well.
Rainer, have you ever played StarCraft 1?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, you're exactly right, I guess.
What year? So StarCraft 1 came out in 1998. What year were you born?
2002.
All right, this is going to be a learning in action process. All right, so have you guys had a chance to prep a little bit, get some practice games in?
Yeah, Clem got here 5 minutes ago, so we're definitely ready for this.
And Scarlett, I saw that you and Diego Kellezer were actually playing a ton of practice games to get ready for this. You guys are pretty serious about taking the win. You think you're ready?
Well, we were playing Brood War, so it doesn't count as practice.
All right, well, Pig, I think we're about ready to get this thing started. What do you say?
100%. I think it's time for you guys to take your seats and get on into it.
And before we do that, Team Texas, would you like a cowboy hat?
Are you going to represent?
All right, let's give one here. Diego, take your cowboy hat. Also, I love how we cut out a little earpiece for the gamer headsets and the earbuds.
I am looking forward to seeing if the headset actually fits on top of these hats nicely. This is going to be great. There's going to be a logistical mess, but it should be fantastic.
All right.
Nothing like the Netherlands, Canada, and Brazil representing Texas. This is a truly international event. I love it.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. So is everybody ready in the lobby? Are we prepared to go? All right, let's get ready to get the game started, everybody.
Yeah. Oh, yes, it will. Rainer saying it's not going to end well, shaking his head. For them! Oh, okay, call the ambulance, but not for me. It's the sort of attitude that I want to see. All right. No stream cheat? Well, we'll cheat a little bit for you guys if you're looking like you're really losing. Don't worry, we'll give you guys some tips.
If you have any questions about the tech tree, Rainer,
yeah,
me and Pig, we got your back.
We'll
We've been
backseat coach you guys, all right?
All right, guys, let's get ready to get into the game. Is everyone prepared?
All right,
I think we're good to go.
Yeah, they're going to get that sorted. So we've recently had a bunch of show matches in Korea with this mod. We've had a whole bunch of people on the ladder start to play it. So far, the big differences everyone's going to be looking for in this mod is, of course, the fact that StarCraft 1 workers mine a little bit faster at the start. They're a little bit quicker with their acceleration, but they do not get queens. They do not get chrono boost. They do not get mules. It's a bit of an awkward start. If you're Terran, you don't get a depot that goes up and down, which is one of the most awkward adjustments. It's going to be really interesting to see how they can play it out. But of course, you've got vultures that blitz across the screen, spider mines that go down, Psystorms that do almost double the damage of a StarCraft 2 Psystorm. The Zerglings have insane damage per second as well. So there's a lot of things where, yeah, you're handicapped a little with the StarCraft 1 units, but if they get their exceptionally powerful units to actually work in the way they can, it's just incredible.
Yeah, and I feel like for Team Texas representing StarCraft 2 coming in with those 3 races, you kind of got to use the tempo of the StarCraft 2 races to your advantage if you want to win, because otherwise, if you let these Brood War races get going and suddenly you have Reavers coming across the map in shuttles, you have Terran battle cruisers raining down hell from the sky.
Yeah, dude, it can actually be so powerful. So obviously we've got players all playing their respective races. Right now we got Harstam in the Protoss, Scarlet in the Zerg, Kellezer in the Terran, and respectively over on Team World, Clem playing Terran, Rainer playing Zerg, and our lovely Creator playing Protoss. And we are going to see how all of these players open up and start to take each other down. already using a little bit of those signals. The players have actually managed to get in voice channels as well, so they are organized.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this level of preparation, but I guess I probably should have known better considering these are 6 pro gamers here at DreamHack Dallas. And one of the funny things too about the SC Evo mod is you don't start with 4 workers obviously like you would in Brood War. It's not even StarCraft 2 back in Wings of Liberty starting with 6. Everybody starts with 12. The Brood War races in this engine, they do mine a little bit faster. That worker has a much higher acceleration rate. It's better for worker harass. I wonder if we're going to be seeing that potentially from Hearthstone with the probe harassment, should that come in later. And, oh wait, he's playing StarCraft 2. Who's this? Creator, that's right.
Creator's got the probes that constantly regen. But it is something where, like it used to be in StarCraft 1, due to the engine, the probe could harass, move and shoot, outrange the other workers. Doesn't really work too well in the StarCraft 2 engine because everything just moves so smoothly.
There is no move and shoot, but still, do not underestimate the shield regeneration. Do not underestimate the speed at which these units can accelerate. So, taking a look here at the builds, I'm actually surprised. Raynor coming through with the macro hatch already. Seems like he has a generally good idea. Hey man, that's the way this is gonna go. I'll share your secrets, I'll share their secrets, but let's let you cook for now. We'll let you cook for now. Check in now on the StarCraft 2 team. Scarlet, what are you working at right now? 3 hatchery coming in.
Hearthstone going for a nice gateway there as well. Working into some extra tech. We're not gonna give away what that tech is just yet.
You're good. You're good, keep playing.
Yeah, we can potentially hold the microphones up to the players as well, just to harass them. We do think the StarCraft 2 players are going to be a little bit abusive. Already a Reaper coming in here for Kelazur, getting a bunch of damage. Those StarCraft 2 Reapers are an absolute menace. Oh, but there's a Dragoon already out, and this Dragoon actually paths correctly.
Yeah, one more shot. I think that Reaper might go down, and indeed it does. Kelazur taking an L there with that early Reaper, and in a lot of 1v1 matchups in the SC Evo mod with its Brood War races fighting against the StarCraft 2 races, the Reaper is the most powerful unit in the game with the exception of TVP. So the fact that now we're playing a 3v3, 1 player on 1 race, Terra and Protoss and Zerg all represented StarCraft 2 and StarCraft 1. The power of the Reaper, it's mitigated quite hard here, Pig.
Yeah, we're already seeing Vultures as well out for Clem. If there was a unit that I wanted to see Clem play with, it's those Vultures. It is one of the fastest units. It has a plus 50% move speed upgrade, as well as Spider Mines, which will not activate on anything except the enemy actual fighting units. It will not activate on workers. But of course, if you drag it in, it can still do the splash damage there. The Vultures, though, kind of fragile, a bit of an awkward move and shoot unit, but looks like they are able to do okay in a 1v1 versus the Adept. Clem trying to use that micro to outrange it.
Kind of
a bit
funny
of
unit interaction, isn't it? And of course, Oracle now coming in will be able to clear up that Vulture. And these Oracles, these Stargate units, the flying units in general coming out early for StarCraft 2, it's hard for the StarCraft 1 races to deal with, but look at what a good job Creator is just ironing out the defense back at home for his team. He's deflecting the Oracles. He's deflecting the Reapers. These early game weaknesses that the StarCraft 1 races have, Creator, as Protoss, is fulfilling his role.
Wait. Are you telling me that StarCraft 1 Protoss covers all of the weaknesses of the other races because it's objectively better? Are you saying if you just make Gateway Man units, you're automatically going to be better and have more success?
I'm not saying Artosis is right, but maybe, Pig.
Okay, all right. Creator may have made the right choice here. So far, we've got Hydras coming out right now. StarCraft 1 Hydras are going to be interested to see how they fare. A Liberator coming in as well right now.
Yeah.
As you can see, Clem is going to be struggling to deal with that. But nice reposition. Kelazur being annoying. The air harass continues from the StarCraft 2 players. You really get to see just how much early air and high-tech unit harass there is in StarCraft 2. Oracles, Liberators coming in, Reapers bouncing up and down cliffs. The kind of higher early game pace of StarCraft 2, it's been shown, but it hasn't found big damage just yet.
Yeah, I was expecting a lot more damage coming in for these units. In fact, before this match even started, I was talking a little bit with Sasha and with Diego, with Scarlet and Kelazur about what their plan is coming in. And actually, hold that thought, is the shuttle. Oh, it has the Reaver. It actually gets caught here by the Phoenix. Now, the Reaver, it is a massive unit, as Hearthstone is just now figuring out. He cannot pick that thing up.
I saw him try to click on that. We saw that, Kev. Unfortunately, not able to pick it up. But hey, sending the Reaver home. And the Reaver is essentially, for anyone who didn't play StarCraft 1, a slug that shoots little one-shot buildings or units that explode, but they cost, what, 25 minerals each for a Scarab. It's a nice AoE, but it is almost useless without a shuttle to transport it. It's so slow.
Yeah, and
it's
StarCraft,
so slow.
And in StarCraft 1, I mean, the power of that unit is mitigated a lot by the engine, but actually hold that thought. These Phoenix coming in here, coupled with the Oracle. This is some nice harassment coming in from Hearthstone. Dragoons getting lifted up, but they are so tanky. Eventually, he will have to retreat. Not too much economic damage done, but still disrupting the opposing Protoss player.
Kelazur is basically treating them like an AI right now. He's got his Liberator just being so annoying in those abusive spots, really taking advantage of Clem and his lack of anti-air. He's going to be relying on Raynor to try and cover him with the Hydras. Meanwhile, Scarlet, she's using Roaches. The greatest thing that Zerg has in StarCraft 2. A 145 chunky boy, costs almost nothing and can overwhelm just about everything. It's a fantastic unit. It's going to be hard for those StarCraft 1 units to deal with the front line of Roaches.
Yeah, and look at how much effort needs to be dedicated just to defuse that one Liberator in the base of Clem. We had Dragoons, we had so many anti-air units coming in, and now look at this exposure over here on the right side. Phoenix coming in once more, Creator losing a ton of probes. In fact, his teammate's gonna have to throw down missile turrets to try and deal with him and dispel this problem. But already we have units moving into the center of the map. Scarlet right now with a handful of Ravagers, a handful of Infestors looking to get something done. Of course, generally speaking, in StarCraft 1, the Spellcasters are the better units, but StarCraft 2, there isn't anything quite like Fungal except Ensnare. Doesn't do damage though, and doesn't pair with a unit like the Ravager.
It's a lot of Hydras out for Raynor right now, but those are StarCraft 1 Hydras. They're cheap, expendable, but they aren't that powerful. Here comes the Queen. Phoenix jump on top. Nice Queen snipe there for Hearthstone. Fungal coming down, trying to use Fungal Pile. Scarlet with 4 Ravages and like 7 Infestors. This is a meme army if I've ever seen one. She's got to get the heck out of there. What's she doing?
Yeah, the combined forces of all of these Brood War races on the ground is so powerful in the center of the map right now. We have Reavers, StarCraft 1 siege tanks, which pack a massive punch, as well as everything else on the ground that really is just so formidable. And the StarCraft 2, I feel a little bit concerned. Yes, the Phoenix count is high. The Hydras are getting lifted up. They are getting clean, but the macro coming in is so strong from Raynor. These Hydras, they're all alone though. Will they get fungled?
Shut up, State. Raynor shouts outwards. He's got his Hydras going down. Raynor, what are our thoughts so far on those StarCraft 1 Hydralisks, man?
It's okay, it's okay. Look. Boom! Come here! Boom!
These shots so big coming in from the Brood units. Another great fungal on those Dragoons paired with the Ravagers. Biles trying to land. It seems like the Brood War team coming in for Team World, doing a really good job of controlling the situation right now, Pig.
Yeah, Clem's been kind of calmly macroing up in the back as well. They got to be careful about letting a mech player max out on those 2 supply siege tanks. Goliaths and Vultures. Command centers are floating down. Feels like Clem and Creator building up in the back could get very scary. The Reaver count's been growing, but Kelazur's being super active with these drops. He's being such a nuisance.
Yeah, these Reavers are getting a lot of damage done. One-shotting Infestors, I believe, over here in the center of the map while Scarlet tries to find damage. Does Fungal and Bile down. I think she got that Reaver with that attack, and now these Hydras also in a little bit of a pickle. That is a hard arc to fight into as the StarCraft 1 Zerg. Meanwhile, Hearthstone, again, trying to control the game with Phoenix, is working on his carrier transition, which until now probably was a secret, but I'm sure the Brood War team now knows.
I mean, they've already got a lot of Goliaths. Goliaths have a ton of range. I think it's like 10, 12, something like that.
If it's not 10 or 12, it certainly feels like 10 or 12
It
big.
feels like that. The thing is, those carriers, if they can get in range and get the Interceptors out, they've got 12 leash range, at which point they will be able to take down the Goliaths. Roach Ravage is still being a big nuisance. The Phoenix are in their face. The Mass Hydra of Raynor running back and forward, struggling to be in position at the right time and in the right place.
Oh, and the Reavers and the Dragoons right now for Creator battling Kelazur here on the ground. Kelazur with this drop is probably going to be able to take down this Nexus. Let's see if Reaver's able to get some more damage done. Does pick off at least one more Marine, but Kelazur getting so much done. And look at the Phoenix in the main base.
Wow, Hearthstone, a proper SkyToss player. Let's hear his thoughts right now. Let's get a bit of that streamer/YouTube first-person commentary. I'm owning him. I'm owning him. You heard it from the man's lips himself. He's got the carriers on the way. The Phoenix are just tearing up the worker line. Scarlet is smashing it as well with her Ravager Infestor being so annoying on the front line. Finally, one of those Infestors does go down, and Kelazur is still focusing on harassment as much as possible. Scourges coming out as well. Roaches with tunneling claws running around the backline, abusing and using as many different StarCraft II mechanics as possible. And it's the all-consuming harassment, the dominant mobile armies darting in and out. The Marines of Kelazur find a few Arena's Hydralisks, and our StarCraft 1 players just unable to get up as many expansions. They're trying to hang out to the late game power spikes, but they're just not able to get there.
The Phoenix are doing such a good job of just controlling the skies. The Reavers being so slow without a shuttle can't get much done, but here is the StarCraft 1 units coming out, trying to push the fight to Kelazur. He is going to retreat from that position with Scarlet, but already carriers have arrived in the main base of Creator. Hearthstone is laying siege. So much damage getting done, and the anti-air is nowhere to be found.
Oh, this is filthy. This is filthy, especially on this map with all these cliffs. He's just going to fly those carriers from the low ground to the high ground and back and forth. Dragoons are not an answer to that, not at all. Well, I mean, I'd love to see some StarCraft 1 carriers come out to try and counter it, but the StarCraft 2 carriers are absolutely dominating. What can they do, mate? What's the counter state? You played a fair bit of this mod. Do we need... I mean, what do we need to go? Scouts here? We need to go carriers? The
Definitely
Goliaths?
not scouts, but I don't know, man. You get 7 or 8 carriers in a main basis like this with also an army knocking on the front door on the ground, and it's a pretty tough position to be in. I think the Brood Horde team is up against the ropes. I don't know if they can salvage this. There is no answer for the carriers.
I love that Kelazur still has a Liberator just being annoying as well. He's constantly had Liberators in the backline. Oh, Neural Parasites coming out as well. Scarlet using all of the annoying mechanics just so excellently. The Hydra's pulling back now. The Goliath's trying to hold that front line. Those StarCraft 1 siege tanks and Reavers are able to hold on against the ground. It's the air that's the problem. The Goliaths are clemmed. Do a bit of focus fire. 1 or 2 of the carriers go down, but the Goliath count's starting to drop.
Yeah, you can see Hearthstone utilizing the leash range so well, and now coupled in with reinforcements coming from Kelazur. The whole Protoss fleet and Scarlet's army coming out on the ground, and up until this point, it felt like if one thing was going for the Brood War team, for Team World, it was their army on the ground, but I don't know if that's true anymore, Pig.
Yeah, this is absolute madness, but it feels like the StarCraft 2 team has the whole map behind this. They've got so much money to reproduce. Their carrier count is out of control. The Scourges! There we go! Raider with the Scourges! Going for the carriers, but he doesn't manage to get it. The Phoenix gunned them down. Hearthstone's Phoenix running the interception, and Rainer absolutely mouthing hands off the keyboard there.
I have never seen anyone GG as hard as Rainer just GG'd. As Team Texas, with their cowboy hats in tow, are able to bring a stunning and convincing victory, proving that StarCraft 2 is the superior game.
Really well done there, gang. What are your thoughts on that game, Scarlet? What was the secret to success? What was the most overpowered thing from all 3 of you?
Probably the Holocaust on our side, going into carriers there. And the Phoenix. The counter to the carriers is normally Scourges, but Phoenix kill them and they move, so not much they can do about that.
Well, that was a tremendous performance. I can see the teamwork really paying off. All that practice, you guys worked hard for this. I present to you your show match trophy, the SC Evo champions here at DreamHack Dallas.
Big congratulations, guys. And that is no doubt the real important trophy. There's another trophy, another small trophy that we are going to be going to in just a minute, though. But thank you very much for joining us and playing and showcasing some of the beauty. And when we take 2 games, 20 years apart, mash them together, turns out StarCraft 2 wins out with a little bit of practice and prep. All right, everybody, we're going to be heading back to the desk now to continue with the grand finals of the tournament that will be coming up shortly.
Thank you very much, boys. Thank you very much to the guys playing the show match as well. I have absolutely no clue what was happening, but it looked interesting for you, Jack.
It certainly did. It's always refreshing, especially when you get to see people who are used to just StarCraft 2 units get to see some of the Brood War units. Like, so that's just a disruptor that fires like every 3 seconds, and the AI just like has it explode on a bunch of units. This seems really ridiculous. I'm like, yeah, Brood War units are pretty ridiculous, but StarCraft 2 reigns supreme.
You know what's funny, though, is that if this had been made earlier on in StarCraft 2's career, there'd probably be mostly the opposite, right? Which is that StarCraft 2, hey, this disruptor is just like Reaver, right?
Yeah.
It's been 14 years, so.
Yeah, no, you're right. All right, well, let's talk about it. The grand final is on the way here. We have the GOAT versus the GOAT when it comes to our finals. We have Vitality's Maru, who has been able to dominate the South Korean scene and been been able to crown himself champion after champion after champion, is the supreme late game master. Can he stand up against the Finnish phenom in Serral? The guy that is always in the conversation as the very best, is currently serving in military and still looks almost flawless. Oliveira did push him to the edge though here. What do you make of the final, Fear Dragon?
He absolutely did. And, you know, part of me wants to say, okay, well, maybe there's a period of vulnerability here. Maybe Serral truly can be defeated. And I know even talking to Rotterdam behind stage, just saying, you know, I feel like this is maybe the best shot that Maru's had in forever. But it's just so hard to doubt Serral, because the way that Serral was losing those games, it was like, yes, he did lose some games to Oliveira, but he still looked so solid. It still was the very typical Serral that I feel like I've come to expect from him.
CG?
The A-Rax gave him some trouble, so I saw him walking, and I was like, watch out for that A-Rax.
Yeah.
I'm sure I helped.
Yeah.
Yep. But no, I do think this is less of a, well, I think it's the most possible chance of like a 4-3 between the two, right? Beforehand, you know, there'd be times where Maru didn't look as strong in the tournament, and Serral definitely looked very strong, and that was like Katowice, for instance, although that 4-0 was still unexpected, of course. But now we have, first of all, a new patch, new maps.
Yes.
We have Oliveira maybe, you know, giving some insight into how you can push Serral to the limits, and you have Maru, who is clearly playing at a very high level as well.
Right.
So I actually do believe this is, with Roddy, it's the best chance for Maru.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I feel like on the counter side of that, because I know, Zombie Grove, you were just talking about what are the things that you can do to push Serral to the limit. I feel like Dark actually also found some kind of chaotic openings of just finding how Maru is playing this very, like, hit from the left, hit from the right kind of side, and not leaving a lot back at home. Almost in some ways reminiscent of some of the ways that people found that Clem would falter at times, where just doing those counterattacks really caused a lot of problems for him. That was the way that Dark was able to make those games a lot more chaotic. I wonder if Serral's also looking at that and saying, well, yeah, I can add in a bunch of Ling run-bys. I can also try to do a lot of that stuff and maybe get Maru a little bit off kilter.
I like what you're saying. I feel like Serral in Katowice, the indomitable crusade that he was on and looked literally invincible. He looked absolutely invincible there. Maybe there is a way where we can see a little bit of a change here for this grand finals. The crazy thing to me that is, though, ZG, is that Maru is always the guy who we say he is the commander of the late game. He is absolutely 100% there, but then Serral will go into those deep waters with him and come out the other side smoldering, wiping the ashes off of his shoulders and just looking good whilst doing it. So they match up against each other, I would say, very well, even though so many of the series do look one-sided sometimes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the stats on their cards were actually really quite accurate, I think. Just a little bit less from Maru because he did lose last time they played. And then for Serral, you know, you do give him the same defense as Maru because it just makes sense. When they face other guys, like, they are the best defenders in the world. But when you do go head-to-head, I would bump that up to 98 for Serral versus 97 for Maru because they are both fantastic in that late game. Serral has proven to be a little bit better in all of their history. They have gone to many a late game in their history.
All right, well, I've done it on the previous two death segments, and I'm going to do it again. It's predictions time. We'll go with Fear Dragon first.
You know, I'm going to cheat a little bit on this one, James, and I'm actually just going to steal it straight a little bit from Aligulac.
Don't say the fans.
No, not the fans.
Okay, good.
That would be cheating. That would just be a
No, that would be very you. Anyway.
That would be.
Yep.
But Aligulac gave the most likely prediction is a 4-1 for Serral at 25%.
Oof. Okay.
It was actually 80% overall for Serral. So.
Yeah. I mean, Aligulac is pulling from very few, you know, and past, right? Again, pre-match, pre-pass.
It's not considering, you know, the military service.
And all that, of course. Yeah, exactly. So the robots can only do so much so far. I am still going to say Serral, but I think it's going to be a really contended 4-2.
Okay.
Very close.
The money for me says Serral, but the heart sort of says Maru. I want him to finally get one here and kind of get one over Serral a little bit, you know? But anyway, we will see. We will see. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just going to go on a short break. Get these players ready to go and prepared. And when we are back, it's grand finals time. As always, it's GOAT versus GOAT. It's Serral versus Maru.
3 days, 48 players, 94 matches. And now, only one last match remains to crown the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring 2024 Finals champion right here. Dallas and StarCraft fans all around the world, get loud for your grand finalist. It is Maru versus Serral!
The rematch of IEM Katowice 2024 is here. We are getting into post-youth for the first game of this best of 7. It's time to cry out loud, guys, for your fan favorites. In the bottom left of post-youth for Team Basilisk, he is Serral.
Military service has not slowed him down at all. He's looked very fantastic, but his opponent in the top right, he has just been like a hot knife through butter, building up momentum as he's played this tournament. Representing Vitality in the top right side of the map, looking for revenge from their last finals. Let's see if he can do it. Everybody, put your hands together for Maru!
The undisputed greatest of all time players right here. You choose one or the other. Who will actually reign supreme here today as Maru starts off with a 2-Rex on this very unique map. Serral starting off with a hatch first, but then going into a very specific area for that spawning pool, Pig.
Yeah, a little bit of a semi-wall off there on the ramp. The 15 hatchery, 15 pool means he's going to be able to get out those queens very early on, which will help him deflect this early double Reaper aggression. Maru wanted to put on that, and he will be looking to, of course, delay Serral from that third base. It's such a big distance on this map down to the third, and I think if Maru wants to commit even just to 3 Reapers, if he wants to go up to 4, it's going to take forever for Serral to get down there. Would not be surprised if Serral just kind of slowly takes his time on 4 queens, works his way up, because keep in mind, no gas for Serral just yet. This is a super mineral-focused opening, and he's looking to just kind of build up on his 2 base and not really let himself bother with worrying about Maru delaying the 3rd base. He's like, it's fine, I'll build 4 queens, I'll make about 1 billion drones. This is absolutely okay, because Maru is delaying his command center by about 30 seconds to get that 2nd barracks up.
And Serral's going to realize this, that it is in fact 2 racks. Now, keeping your Overlord around to see exactly how many Reapers pop out is a dangerous task. They could transfer over into Marines and actually try and get that Overlord kill, thus also blinding the Zerg player for that mid-game. So as you said, it could be 3, it could be 4, it could be 5. But if you go above 3, you're kind of hoping for maybe straight up a canceled hatchery, which if, yes, Serral was comfortable not going for it, would not be a problem. But Serral actually does add on the hatchery. Maru can go ahead and check that in a second, and then again the question, can he get the cancel if he goes up to more than 3 Reaper?
Oh, risky Reaper move here. Will he get punished? The Queen's trying to, of course, shepherd it into the corner. Maru looking for damage. Getting some momentum at the start of this. Already a drone does go down, but the Reapers are deep inside the territory. 2nd drone goes down. No more Sportrix. Serral starting to slip up a little under pressure. Maru starting this series off with a huge amount of momentum. Those drones pulling back the weak ones. Serral trying to make sure things don't get out of hand. Nice Evo chamber block on the right side. No getting out of there.
Yeah.
Beautiful move right there with the drones being pulled in as well. A successful catch on the 2 Reapers. 2 more still in play as Maru has added on not just a natural, but also a 3rd CC moving over into that factory right there. So Maru decided to go for the drone kills, which really did limit his ability to even get to that hatchery. If he had gone to it immediately, that would have been hopefully the cancel, but he wanted the drones. He got 3 and then had a very unfortunate close in on those evolution chambers. And that is a wonderful start. Well, I wouldn't say wonderful, but that was a wonderful move from Serral and an interesting start to both of these games, both of these players. We got a Marauder on the way, interestingly enough, which the Lings are about to see nibbling on the barracks as they are.
Yeah, an interesting choice, the Marauder there. It is a bit more expensive, doesn't shoot up either, can't deny Overlords. I don't think there's any real purpose to that. Not sure if it was a misclick or not. Serral only now starting to mine gas. So he's adding a second gas. He's up on 44 workers. Overall, I think the way the dust settles is quite fine for Serral. The fact that that 3rd hatchery went up unnoticed, yeah, Maru killed 3 drones, delayed some mining, but at the end of it, you're 3 hatchery gaslit.
Yeah.
This is such a greedy build, and look how easily Serral bounces back from those early drone losses.
Yeah, absolutely. Maru was supposed to have all of his Reapers together, still 4 of them really being a pest here, and actually just lost another one, so it feels like things have quickly turned around on Maru, who initially got up to that main base and seemed like he was going to have free reign. He indeed did not. Sims on the way, Starport as well. Serral is adding on the Roach Warren as I speak. Lair on the way too. We did have some guesses to how this would look from, for instance, Raynor, and we were talking about it in the green room. To have Serral play a very safe game centered around Roaches and getting to the late game can be, well, his safe space, right? If Maru can actually break through that, then more power to him, but that is going to be the struggle that is upcoming.
No link speed just yet, but already a gold-based hatchery starting for Serral. I think Serral senses he's ahead, and this is a scary spot. Serral's normally not a greedy player, but if he gets ahead, he will absolutely push that economy. He will build that advantage, and if you can get that gold base secured, creep out in front of it, starting to swarm with Roach Ravager can be a fearsome thing for Maru to worry about. Now, Maru's going for that forward 3rd base. That sets him up for a lovely push angle right towards Serral's gold. There's a nice high ground above it. And usually this game, the reason this map is Terran favored is it's these ledges. It's these choke points, like tanks layered behind all these little bits of terrain. It becomes very hard for Zerg to deal with. However, if you're on Ling Bane, it's worse. If you've got the Ravagers, you can buy all those tanks, kind of run in, move in, shoot them down, and run away. So I think Serral's chosen a really nice style to open, but I do expect melee carapace to start. We do see the melee. It's going to be like straight back into Zerglings and the like.
Yeah, so it's not going to be a huge swell of 1-1 Roaches, guys, for an all into Maru. Serral is going to end up playing defensively minded. Maru is the one who's tasked to try and get some damage done. He does have a very short point from his 3rd CC to that 4th hatch. Serral, of course, knowledgeable about that, knows that he has to be prepared. Constant scouting as well. He's not going to be without the know, and so he even knows where the army is tracking. And the Roaches are on the job, no problem. So we got more axes on the way, combat shields as well. Serral already adding infestation pits as he has deflected the first drops, no problem.
16 worker advantage for Serral right now. His Baneley Nest now beginning. And of course preparing to go for Hive and Mass Ling Bane as the next step. Maru trailing in supply, but that is standard for a Terran player. The question is what happens next? You've got 2-2, you've got vehicle weapons. 5th gas goes down. Is there a second factory? Is there a 4th command center? Is Maru going to play the late game that he's so famously excellent at? But in the past, has had mixed results against Serral. You know, Serral has been one of the few players who can take him down in the late game, and he often focuses on timing attacks to try and put Serral on the ropes early in the series. And so far, it doesn't really seem like we see a sign of like, okay, just a straight up all-out commitment. A few extra tech labs are coming in, so there's going to be a heavier mix of Marauders than usual.
A very Oliveira style so far. Serral did have experience against that, but showed that it was a very dangerous build, a very dangerous style for him to go up against. Oliveira really pushed him to the limits, and Maru might be able to push him a little bit more. That would generally be the consensus of the community. Serral will have his 1-1 finish up, but Maru is already on his way to 2-2-1. It is not going to be an 8-racks all-in from our Terran. 4th CC does get slapped down, but it is still a more bio-focused style of play. No second factory as of yet. There it does come down now, but we already have those Marauders being added in. Scan on the Hive there from Maru. Now he knows exactly where Serral is.
Serral wisely stopping at 76 drones. I think we saw how hard it can be to defend these maxed out Terran armies when you've got 85, 90 drones with how well they get positioned. Oliveira caused a lot of problems to players. And we saw this more like dark style of just mid-70s on the workers, have a huge army out. That's going to help make up for the fact that these Roaches and Ravagers are somewhat supply inefficient.
He's chasing this down, actually. Maru wanting to get to as much as possible. Ooh, almost late to that pickup. Only loses a couple of units there. Beautiful defense. I love the tank situation back at home for Maru. Hoping to also negate some of the potential run-bys later on with a wall on the left side and bunker as well. Additional barracks. Now that you've got that 4th CC, we could be going into a very long game indeed.
Serral still not building up a giant income. He's focusing on having a large standing army. He wants Maru to push into him, because if he does, Serral will spring a massive swarm of Zerg. Look at that army supply difference. 35. Oh, there we go. 40 army supply difference. 45 even for Serral. I mean, that is ridiculous. If you go across and drop with 3 medevacs and Serral just goes for it, he can probably bust in even with the tanks on the high ground.
Oh, and that Ling just saw the medevacs as well. 3 medevacs of units now away from the defense of Maru. What is Serral's choice going to be? Play it safe, defend this first and foremost, as Maru, also knowing he got scouted, just unloads, or actually try and find this opening. At the very least, if you could get Lings on top of the tank, that could be very efficient, but that is also a wall there to break down potentially. Not a full one. Serral seems to be thinking about it, breaking down the rocks that are close by. He is getting some resources sunk into the upgrades, Burrow, Juno Glands, and an Ultralisk Cavern, so he does need to be careful about pulling the trigger and going for a big attack. And he had the option perhaps to at least scuffle with the 4th base. Doesn't actually happen. Maru played it safe too as well. Once he was scouted, he just pulls back.
I'm not sure if we saw Vipers this game. I've been wondering where they are. Normally that's one of the first things you power up when the Hive comes out, but they're there. Okay, so they are hovering with the army. 4 Blinding Clouds available. Going to be very effective for nullifying a tank from firing. I believe it only lasts about 6 or 7 seconds, though it does wear off pretty quickly. Here we go. Serral's going to go for it. The tank positioning is great up here. Vikings out front as well, which means those Vipers are going to start to get shot down. Maru not watching for a moment, though. The Vikings fly right past.
Yeah, those Vikings had no idea what was going on. It's a big old Zerg army heading right into Maru's 4th base. Pre-Planetary gets the lift as he cancels and tries to just pull back and back and back into 3 more tanks here. We're entirely off of creep, but there's still so much Zerg left over. Serral supply dominating currently as the SCVs are forced into the military. They don't stand a chance. Maru does not stand a chance. Serral, decisive attack into game number 1. Most likely. Maru does not want to tap out yet, but that was a devastating blow.
Serral built a massive advantage off of his greedy opening and the early defense of the Reapers, and now he is swarming in at the perfect moment. Maru was just getting established. It looked like he had good tank setups, but the Abducts pulling some of those tanks to the front immediately. The Lings, Banes, Roaches, and Ravagers just overwhelmed. You got to realize how overcharged and supercharged the power of Serral's army was. Morphing Banelings like that just gives it such a bit of oomph. And now he adds more drones, adds Ultras, adds another Viper. His 3-3 upgrades are on the way, and a Spire coming in. Serral gets massive damage done, but never does he feel like he's stuck all in. He's always got a next step. He's going to go for it right now. Ultras and Zerglings going for this round. No cloak on those ghosts available. Medevac comes in with a hot pickup. Maru, he's got so few units to defend, and he has to tap out.
What a game from Serral there. Probably went exactly as planned post the Reaper death. What a game. That was a dominating first game to really set the tone here in Serral's favor. But Maru, obviously a very experienced player, been playing since he was 12 approximately, and in the big leagues at that time too. Doesn't usually let this shake him up, but it is still nonetheless scary that Serral took such a dominating macro game on one of the shorter maps with that really scary middle base as well, and Maru didn't get a chance to really do anything against Serral. Once those Reapers are gone, it was like the Terran just had to sit back, and unfortunately that wasn't good enough for Maru.
Committing to 2 racks Reaper at the start is not cheap, and we got to see the numbers advantage here. Maru, yeah, he didn't look that far behind in supply, but you got to realize he was ahead in workers. He was down about, 30 overall supply. A lot of his army was still in production coming out, and he was just way less stuff. There's another 30 Marines there. There's another few Widow Mines. The tanks might be a different story, but remember, no Widow Mines were in the mix to help deal with the massive Zerglings, specifically because he opened tanks to deal with the Roach Ravager, didn't have Hellbats, didn't have Widow Mines, no great answer to the Ling Bane.
Yeah, it also really complicates the decision from the Zerg player to actually go in for the attack. Do they have the Widow Mines prepared? Do I not see them? Are they hidden behind the command center? Creates a little bit more of the confusion, but absolutely none there. He sized up the army, sized up the angle, and decided that was the moment to go. Maru also had a couple of tanks that weren't going to be involved in the fight from the get-go. That Planetary, while it lived, because it could lift, maybe would have been better if it had been able to target fire a couple of the Banelings. That is game number 1 done and dusted. Now we move on to another interesting map here. It is going to be Ghost River in the top right. Now up 1 for Basilisk. He is Serral.
And in the top left side, a rough start in game one, but that will not shake him at all. Famous for being absolutely unshakable. And this is the moment where he's going to have to start to rally this series. Representing Team Vitality in the top left side, it is Maru. Ghost Rivers and map a lot of Zergs do veto out. But we saw Serral play it previously against Oliveira. He seems comfortable despite the short rush distance. The wide open areas in the middle, and I think the lack of as easily abusable features as some other maps have in terms of like very nasty choke points and weird high ground, low ground ledges. I think Serral says, you know what, I'm happy to play a short rush distance map, and this is something where he has actually had an interesting attribute. He has a higher win rate on a lot of the supposedly bad for Zerg maps, in ZVT specifically, than any other player. He often has a higher win rate than on the supposedly Zerg-friendly maps. So he's got this weird thing. It goes all the way back to 2018 and earlier. Maps like Submarine, Babylon, whatever the short map is that most Zergs fear, he would say, yeah, I don't really like playing it. And you'd look at his stats and you'd say, you have an 89% win rate on that map. Like, what do you, how do you do so well? And he's like, yeah, it's really tough, but there's something about embracing the challenge of having very little room. And he's so good at like jumping on the Terran pushers when they move out, not really letting them get established. And we saw that beautiful Ling drop pick apart Oliveira on this map before. That was so nice.
Yeah, exactly. Certainly the map that comes to mind for this discussion is Beckett's, a time where we thought Terran was going to be heavily favored. And actually, by the end of its life cycle, overall, Zerg had a slightly better win rate, and I'm sure that was helped by Serral leading the way, as he does for many a Zerg out there. He is simply the best, and Maru ditto on the Terran side. Even though Oliveira was able to push Serral to the limits, I have no doubt that Maru looked at that and said, Oliveira, you got something there, man. Yeah, okay, I can definitely do that. And maybe even a little bit better, because I am Maru. Not going to have to actually go for a building cancel there.
Triggered discipline on that. He's like, no, I know this can tank 2 more shots, so I'm going to wait for you to shoot the one. No, you're not going to shoot it. You're just going to leave. Okay, doesn't even need to waste the 17 minerals. Straight back to mining. The 2 Lings across the map. Serral, 2 games in a row playing 15-15. This is an opening Serral does not like playing versus Clem very much. We don't see him use it that much. People say, oh, it must not be good. But he has famously used this over and over again versus Maru. In a lot of their finals, you go back to Masters Coliseum, he mixed it in Katowice as well. He will mix in these 15-15 openings, especially on small maps, because they're very safe against the Reaper. He doesn't need to build as many Zerglings. He gets to do that little Link counter attack to mess him up. And it just gives him the ability to be incredibly safe against proxy barracks, because that spawning pool is so much faster.
These two almost gathering up $3 million between them in the prize pools, and I'm sure we'll get there with the upcoming Esports World Cup, which these two will be going to, and could very well have back-to-back-to-back finals in as well. Another Roach one coming down for Serral on Ghost River, as Maru once again added 3CC. Obviously a slightly different start for him. We do have Hellions on the way and a Starport as well, so 3CC into 1-1-1.
There was a time when getting to $1 million in prize money was something most people could only dream of. I'm now thinking it is actually possible within the next year or so if Serral keeps doing well, and Maru. These are the two that could hit $2 million within the next year. So it's an insane amount of prize money they've racked up in their careers. Maru's Hellion Reaper now going to poke in. Nice safe creep tumor spread on the left. Doesn't risk spreading to the south until he knows it's secure. Serral does not like wasting Queen energy. He likes to have the energy save up so the Queens have transfuses in case there is something like a Hellbat timing hitting a little later.
Yeah, we did see some aggression from the Terrans, not just the 8 racks, but a couple of early ones as well. The Hellions are going to get on into the natural. That Queen can't do very much about it. Roach's pop, however, very well timed, trying to block things out as well. 3 more Hellions looking at one shot here. The drones have to be careful. It does look like this is going to be the tail end. Can they get one more shot? Yes, actually 2 more shots. Nice. That is 7 drones lost for the 4 Hellions.
Very nice opening there. Damage for Maru. Serral not using an Evo Chamber and a Queen to wall off there. Skipping Ling speed, of course. So there's that window. When you don't have Roaches out yet, there's no Ling speed. Nothing to stop the Hellions. At the end of the day, though, Maru cedes a fair bit of map control. This gives Serral a lot more room to spread creep. His third base is up. He can drone very well. And the Banshees, got to be careful about over-committing, because of course there's the fear for Maru that a Roach attack could just blitz across this very small rush distance.
That's very true, and when it does come to these smaller maps, we can talk a lot about how that might fare Terran as the more aggressive race a lot of the time, but actually what it boils down to is whoever does want to be aggressive, particularly in the mid-game, then they're going to have that. They're going to also be able to build that momentum, but when momentum does fail, it very quickly goes the other way, right? So Roaches move across, they don't work, suddenly boom, Maru's on your side of the map. instantly. So that's what you got to be really careful about for both parties. That Banshee is going to help cover that to an extent, as the Roaches obviously do not shoot up. They can also cover run-bys later on as well. But right now they are hoping to get a quick cancel on that fourth. Already over halfway done. Queens are over here as well. Doesn't look like they'll get a cancel. It's way too healthy.
I remember an age when going Roaches meant it was really hard to secure a quick third and fourth base off this sort of opening, but Serral's fourth is insanely early. He's rock solid against the Banshees, and he's already got an infestation pit.
Yeah, he is macroing up pretty hard here. Maru is doing his thing back at home, obviously. So he wanted to try and get either that fourth hatch cancel if it was still a little light on the health, maybe some creep swimmers that were over there unprotected, or of course Queens that did not quite have the Overseer. Oftentimes that Overseer can be made in the main, for instance. Slow getting over. Didn't find anything. The Overseer was made with a kind of a well-placed Overlord. The Roaches even backing away, not going to let any silly kills happen, immediately replanting the creep tumors as well. Both players really setting up here for the macro game.
Often, Roach Ravager is played off a lower worker count, but Serral is so confident going to 79 workers and a quick hive. I would not be surprised to see a Hydra Den, I was about to say, but actually Link Speed does start up, so it does look to me like Serral wants to go back towards that more standard like Ling Bane transition. But for a second there I was thinking, hey, you're going +1 range. This might be straight to Lurker Viper, an old school style. We don't see that much. It's more of a timing attack oriented style. But no, Serral's going to go Infestors for splash damage. And he's going to go up into Zerglings mixing in, as those are a much more gas-light unit, saving the gas for the spellcasters. We might see 2 Infestor, 2 Viper very early. That's so good paired with Roach Ravager.
I am looking at Maru's production tab very intently. Does he have a 4th CC? Does he add the 3 racks? So far, no 4th. He's still working on combat shields, but an 8 racks on one of these short maps, could make some sense. Banshee's finally finding some success. They might lose 1, but ideally you still save 1, again, to guard against those run-bys. Scout as well into the main base, and the Banshee does have an exit. Maybe that 4th base is there. Is there a Queen as well?
Could always hide over the Ghost River. Sporkrel is there, and the Banshee does grab a few extra drones. But losing the Banshees is a problem, because this means you don't have that defensive power. Normally, the Zerg doesn't have a lot of anti-air. Having a few Banshees at home is so useful, just mixed into your army or defending in general. That Banshee's going to hide directly over the Ghost River. The actual Ghost River, the map is named after. The spirits of many lost Zerg and Terran souls do flow there. Marines in the south side going to find a 5th base that just started, and that's the kill, no cancel. Lovely pick off for Maru.
Yeah, 300 plus the drone is pretty nice, but Serral has a rock-solid base elsewhere. That 4th base not going to get broken. He's got a hive, Ultra's Cavern on the way. Maru's 4th base did get slapped down, but it's really not that fast. I mean, we can see as fast as 7 minutes, certainly. 6.5 even, and that wasn't quite it. So actually, it's going to feel similar last game, despite the Reaper opener not existing. Overlord gets sniped on that right side, but Serral is posturing to get anything that he can, breaking down the rocks. If it tanks too far forward, Corrosive Piles will get it. And of course, if he does see an opening when he does max out, which is not yet, then he will take it as he did last game.
Have we seen no Banelings so far, right? This looks a lot like what he did on Golden Aura against Oliveira. It didn't work out there, but I mean, the amount of gas you save for spellcasters, for ultras, eventually you want to add Banelings, always, because they're such a supply-efficient way to bust through planetaries. But right now, this just seems so optimized. 6 Ultras going to be out with Kindness Plating just after 9 minutes. They'll have 1-2 upgrades, breaking the rocks in the north as well. Serral's up at 203 supply. He did a couple of Spore Crawler tricks there, building the spores and canceling them. The Ghosts Academy started, a 6th command center, or 5th one on the way for Maru as well. But Maru's trailing in that supply.
On location. Oh, okay, no, that's the 4th trying to get on location. Ling is scouting that and blocking it currently. Maru's trying to get some type of control over the map as that creep spread starting to get real scary through the middle. Little lacking on the south, but that might give a possibility for the drop to do some damage unseen. It's still not the greatest attack point. If Maru has to go diagonal across the map to actually get somewhere there's not creep, that's going to take a very long time.
If this goes to late game, what does Serral do? There's no middle bases. You cannot take resources from the opponent's side of the map on Ghost River. It'd be such a smart time to play late game, but this double drop getting a little bit risky here. Maru, big attack from Serral in the north, catching Maru a little out of position. Command center is exposed, picking off the CC and then pulling back would be a good move. Chasing in, is this really something he can get away with? The Fungals only landing on a few Marines, lots of tanks down there. Crazy attack angle for Serral.
This is like a dark move, man. He forced his way through a choke, through the Sim City, and now is on top of the army. Maru trying his best to stop the Ultra Horde with just Marines is not a good feeling. Marines with only 1-1 versus Kiting Plating and +2 on the Ultras. Maru Supply in the dumpster. He is getting some damage done, however, on the other side of the map, but is it really the equivalent? Maru lost so much army here.
Those Ultras with +2 carapace, while Maru only had +1 attack, his Marines were just doing no damage at all. The ghosts are coming out too little too late here for Maru. Serral ahead of the curve, skips Banelings, rushes to a mass Ultralisk timing, and look at how excellent that was. The Fungals adding in there, the Ultra Link getting on top. Maru unable to weather the storm.
Serral with utter domination so far. Maru looking a little lost. First game goes the way that it goes. Okay, all right. First game, get a little warm up, no problem. Second game goes in a very similar fashion, slightly different build orders and compositions. However, at the end of the day, Serral once again maxes out, sees an opportunity to push on through, and he does. Those upgrades, absolute bummer for Maru. He had no Marauders, which are also a little more helpful against those Ultras. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Maru was just shocked that he actually committed.
That was a crazy attack angle. I mean, he broke the rocks in center tower vision, funneled the Ultras and Roaches and Ravages through a choke point, but it's the confidence to understand where you are in the game. Don't just look at the choke point and go, oh, it's bad to go here. Say, hey, these Ultras are basically immune to Marine damage. There's a lot of the tanks are on the south. They're nowhere near. You got 6 tanks firing right now from behind these depots and on the high ground. It's a different story. But instead there's what? 2 tanks at the start, now a 3rd tank shooting. A lot of the Marines getting caught, and they're just not doing anything against those Ultralisks. You need Marauders, you need Ghosts, you need Libs. Maru was setting up for the long game, but it didn't feel like he was rushing to the long game, right?
Yeah.
He was just going, oh, okay, we're playing a slow game, let's do it. Okay, I'll start going in that direction. But his 2-2 was so late. Not having 2-2 at 10 minutes, not having the Ghost out yet. The Libs backing it up, so many tanks in the south, and Serral takes advantage with an Ultralisk timing attack.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. This is, it feels like Maru is just behind, you know, and sometimes between really 2 good players, it looks like it's totally fine and normal between both of them pacing-wise, and then you realize that far better player is just much faster, actually, literally, in getting their economy set up, getting their foundation set up, and getting the opportunity to purely look at their army and decide how do I use it, as opposed to, you know, thinking of everything else you still need to do macro-wise. Serral just seems better right now. What can Maru do to offset him?
He's going to have to do something magical, because this man down here, he has lost to his opponent before, but when he loses to people in big tournaments, he studies them down to a T. He prepares his strategies in immaculate detail, and he is looking to try and get another masterclass here. Down here in the bottom right side of Golden Aura, representing Basilisk, hailed as the greatest player of all time, looking to add to his legacy. It is Serral! The lack of reaction on his face when he gets those wins just shows it is never over until it's over. Incredible discipline.
In the top left, certainly in need of cheers here. He is down 0-2. It is Vitality's Maru.
Going to be going for a low ground barracks expand for Maru. A single barracks on the natural. This is vulnerable to some all-in attacks, but it gives you a really nice, easy kind of information denial. You can lift the barracks to kill the Overlord and the pillar outside your base, which is such a big problem on this map. And it does allow you to simply hide what you're doing. Marine first, indeed, he's going to go for that Overlord snipe. Unfortunately, somehow Serral is always 3 steps ahead. He's just looking for proxy barracks. His Overlord are not heading into that dangerous position.
Yeah, and by the time that they do, it might be a little too dangerous for that Marine to still be out there. So it is a 1-Rax expand, slightly less economical because SCV has to transfer, I suppose. But yeah, it is a 1-Rax expand, and then I'm very much so looking forward to what follows. Is it another 3CC? Is it going to be something a little bit trickier? Is it going to be 3CC into 2-1-1? Could get a little more action on the map before Serral's really ready to go. Something like that. But the onus is on Maru. He is down 0-2. He has been clobbered in the first 2 games, and we know that's just not the potential that Maru can actually achieve, but there is certainly an effect from Serral now, much as the Koreans used to have back in the day, where you look at him and say, even though I think I'm a very good player, I'm not sure I can beat that guy.
And already such a good start here for Serral. He sees the Marines hunting, but they don't see him. The Overlord has longer sight range, and it's hiding on a pillar there. hiding itself from their view. He now moves it up and to the right, trying to get in a position to scout in the future. Zergling speed's on the way, Falling's moving across the map. Serral's changed up his opening. A more classic hatchery gas pool opening. And this is going to give him a really smooth, just build up into the third base. A very nice way to open into Ling Bane rather than the Roach openings that he's favored so far.
Good timing there. Maru denying the scouts is worth the delay of the transfer. He does not want him to see that he is actually just 2-base 1-on-1 right now. And he didn't want to have that blocked. The Marines are doing other things. It doesn't get blocked, but those Marines actually did not kill that Ling. There we go. Cyclones are going to be the first thing out here from that factory.
I love that the Ling also distracts the Marines, so the Overlord snuck up next to the main now for the sacrifice. The little details. I always feel like, you know, it's so easy to look at Serral games and miss all of the tiny little things that he's done in the early game. But that is often, you know, when you see him just kind of run up and roll over an army, it's these little things stacking up over many minutes building into an insurmountable advantage. And it's really the thing that Maru is going to have to lean into is extreme aggression, extreme greed. He needs to find an edge. It looks like aggression seems to be what he's going for. It's a Cyclone, Hellion Pressure, a Liberator, and extra barracks before third command center.
Yeah, guys, this is abnormal. 3CC, that's usually the way you go after the 1-1-1, but the barracks is being added on. The Overlord, as you pointed out, kind of snuck around, however. It's going to get a very good scout into the main base. It's going to see that there is no third CC, and you really wouldn't be able to fit that anywhere else except the main base or on location, which would be quite brazen. Cyclones trying to do something here, and they will actually have some success. Serral very limited on the Lings. Oh, no, there they are. So this is going to be very careful. Cyclones on their own, a little vulnerable to those Lings. That's why those Hellions have to be there to help it out. Where did the Overlord stop? Well, it didn't. It's still in the main base.
It sees everything. This was all about denying information for Maru, but he hasn't been able to. He's even rallied his Marines to the front. The Overlord is seeing everything. Maru, he's doing a very committed 2-base aggressive play, but it's being completely scouted. There's clearly no third command center, and right now, Serral has all the information he needs. He's going to go for a Ling counterattack. He's continuing to drone up and add queens. Lair is on the way. Oh, he catches Alien. No, good pullback by Maru. Those slick reactions for the Korean Terran.
Yeah, we do have Maru adding on a third CC now. He knows that he's been scouted. He knows that these tricks as far as the build order is going is not really working out here, so he's going to have to hope that something on the actual field does something to offset Serral. And Serral will probably be very keen as well to get that follow-up scout. That was really so good with, particularly versus Protoss, but definitely versus Terran and Zerg as well. Baneling is going to be the choice here, not a Roach game from Serral.
Oh, Liberator going for the front on siege up. The I hope you're not looking maneuver. The Spore Crawler is so quick, and he takes massive damage. All he does is a tiny bit of denied binding time. Things aren't starting well for Maru in Game 3. Denying a little bit of creep is not what he was hoping for. Now, to be fair, Serral's respecting his play and not droning crazy hard, right? A 10-worker advantage is respectable. It's kind of what you'd expect in this matchup. But if you lose this army to like a Lynx around, that's when suddenly it's massive advantage for Serral. Maru has to preserve these units and just keep poking around and keeping some form of pressure up.
Yeah, not to mention something that can actually protect his third as he moves on to other forms of aggression, which are going to be those Marines in the medevac. Ling's going to scout that. Now, again, I think Serral still might be under the impression that it could be a 2-base attack. Eventually, he will figure things out, but it was very good to point out that Serral is respecting it. Now he gets the now he gets the scout. Let's just say he does. Those barracks are a little too late, and so this is a good information for Serral. He can actually focus up on what he needs to do, while Maru is the one that kind of had to change things around a little bit, but he did change it kind of back on course, back to an almost typical looking TVZ. Serral does not have Banelings currently, just the Queens, a lot of transfuse, decent amount of Lings, I believe, as well. Maru not expecting to gather too much there, does go for the creep spread.
Queens pushing back that pressure for now. Of course, Maru knows there's a lot of Ling Bane behind it. That's why he's just being very careful.
Yeah, those 8 Banelings were snuck off to the side somewhere, ready to go. If they were needed, they were not needed. The Queens did everything by themselves, and they are already respreading all the creep that Maru was trying to stop. He also tried stopping in the last 2 games. That didn't quite work out there, and the Overseer is finally going to get taken out. Maru now on the swing here. He's gone for 1-1, 3 CC. He's got a lot of extra barracks coming up, so remember that he had an odd number of barracks. Usually it's 1, 3, 5, 8. I don't even know what this was. 1, 2, whatever.
I think he's going to 6 racks. Oh, it is 8 racks.
It is 8 racks.
It is 8 racks now. Good call there, Zombie Grub. I was just as confused as you were, as it is a bit of an odd build Maru's doing because he keeps getting scouted. So he's trying to, every time he gets scouted, he's trying to pivot his build a little bit to surprise Serral. And Serral just comes in and scouts it again. This is not a good feeling. Maru was looking for surprise tactics, and he hasn't been able to find a way to make them work. But the Liberator did hunt down the Overseer in the back. He's got a ton of Marine tank on the way. The Lings are going to start to break down these rocks. Serral is up 17 workers. He's massing Ling Bane off 76 drones. He does already have an army supply advantage, but his creep has been kept quite small this game, so we've really got to pay tribute to just how well Maru's done for that. If he can set up his tanks in a really good position with his 8 racks, I mean, he's building 10 Marines at a time. He's got +2 weapons on the way. Reactors are still kicking in. Maru could absolutely do this with a really nice Marine tank timing, but he's got to get rid of that. Oh, no!
No, there's no lift there. The tank was on it anyway. Now that tank is also going to be targeted. Banelings rolling in as well. The SCVs in some extreme danger. Actually, that tank had at least one shot, but there's still so many Banelings left over. The SCV pool only somewhat successful. Maru also forced to entirely pull back, and now obviously revealing that he was indeed going to be doing an 8-rack. Serral just gave him a huge amount of time to breathe, and now Serral is up 60 supply.
Oh, there was no depot on the left. Maru was so focused on being the aggressor, he had no contingency. He didn't have any spotters out to see those Lings and give himself warning and extra time to react. More Lings coming in for the backstep. Serral is relentless today. Serral woke up and chose violence. This is a disgusting version of Serral we are witnessing in this tournament. He is barely dropping maps. Yes, the semifinals was hard. It was a tough one. But it seems like now he is just overwhelming Maru, desperate with one big push, but he is deep on creep. His army's isolated, and he knows those bugs are going to be coming. He can feel the tremors in the ground. The horde of Queen Ling Bane is coming in.
Here we go. That is a lot of Zerg and not a lot of Terran. Maru tries his best with what he has, but it simply is not enough. And there you have it. Serral goes up 3-0 in absolutely perfect fashion from start to finish. In every single game, it all goes to Serral.
One of the great players of all time, Rogue, used to be called the Hype Killer, but I feel like recently Serral is trying to steal that title for himself. The man that absolutely just rips his opponents apart. This is the moment where Maru has to dig deep, knuckle down, and we need to see him play an extremely tight set of games. Winning 4 games in a row against Serral to make the comeback is incredibly hard, but at this point, he's going to have to play a bit risky, take chances, and just find a way to get some surprise off, because so far Serral's openings are just so controlled. He's scouting, he's seeing everything, the finesse with the Overlord in the early game to settle this up, and that was a picture-perfect Zerg versus Terran.
It was. A lot of these games are. If you can get these replays, which we'll be able to, and actually copy this from start to finish, congratulations, you're one of the best Zergs in the world, but that is easier said than done, especially when Maru can usually be the one to really throw you off. Usually he's got something going on. The Hellings do more damage than you expect. Double drop hits faster than you expect. He is 8-raxing, and he thought he was 4CCing, but nothing is surprising Serral. Not in the build order, not in the army placement, not in the army use. I'm not trying to be a Serral fangirl here, but he is really proving why he deserves the title of greatest of all time.
You're not meant to be up 3-0 versus Maru like this. I mean, look at how good Maru's looked in this tournament so far. I mean, yeah, Dark took him out, but most of those games, Maru was like in charge, looking large. He took out Hero in a TVP. He smashed through the earlier stages. This is an immense performance.
And we head into what could very well be the last map. If you're cheering for this guy, you're in a very good place. We're in Crimson Court for Game 4. In the top right, up 3-0 for Basilisk. He is Serral.
And in a moment where he has to dig deeper than he's ever dug before, a moment where we know he's not going to give up easily. He's going to have all of his energy, focus, will, and determination to make this reversible possible. In the bottom left side of the map, representing Vitality, it's Maru! He's made comebacks from pretty damn hard positions before, but by golly, this is an uphill battle.
Some would say getting now a reverse sweep would be impossible. It is very, very rare over any best of 7 that you might see, even including some of the online ones. You just don't really see a lot of comebacks from the 3-0. But they have happened, and they've happened in very prestigious tournaments as well. Some famous ones in GSL, I'm sure you all do know. Perhaps most famous, Innovation versus Sulky. And we also had Squirtle MVP, which actually still ended in MVP's favor, but it is possible, and Maru has witnessed many of them, if not actually done a few of his reverse sweeps of his own. So let's hope that he can actually get the ball rolling here, get into his groove, and start to contest in this series. Serral, no doubt, riding high after a near perfect 3-0.
You can see Serral already mining out the gold minerals in that first-person view on the left side of your screen. He's gone back to the 15-15 opening, and much like Dark, who loves to open up with that gasless 3 hatchery, it looks like Serral is opting for the same style. And it served him pretty well, these roach openings. On this map, you can wall off the front with a roach horn, an evolution chamber, 1 queen in the wall. Hellions can't get in there. So it's actually really tough to apply the standard types of pressure if you mine out and take that linear third base.
What other options are there for Maru? Big.
Perfect late game. I want to see a 6-minute fourth command center.
Yeah.
I just don't want to see Maru lean into the aggression. Already gets a drone. That's a good start. That's a very good start. Getting himself a drone. It starts with little edges like that, and you've got to take it 1 game at a time. The task seems impossible, and it seems like the mountain's just so frigging, how are you going to get to the top? Like, what do? You just have to focus on 1 step. Put 1 foot in front of the other. And right now, that means focus on what he's good at, which is late game. He is so good at late game. I still think if Maru can get to the late game in a very good spot, it's going to be difficult for Serral to match him there. I think Serral dominates players in the late mid game. He has a very good late game, but I think Maru's, when he's on point, he's the best in the world. So embrace it, go to it. Look at that fast third command center. Go up into this, take a fast fourth as well, and just turtle it out.
It would be nice to see that actually tested. It is a 3cc into barracks here, so that's really the greatest thing that a Terran can do. Not only do you have 3cc, but you have very few tech units, and then no other units otherwise until those Marine counts actually start to grow. But Serral has not been throwing out attacks at any point, and there doesn't really seem to be a reason to, although when you are up 3-0, you could try. But Maru is thinking, you know what, he's not going to attack me. I can get away with this, and I can get the ball rolling a little more on this bio production and actually get that going as opposed to the usual little steps with the Cyclones, the Hellions, and all that, or Banshees, for instance, another game. This is very, very clean from Maru, and Serral is going to rely on his Roach game once again on Crimson Quartz. He just has to win 1 more, and he will be in a championship number 10, I believe. So he's on 9 currently. That could be the story here.
Yeah, he's been dominating for years now and winning so many different events, racking up those trophies. Anytime you see Serral live streaming or doing an interview from his home, it's always nice seeing that trophy case in the background.
Yeah.
And it seems like they seem to grow, they're like mushrooms. Those trophies just keep spawning other trophies. Maru's got a fair few of his own, to be fair. I mean, there's so many GSL trophies that Maru's got in that case.
Yes, G8L, but Serral with 9 ESL international tournaments. He's looking pretty good. One away from another. Stim is on the way for Maru. Factory finally coming down as well. Fairly quick engineering bays too, so he will have the upgrade lead as Serral has yet to add on his evolution chambers. Just going up into that lair. Overlord is going to die, and actually a little supply block, but Serral's already on top of it.
I like this little poke out. Just clears an Overlord. Maru knows with the 3 command center build, he's not going to be doing much more than that. He's got his double upgrades on the way. Factory now coming down. We will see a starport and a reactor, no doubt, so we get some medevacs. And overall, economy-wise, well, yeah, sure, Serral's up 14 work. He did a very greedy build, a gasless 3 hatchery. But having 3 orbitals dropping mules this early, your third base starting to get saturated, Maru can definitely match it. He's already got a huge lead on the upgrades.
Yes, yeah, that's going to be quite scary. And we are going to see, finally, evolution chambers added on for Serral. Maru's starport finally on the way. He has been a little active on the map without those medevacs, which in some cases can be dangerous, but against what Serral is doing, I don't think it really is. And he's even being more on the map as well. Feeling the confidence of being able to run away from just slow roaches does make some sense. I don't know, a lot of feelings on the field here. So Maru is trying to be as in your face as possible, even before medevacs, which really can be very, very dangerous for Terran. In this case, perfectly on point. Grabs that 4th base cancel, easy peasy. We are on another map where the Zerg kind of expands towards the Terran, can make it a little awkward, but again, Serral so aware of that in the first game, will certainly be here in this one.
I love Maru's macro this game. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Armory's going down at the exact right time so we can start 2-2 instantly. He's going Tech Lab so we can start building tanks, perfect against roaches. And I wouldn't mind an early second factory, but like I said, I want a fast 4th command center as well. If he drops that in the next 30 seconds, I'd be heavily pleased. You know Serral's making a lot of Roach Ravager. Those units are good, but they don't scale that well into the late game. So if Maru can just beeline directly to mass biotank, add the ghost out as well, that'll be great.
Yeah, he does have a decent amount of money, but he is also about to start 2-2, so not sure about that 4cc quite yet. Yes, 6.5. Nicely done. All right, I think we both were on that as well. It just felt like when he was getting into any of these macro games, he was already 1 step behind, but this is really what you want to have going alongside that 2-2, which he once again has resources for. Serral, changing things up. Okay, I think we kind of maybe expected him to land in the macro game, but he is adding a Nidus Worm, guys. guys. No infestation pit, just those 1-1 roaches and a Nidus Worm as well. We've seen that win out a couple of games this tournament, and Serral is looking to take game number 4 with this kind of cheesy build.
1-1 Roach all in. He's got Roach speed. The 1-1 upgrade's done in 30 seconds. Oversteers on both sides of the map, ready to start spotting for Nidus Worms. But Maru's pushing right now. It's a crazy move. Maru should not be on the map. He's playing a fast fourth command center into Sing Factory. Attacking right now is incredibly dangerous. He sees the low drone count and he realizes he's got to get home and turtle up. Nidus Worm going over the main base right now. It's just barely in the edge of his vision. Not sure if Maru notices it as he's very busy in the middle of the map.
Obviously, he's been playing a lot of his own games during this tournament. He might not have been aware, but yes, the tank pops out and it takes care of it. That will not be the opening that Serral was looking for. However, many of the army units still on the front lines, looking to dominate the third base. Maru retreating with the STVs, very scared of this push and trying to give himself the best possible situation.
Respectful of this push. Beautiful play with the STV pull, but only one tank and it gets biled immediately. I don't think Maru should be fighting out here. He should be pulling back and waiting for the other tanks. He needs to get back and pull everything together, but Serral dives on top, sees his moment, and he seizes it.
Serral says, I did it once, but I'm going to do it even better the second time. Serral absolutely dominating this best of 7. Just mere moments before the 4th game is his. Maru's not going to give up with that one last fight, but another tank does get taken down. The one on the high ground might be a little trickier to take care of, but Serral with an 100 supply lead might just be able to go over there, kill the tank, and overwhelm Maru. There you have it. Serral with a perfect best of 7 versus Maru cements himself in history as the greatest of all time.
Absolutely stunning.
No other man has done what he has done. Absolutely unbelievable. After we had some murmurings that Zerg might have some trouble, the patch, the maps, Maru looking so good, and Serral said, I do not care about any of that. Serral is your champion. Let's go ahead and talk to him on the stage.
Thank you very much, ZG. Serral, congratulations. You are the champion this weekend in Dallas. Make some noise for your champion of the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring Finals. All right, first, I gotta ask you, because you left us with some fighting words after that semifinal. You said you hoped it wouldn't be as easy as last time. How was it?
Well, I don't want to say anything bad here, but I think I got a lot of good things going for me in those games, and it ended up being somewhat easy, but in reality it's never easy. It's always a big fight, even if the score is a little bit one-sided.
Sure. Now, you talked about, okay, well, it's never going to be easy. Now, every time we've talked to you so far, you've said, well, I'm not quite satisfied where I am. Let's talk about your play. How did you feel after that final? Are you satisfied with how you were able to navigate that 4-0?
Yeah, I'm very satisfied. I think I got all the reads pretty nicely, and all my plans worked out, so I don't think I can ask for too much more. I think mechanics were also pretty solid.
Well, there you go. This is Serral once again lifting another trophy. Dallas, make some noise again for your champion this weekend. Now, before we wrap up, I'm going to have to ask you to carefully set the trophy down here because we actually have one more thing for you, Serral. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join me in celebrating an absolute record that Serral has been putting up for his career, because this marks yet another international ESL Pro Tour Championship for Serral. Let's just look at his career so far. We have 3-time European Regional Champion, 3-time DreamHack Masters Season Finals Champion, 2 times IEM Katowice Champion, 1-time ESL Masters Summer 2023, that's last year, and now, here in 2024, once more, it's the ESL Masters Spring 2024 Championship, marking his 10th International ESL Pro Tour Champion title. And to celebrate this moment, we have an extra gift for you, a trophy to celebrate your 10th International ESL Pro Tour win. Give it up for the greatest of all time. It's Serral from Team Basilisk.
I don't need hyperbole. I don't need to even say it was a banger. How does anybody question this man, the greatest of all time, because he makes it look effortless in a matchup going up against some of the very best in the world. He is the best in the world. It's Serral once again becoming the champion, and I don't know what to say. Fear Dragon Rotterdam, Roddy, what a performance.
It's bad when none of us know what to say, because what haven't we said yet about him? And this time I kind of thought it was going to be a little bit different. I was like, he's been kind of gone from the scene. He doesn't get to practice all the time whenever he wants. He doesn't necessarily get that same competitive environment as other StarCraft II players had. We knew he was going to be a top contender coming into it, but to once more look the way he did after IM Katowice, where he went 20-1 in maps. Now again an absolutely fantastic run with only 2 map losses. James, the man has just won back-to-back offline events, going 34-3 in maps. Serral is extraordinary. He's a freak in the best possible way when it comes to StarCraft II.
Yeah.
Zerg players love him and they hate him at the same time, because what he is doing is unreal.
Every single thing, yeah, it's unbelievable here to see this kind of caliber coming out from Serral once again, and to do it whilst there was 1 or 2 question marks coming into this. How is it going to go down? He's currently in the military. That gives you a little bit of a question mark. Hasn't phased the man. Hasn't phased the GOAT.
Absolutely not. Serral still looked like he was in top form. The fact that he has not been able to fully focus every minute of every day onto StarCraft has not phased him. And I think it's because Serral has also been one of those incredible players who's led a balanced lifestyle and still dominated his scene. He has completely dominated his region and even now the world, defeating Maru, the final boss, dropping only 2 maps this entire event.
It sounds like we're being sensational when we're doing this, but again, when you 4-0 Maru,
it is ridiculous on this map pool where all the Zergs out there, we have so many fantastic Zergs in the scene, and we're thinking of the Korean Zergies, we're thinking of the European Zergies, and we're like, guys, it's actually really tough right now. Like, yes. Can Serral please stop winning? And the guy that thought this event the world was going to see, now Zerg is no longer the Zerg it was 2-3 years ago. Even Serral is going to struggle. Well, yeah, he lost 2 maps, guys. Like, it's actually unbelievable. It's so hard to put in words what this man is able to do over and over again. And Maru had a strong tournament. This was not a shaky Maru. He's looked good. Maru just played the semifinals against Dark, one of the greatest Zerg players of all time. Did he look better in the matchup, James? I didn't think so. No. I thought Maru looked sharp, and I really thought it was going to be a very competitive final. And maybe for the first time in a while, I was like, Maru might even be a slight favorite. I don't know how Yona keeps on doing it. He's so freaking... He's such a complete player, man. It's everything from start to finish. There was a time where he started cheesing and being a little bit more aggressive. And back then we were like, oh, I actually don't think this is really working out. And he had a couple of silly build order losses. But taking that one step back and then trying to become the all-around mega complete player, where it's like, yes, I can play macro, I can be solid, I can have an answer for you, but I also have my own builds that I believe in. That step backwards has made him the monster that he is today. And he's unreal. He really is.
I mean, I'm glad as we take a look at a few moments here after the championship has been won by Serral. I'm so you said it's like, what is there to say that hasn't already been said? And I'm glad I have you guys here, because I genuinely don't know what to ask. Like, what do you say about this performance?
You know what, James? I noticed something really funny that was happening. I noticed around game 3. I'm like, I feel like every game is getting shorter. Serral, every single game that passed by, he won 45 seconds faster. Game number 1, he won at 11:30, then 10:45, then 9:30, then it was 8:30. So only a minute.
Kept getting better somehow.
Yes, and I'm all for singing the praise of Serral because he deserves it. What he keeps on doing is unbelievable, especially in this day and age where all of his fellow Zergs are struggling. I mean, we're watching the games with Rain, and Rain is like, I actually hate him. Like, I actually hate him. Why? He's like, I'm never going to get my bailing HP back. Everybody else will keep on struggling. Why is he doing this? And that's really what it is. And I'm all for continuing the praise of Serral. Do think we have to give a proper shout out to Maru as well for another great tournament. I mean, he is one of the most accomplished StarCraft II players of all time. And there is something about, especially these finals in foreign events. Like, you know, we look at Maru, and yes, he has won all those GSL Codestas, and yes, he has won the WSG back then in China. But maybe it really is a big burden on his shoulder that he just hasn't been able to lift a trophy. And Maru is fantastic, but it seems to not be going his way in these finals, and it does make me sad. It's heartbreaking because Maru, he deserves as well to stand here once on a stage in America or in Europe and lift a trophy, because we all know he has the skills to do it.
It does make you wonder because, again, you know, being able to come second place constantly at these international tournaments from Maru, that is no small feat. Every single time. That's no small feat. But then to try and get this monkey off your shoulder of like, oh, suddenly I'm against Serral. Oh, suddenly I'm against an insane magical Oliveira run. You know what I mean? Like, there's magical moments constantly happening for all of these players, and Maru just keeps missing.
No, you're totally right. And it's just, you start to question yourself. You start to say, all right, is it just the finals and like the nerves are getting to me? Am I just getting unlucky that I keep catching Oliveira when he's on the run of his lifetime? I keep running into Serral in the finals. So of course it looks bad. It's so tough for him in that situation. But I have to say, like Roddy was saying before, he was playing so incredible earlier on throughout the tournament as well. And I feel like his TVZ was really showcased versus Dark, how incredibly well he was playing. He looked like he was top-notch GSL form versus Dark.
Well, let's check in with the bracket now and confirm the road that Serral was able to take here through that round of 8 onwards, because he was able to take out Shin pretty decisively. He was challenged in that round of 4, which is a testament to how well Oliveira was playing this tournament here, Roddy.
Yeah, that normal man. There is nothing normal about Oliveira if he's not. He's had a couple of rough tournaments, but it makes me so happy to really see him hit his stride again. I get goosebumps of an Oliveira on fire. You look at him on stage, the happiness, the fist pumps, like he's kind of riling up the crowd as well. He's like, let's go. You gotta love it. And even that Oliveira was not able to take out Serral today, but boy, oh boy, was Oliveira close. That final game on Side Delta, what a display of patience, man. Like, I'm sometimes, when you play StarCraft 2 yourself, StarCraft gets more intense the moment you know your back is up against the ropes and you need to buy time, but you hear these tanks shelling away at your bases. Boom, boom, boom. You hear the Marines firing, and it's so hard to then still stay calm, cool, composed, pick up reinforcements, and wait until it's your moment. And I really can't think of any other Zerg on the planet who was able to buy as much time as Serral did there on Side Delta.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to convince me that anybody else can win the Esports World Cup if Serral is going to come in with this kind of form. Everybody is going to be stepping it up even further, though. Don't forget, that is $1 million on the line. So, and everybody's going to be gunning to try and knock Serral off the perch.
I think that's such an important point, too, right? At this point, anyone who wants to win that event, I know that people talk about like, oh, yeah, it's GSL and it's like a preparation tournament. At this point, if you want to win a tournament, you have to prepare for Serral. Serral is going to be there. At some point, you have to be ready to face Serral.
But how do you prepare for Serral if there is only one Serral? There is only one way to prepare for him, and that's by literally playing against him over and over and over again.
Oliveira got a chance.
And apparently that does wonders for him. Yes. Right? Just look at how well Oliveira played against Reiner. And I love what you said yesterday, where Oliveira said, hey, if I do as good as I did today against Reiner, I do that tomorrow against Serral, then it could be 50-50. Which indeed goes to show that there's a chance that he actually does pretty well in practice, that he learns from it. But obviously those games are played online. Oliveira lives in China, Serral lives in Finland. They'll be playing with a bit of ping, and especially TVZ. It's different of ping, but yeah, prepare for Serral. Good luck, have fun. What are you going to tell your practice partner? Can you play like Serral? Yeah, that's what everybody else plays. They've all been doing that for years. There is only one, man. There truly is only one.
Just play like Maru, just play like Serral, whichever one it is. They show excellent qualities, but Serral, once again, shows absolute mastery over this game, over this discipline that we have seen throughout the years. Gentlemen, final thoughts for your Dragon?
I mean, it really is just a privilege that we get to see someone like Serral bless the game with his skill level, just being able to witness his level of domination. I really do feel like not many esports titles get to see someone as incredible as Serral bless their game, and in some ways curse all the other players in it who wish that they were Serral.
Roddy, final thoughts?
Trying to make some notes quickly. I was like, oh my God, these are always the moments where you want to make sure you get everybody. James, why don't we start off with you, mate? Great job again this weekend. It was a pleasure having you. So happy to see you back in the StarCraft 2 scene.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just kidding, James. I know you're always here. But no, what a weekend it's been, and I really loved it. I felt the show was excellent. The fans here in Dallas. We knew Atlanta was great, and we hoped that Dallas would be just as great. They were fantastic. They were loud. They were here to watch all the games. Online, of course, a lot of hype as well. And I think a final shout-out can only be to that guy, because he's had so many impressive victories throughout his career, but this one to me is almost extra special. I've seen him play 2 maps, James, in the lead up to this tournament since Katowice against Coffee, a 2-0 over Coffee. That was the Yona that I knew coming into this event, and winning it, okay, I thought maybe there is a chance, but winning it like this, honestly, I could not have dreamed it. I don't even know if he could have dreamed it. Serral is truly the very best. One of a kind, what a guy, what a weekend. I loved it.
Unreal. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world as well. That has been it from Dallas here, as Serral once again claims another trophy, his 10th trophy when it comes to international ESL events here, and has been able to solidify himself, as always, in the record books as truly the greatest of all time. That does it. Thank you very much for tuning in around the world. Serral, who can beat this man? It is difficult. It is nigh on impossible.
Monster Energy, and the United States Air Force.
broke me down like I wasn't enough. We'd scream and fight till the end of the night. Did I deserve what you did to me?